Chapter 704. The endless threads of green light sprinkled down gently, piercing everything they touched. The dark clouds in the sky, the thunderbolts, the hailstones under the thunderbolts, and the rocks under the hailstones were all pierced through. Just like the dark clouds, thunderbolts, hailstones, and rocks, the armors and bodies of Wuxia and the others were pierced through. Severe pain came from every part of their bodies, making them howl and fall to the ground, twitching and twitching. "Pagoda, rise!" Wuxia cried out. A tricolored pagoda rose into the sky from the top of his head, emanating a vast sheet of light that enveloped the surroundings. After fighting with the immortals for countless years, Dayu's Directorate of Celestials had figured out countless wonderful mystic arts, which allowed them to temporarily activate the immortal artifacts of immortals with the natural energy of heaven and earth. Unlike the immortals, who fuse their immortal souls with their immortal artifacts, these mystic arts compressed the natural energy with hand incantations and spells, transforming it into something similar to the divine sense of immortals, then activated the various formations in the immortal artifacts and unleashed part of their power. Immortal artifacts had their own spirits, and their cultivation bases were extremely strong. Therefore, these mystic arts had to first suppress or obliterate their spirits before they could activate the immortal artifacts. In this way, the power of the immortal artifacts would be weakened by more than half. However, the oracles did not intend to unleash the full power of the immortal artifacts. They just wanted to activate them, and then, just like what Wuxia was doing now, Wuxia unleashed the pagoda. He snatched from Xianxia, performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and pointed it at the pagoda. An invisible shockwave blasted out, and a miserable howl rang out from inside the pagoda as it exploded. The sky was filled with a strong, tricolored light, which spread rapidly and turned into a sea of tricolored clouds that was 100 miles thick and 10,000 miles in circumference. Amidst the tricolored light, the overwhelming green threads that shot down from the sky gradually melted away, no longer emitting the terrible aura that could destroy everything. Xianxia, whose body was riddled with countless tiny holes and whose skin was oozing with beads of blood, let out a long cry and thrust his claw forward. Purple mist rose from his fingertips, shattering the space within a radius of tens of meters. He grabbed the two struggling dragon boas, dragged them by their necks, and brought them back to his side. Wuxia quickly glanced at the two dragon pythons. The chaotic spiritual energy in his body surged and wrapped around the dragon python bloodline he obtained from Goldhorn and Silverhorn. A faint dragon python aura spread out from his body, but disappeared in a flash. It was such a faint aura that Xianxia and the other generals, whose souls were no stronger than those of ordinary people, did not notice anything unusual. The two dragon pythons, who had been spurting out dazzling beams from time to time, wisely shut their mouths and obediently shrunk their bodies to around a foot long. Then, they flew up from Xianxia's hand and landed on Wuqi's shoulder, wrapping their tails around Wuqi's neck like two necklaces. With a smile on his face, Wuxia gave the two dragon pythons a look and nodded. Then he gave a long laugh, turned around, and left with the captains who also had their bodies riddled with holes. Each of these elite generals had a cultivation base above the second peng of heaven, and their overall strength was strong enough to fight against gold immortals. Although they did not know any divine abilities or magic, their strong fleshly bodies allowed them to fly, and their flying speed was not inferior to that of immortals. All of them were shrouded in a faint purple mist, and when they flew, they left behind trails of purple light that stretched for miles. They looked like a group of purple meteors streaking across the void with a mighty momentum. A violent cough came from afar. Behind the hill where the green light had shot out, a middle-aged Taoist in a moon-white Taoist robe with his hair hanging loosely over his shoulders and a 2-inch wide white ribbon tied around his forehead with a purple jade inlaid in the middle of it. The Taoist was holding a horsetail whisk that glowed with a green light, which was the manifestation of the green light that could destroy almost everything just now. With just a light blow, The strong, fleshly bodies of Wuxia and the others were riddled with holes like sieves. Fortunately, they had the protection of Pangu, sacred qi. Although the penetrating power of the green light threads was extremely terrifying, the explosive power was not enough. Although they had dozens of holes in their bodies, the wounds were too small. After the purple qi circled around their bodies had already recovered. At most, they had lost a little primordial qi, but it was really not a serious injury. The middle-aged Taoist was the sovereign of the myriad immortal alliance, Immortal Ding Jun of the Celestial Court, an important minister in charge of half of the alchemy workshops in the Celestial Court. He had a round face that was as fair as a silver basin, but now it was covered with a faint layer of gray mist, and there was some sweat and dirt that could not be concealed at the corners of his eyes and the tips of his brows. Although his primordial immortal body was unstained by dust, there was sweat and dirt on him, which showed that his immortal body was rapidly withering and aging. For a primordial immortal, this was a sign that both his immortal body and immortal soul were about to disintegrate. After coughing violently, the sovereign looked up at the three-colored light that was dispersing over his head and said in a flat voice, "You've got Huinghua? Are you luring the enemy by deliberately exploding this exquisite pagoda? Are you threatening me? Huh, why should I be afraid of you?" After laughing mysteriously, the sovereign suddenly cried out, "Wuxing, you despicable man, hand over my son at once. These 2 dragon pythons are the medicinal ingredients I've ordered, so you'd better leave them here as well." With a loud laugh, a purple mist in the shape of a rui suddenly rose from the top of the sovereign's head, spreading and spreading for 100 miles around him. Suddenly, 3 jade lotus thrones shrouded in purple light slowly rose from the top. Among the 3 jade lotus thrones, one of them was supporting a ball of pale green flame. Another was supporting a hazy pill cauldron that was emitting clouds in the shape of dragons and tigers. And the last one was sitting cross-legged on a 3 feet tall naked boy. However, blood continued to seep out of the boy's body, and the dragon-tiger-shaped clouds around the cauldron continued to shatter. The ball of light green flames was also scattered and deformed, and from time to time, wisps of flames would seep out. "You can't leave now." The sovereign beckoned at the chariot that was shrouded in purple mist. The bead curtain on the chariot was rolled to the side, revealing a human figure condensed from the purple mist. After that, the sovereign flew into the chariot and drove it to chase after Wuxia and the others. The purple mist, which was 100 times stronger than before, enveloped the chariot. Amidst it, hundreds of gold immortals could be vaguely seen, and from time to time, the roars of all kinds of strange beasts could be heard rising into the sky. The chariot chased after Wuxia and the others like a bolt of lightning. The 3 crystal Pegasi flapped their huge wings, and every time they flapped their wings, a huge hurricane would rise from the ground, bringing the chariot a few miles closer to Wuxia and the others. In just the space of a few breaths, the chariot had caught up with Wuxia and the others, and was now less than 1,000 feet away from them. A creepy laugh rang out as the sovereign narrowed his eyes and stretched out a claw. Instantly, the chaotic natural energy in the surroundings calmed down, and all the natural energy within 10,000 miles surged crazily toward his palm. Out of nowhere, a huge hand, several miles in circumference, shrouded in purple mist, quickly stretched out and grabbed toward Wuxia and the others. As soon as the huge hand took shape, the flying speed of Wuxia and the others suddenly slowed down by a few times, and their bodies flew uncontrollably toward it. Wuxia felt that his body had fallen into a sticky, invisible force, and the pressure coming at him from all directions was extremely great. No matter how he mustered the chaotic energy in his body, no matter how he combined the true body of heaven and earth scripture, the dragon transformation script, and the dragon kill, he just could not break free from the pressure. The terrible pressure made his bones creak, and all his internal organs let out a sorrowful moan. Even though his immortal body and immortal soul had been severely wounded, the sovereign was still in existence that Wuxia could not resist. He did not even use a little bit of his immortal energy. Relying entirely on his vast divine sense and his understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, he was able to manipulate the laws of heaven and earth with just a tiny bit of divine sense. And yet, he was able to unleash divine abilities and mystic arts that were even more powerful than those of top-grade gold immortals. This was the so-called, with a single thought, all things come into being. When one reached the realm of primordial immortals, every move one made contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Thus, the Sovereign's grab was like the entire world trying to capture Wuxia and his companions. Unless they were strong enough to break free from the shackles of heaven and earth, they would not be able to escape from the Sovereign's grasp. Xianxia and the others were much stronger than Wuxia. As mighty existences in the second Panga heaven, they were strong enough to fight against gold immortals. But they were also caught by the Sovereign's casual grab, their bodies flying uncontrollably toward the huge palm without any power to resist. There were even some generals who were weaker than Wuxia. Although their fleshly bodies were strong, they did not cultivate divine abilities or magic power. As a result, the wisp of the laws of heaven contained in the huge palm had wounded their fleshly bodies and souls. Blood kept gushing out of their 7 orifices, and it looked like they were about to be crushed to death by the pressure. Wuxia took a deep breath and cried out, "Brothers, what are you waiting for?" With great difficulty, he flicked his finger and threw out a small triangular black flag the size of a palm, which swayed in the air and expanded into a large flag about 1,000 feet in circumference. With great difficulty, the 4 Xianxia brothers also threw out 4 smaller flags of the same pattern. As the flags fluttered in the air, shrill ghost howls could be heard coming from them, while 5 dark torrents poured out of them at top speed, accompanied by terrible whistling noises. The myriad gu-rotting flags were a vicious magical artifact crafted by Yugu. Each flag contained a void of its own, in which countless poisonous insects and venomous rotting corpses were devouring and killing each other. Every year, countless fresh venomous insects and rotting corpses would be added to the flags. After being refined by Yugu for tens of thousands of years, the poison contained in the 5 flags, as well as the various poisonous creatures they bred, had reached an unimaginable level. The dark torrents were a mixture of rotting corpses and the venom of all kinds of venomous insects, stinking, filthy, and containing terrible toxicity. The torrents poured down on the Sovereign's huge palm, producing a shrill screech that sounded like ice water colliding with a red-hot iron plate. As the purple palm continued to melt and corrode, the Sovereign's body swayed. Suddenly, a line of blood trickled down the corner of his mouth, and a wisp of black smoke appeared on his face. Yugu was, after all, a supreme oracle who was strong enough to fight against a primordial immortal, and the vicious magical artifact he crafted was so powerful that the Sovereign's aura had merely touched the torrents, but the venom had already broken through the void and rushed into his fleshly body. With a bizarre smile on his face, the huge purple palm above him suddenly dissipated. Coughing up a mouthful of stinking blood, the Sovereign cried out, "What a despicable trick! Why don't you give me back my son? Hurry up and hand over those 2 long worms." With this buffer, Wuxia and the others had already rushed to the valley where the black spirit seizing energy was hidden. Without hesitation, they plunged into the valley and quickly disappeared in the dense black smoke. A deafening rumble rang out as dozens of flags soared into the sky from the valley. As they rolled, countless wisps of black smoke rose from them. Clearly, a vicious array had been laid out in the valley. Looking at the valley, then at the nearby hills and valleys, as well as the lofty mountains on the side, the Sovereign smiled mysteriously again. With a cold snort, he drove the chariot and followed Wuxia and the others into the valley without hesitation. "What a petty trick! Do you think I'm afraid of you villains?" A thunderclap rang out of the chariot as the Sovereign threw out an ordinary-looking palm thunderbolt, which swept across thousands of miles and shattered dozens of banners in the valley, exposing Wuxia and the others in front of him in an instant. Chapter 705. A raging hot wind mixed with stray electric currents swept across Wuxi's scalp, causing his hair to stand up one by one. The atmosphere was filled with electric charges, causing his hair to crackle and flicker with tiny electric currents. Xianxia and the others were in the same situation. Their bodies were shrouded in a faint layer of electric currents, and they were all dumbfounded as if they had just seen a ghost. The valley was only a part of Wuxi's plan as a bait, a little trick to fool the eyes and ears. His goal was to lure the sovereign to the myriad poisons formation he had set up in a hilly area nearby. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect that all the arrangements in the valley would be shattered by the sovereign's palm thunder. Even though it was just a bait, the valley was carefully constructed with 3 layers of nested large-scale formations. Even though the sovereign was a primordial immortal, Wuxi thought he could at least cause him some trouble. In Wuxi's opinion, the sovereign would not be able to get out of the valley without a quarter of an hour's time. But the sovereign's palm thunder had shattered all the arrangements in the valley, along with the 2,700 soldiers who were responsible for controlling the formation flags and all the arrangements in the formation. 3 sets of nested array diagrams, hundreds of array discs of different sizes, and vital energy that were connected to 6 underground spirit veins as energy supply, as well as 2,700 heaven immortal soldiers controlling the array, were all shattered by a single palm thunder. It was the most ordinary palm thunder, a palm thunder that could be cultivated by any cultivator who had made some achievements in the Jindan realm. It was the most basic magic of immortal cultivators, and yet it had completely destroyed the formation that Wuxi had meticulously constructed with just one strike. Just now, when the sovereign raised his hand and unleashed the palm thunder, Wuxi sensed the strange changes in the surrounding void with his divine sense. The lightning bolt that shot out of the sovereign's palm was as thin as a strand of hair, no more than a foot long. However, it contained an indescribable, marvelous rhythm. When it shot out, all the energy in the surroundings underwent a fundamental change. All the natural energy was transformed into surging lightning, and then quickly gathered toward the lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, all the heaven and earth spiritual chi in a radius of 10,000 miles had been attached to that bolt of lightning, turning into a terrifying thunderstorm. The sovereign had only thrown out a tiny seed, but in that instant, it had grown into a towering tree, which had unleashed an incredible and terrible power. The 1,000-mile-long valley, the 3 sets of nested formations, and so many soldiers who were controlling the formations, were all turned into nothingness by a single thunderbolt. Although crafty plots and schemes are useful, they can never be used in public. Sitting in the chariot, the sovereign lifted the bead curtain in front of him and stared coldly at Wuxi. I have long expected that this journey will be full of troubles. That's why I asked the empty chariot to move forward while I stayed behind to see who was trying to make things difficult for me. With a faint sigh, the sovereign narrowed his eyes and said coolly, "So, it's an old friend who is trying to kill me, isn't it?" Wuxi chuckled. The chaotic energy in his body kept rolling and swelling as the chaotic natural energy in the surroundings and the purple energy under the ground rushed into him. His body abruptly grew from 30 feet tall to about 50 feet. Muscles bulged all over his body, and black dragon scales stood up one after another like sharp blades. Amidst his heavy breathing, Wuxi exhaled like a dragon. Streams of black airflow swirled around him like living flood dragons. Clenching his fists, Wuxi sneered at the sovereign and said, "As long as the sovereign is alive, His Highness will never be at ease. If His Highness is dead, the contribution we have made will be enough for all of us brothers to be conferred marquises, right?" Chuckling, Wuxi nodded at the sovereign and said, "By the way, we have also captured your son, Li Qinghua, which is a great contribution as well." The sovereign sighed, a little dispirited, then shook his head and said, "You want to kill me? Do you think you can get the credit?" Wuxi gave a cold snort. He was worried as well. He had expected that the formation he had laid out could hold the sovereign for at least a quarter of an hour with the help of the natural power of the dark energy in the valley. A quarter of an hour later, he would lure the sovereign to another place that he had prepared in advance, a flat piece of land to the left of the valley where a teleportation formation had been laid out, which would transfer all of them into the myriad poisons formation. First, he would use a small formation to lure the enemy and make them arrogant, and then he would use the myriad poisons formation to attack the enemy head-on. While the enemy was arrogant and careless, he would first eliminate a group of gold immortals around the sovereign and weaken the enemy's strength. After that, he would focus all his efforts on trapping the sovereign with the myriad poisons formation. Wuxia had carefully weighed all these steps in his mind, but he did not expect that the sovereign's overall strength, the overall strength of a primordial immortal, had far exceeded his expectation. With just a palm strike, the sovereign had shattered the formation in the valley. How was he going to lure the enemy? How was he going to lure the enemy? Schemes and tricks were useless in the face of absolute strength. With a wry smile, Wuxia pointed to the complex terrain of hills and valleys next to the valley and said, "Sovereign, His Highness is waiting for you in that formation. If you can enter the formation and break it, we'll offer young Master Xianxia and the 2 dragon pythons to you. If you can't break the formation, then..." Wuxia purposely did not finish his words. He just let out a few gloomy, cold laughs. The sovereign looked thoughtfully at the hilly area and said in a flat voice, "Is the King Xianxia, you mentioned King Xianxia, or that old villain King Xiangshan?" When the 4 Xianxia Fumbo brothers heard the sovereign insult their master, they roared at the same time, "How dare you!" "Shut up!" The sovereign shook his head and snorted softly. Immediately, a thunderclap rang out in the 4 brothers' ears. Their eyes widened abruptly, and all the capillaries in their eyes broke. Blood gushed out of their eyes, and soon, blood was pouring out of their 7 orifices. However, the sovereign's soft snort turned into countless thunderbolts that exploded in the 4 brothers' spiritual oceans, nearly shattering their souls. Fortunately, Wuxia reacted quickly. He quickly produced 4 bone talismans, crushed them, and smashed them on the back of the 4 brothers' heads. Then, he punched them with both hands and quickly sent a stream of purple energy into their bodies. The 4 bone talismans were made by powerful oracles from the Directorate of Celestials, and they had the effect of stabilizing one's mind and soul and expelling evil spirits. As soon as the spirit light rushed into the 4 brothers' spiritual oceans, the thunderclaps were quickly dispelled and their souls were stabilized. Meanwhile, the purple energy that Wuxia sent into their bodies quickly repaired their broken capillaries in their brains. Having escaped death with great difficulty, the 4 brothers gave the sovereign a look of horror and took a few steps back subconsciously. Grabbing Wuxia's hand, Xianxia Fumba gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "My good brother, we owe you one. Damn it, this old evil Taoist cultivation base is simply..." Wuxia looked helplessly at the sovereign as well. The gap between their cultivation bases was just too huge. It was unimaginably huge. Gritting his teeth, Wuxia suddenly threw his head back and gave a long cry into the sky. "Listen up, Your Highness. Castrate Xianxia and throw him to me, so that the sovereign can have a good look at what his future grandchildren look like." As soon as Wuxia gave a long cry, King Yangqiu's cold snort came out of the myriad poisons formation, as he said, "Well, should I cut him off or slice him into pieces?" A shrill scream came from afar, and then Xianxia howled at the top of his voice, "Dad, help me. They're taking off my pants." The sovereign's face twitched violently and then turned livid. "How dare you? How shameless!" He roared at the top of his voice. "What a formation you are! Here I come. King Xianxia, you are even more despicable, filthy, and despicable than your father. I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces, grind your bones, and scatter your ashes." Pointing a finger at Wuxia, the sovereign snapped, "Lead the way, boy. After I break your formation, I'll cut you into pieces and send your soul into transmigration, so that you can be reincarnated as a woman and suffer endless humiliation in a brothel for the rest of your life." The sovereign's threat was so powerful that Wuxia could not help but shudder and look at the sovereign with a strange look in his eyes. Not only could he send a man's soul in a transmigration, but he could also control the appearance of his enemy's future reincarnation. Was the cultivation base of a primordial immortal really so heaven-defying? The 6 paths of reincarnation was a law controlled by the heavenly Tao. Could have become the sovereign's private property? Unless Wuxia suddenly thought of the melodious chanting. Grinning coldly, Wuxia, maintaining his 50 feet tall dragon man form, strode toward the myriad poisons formation with the sovereign and his companions. Xianxia and the others exchanged a glance. Laughing strangely, they soared into the sky and quickly disappeared into the formation. Although the myriad poisons formation was very powerful, its vital parts still needed to be guarded by experts. Otherwise, its foundation could be easily shaken by others. As soon as they entered the formation, they saw countless extremely thin streams of colorful mist rising from every mountain and valley, transforming into an extremely thin layer of colorful mist that firmly enveloped the hills within a radius of thousands of miles. The sovereign laughed mockingly. A formation that covers 1,000 miles? What is this? Have you ever seen an ancient formation like the one from the Celestial Court that covers an entire world? What is a mere formation that covers 1,000 miles? Wuxia looked over his shoulder at the sovereign and said coolly, "A formation does not have to cover a large area. As long as it can kill people, it is a good formation. What do you think?" Gently patting the dragon python sisters, who were coiled around his neck, Wuxia smiled at the sovereign and quickly disappeared into the formation. Sitting in the chariot, the sovereign looked up at the sky with a complicated expression, then glanced around. Finally, he looked at the formation that was shrouded in colorful smoke and murmured, "Well, it's not bad to be a Buddha of the Buddhist League. I've studied the immortal Tao for countless eons, but now I have to cultivate the Buddhist Dharma from the beginning. Never mind, never mind. At least, the Lord Buddha has promised me that I'll stay alive in this catastrophe and protect all my family members. What else can I ask for?" Grinning coldly, the sovereign's chariot sped into the formation. Hundreds of gold immortals in the purple mist cried out at the same time as they followed the chariot into the formation. The roars of venomous insects and beasts could be heard coming from within the formation, and a plume of colorful smoke rose high into the sky. The entire formation was fully activated, and before long, the miserable howls of people dying could be heard coming from within. Chapter 706. As soon as the chariot entered the formation, the purple mist dissipated, revealing more than 300 immortals from Myriad Immortal Alliance, clad in purple robes, and 30 or so strangely dressed youths. Needless to say, these immortals were the elites brought here by the sovereign, and they were almost half the number of gold immortals the Alliance had recruited. As for those strangely dressed youths, no one knew where they came from. These youths were tall and strong, and their bulging muscles were full of strength. However, their bodies were not as heavy and cumbersome as Fan Yuqi and Fan Kuai, whom Wuxia knew. Instead, they gave off a feeling of vigor, agility, and agility. Their hair was of different colors: purple, blue, red, white, silver, and many others, and all of them had waist-length hair that hung loosely behind their backs. The style of their robes was ancient, and the lines seemed very simple. However, the simple lines revealed an indescribable noble and dignified aura. They were handsome, and their eyes were filled with a natural nobility and pride. When they raised their heads slightly to look down at the crowd, they looked like gods looking down at the mortals from the clouds. They were outstanding young men, but their overall strength was really weak. As soon as they entered the formation, the sovereign drove the chariot and chased after Wuxia. Behind the chariot, more than 30 black flood dragons rose into the sky, their bodies emanating a strong black smoke and a pungent stench. They sprayed out a great amount of venomous liquid to separate the immortals from the sovereign's chariot. The gold immortals bellowed, waved their hands, and unleashed dazzling sword beams that stretched for miles across the void toward the flood dragons. The black venomous liquid splashed on the sword beams unleashed by the gold immortals. Amidst a sizzling noise of corrosion, the sword beams quickly dimmed, and the halos on the surface of many cracked. The venomous liquid touched the flying swords, corroding them and leaving pits of various sizes on them. In just a few seconds, a deafening rumble echoed out as dozens of immortal swords exploded at the same time, turning into countless specks of light that drifted down from the sky. These flood dragons were vicious creatures that Yu Gu had spent a great deal of effort to cultivate. They were no longer living creatures, but bizarre existences between ghosts and zombies. What they usually devoured were carefully concocted venoms and poisons, and Yu Gu had been refining them with all kinds of vicious magic. The venom stored in their bodies would give even a primordial immortal a headache, let alone these gold immortals. After all, Yu Gu was a supreme oracle, and all his tricks were based on primordial immortals. Fighting against gold immortals was just a piece of cake. The WIRMS managed to stop the gold immortals for a moment. Next, clouds of smoke surged out from the 49 mountains down below to rapidly charge into the ranks of the gold immortals. The void around them twisted, and dozens of colorful flags fluttered in the air. Amidst the spinning of heaven and earth, all the gold immortals and the youths in quaint outfits were thrown randomly into various vicious killing formations within the myriad poisons formation. Of course, those gold immortals were not bothered with them. Naturally, the experts led by Xianxia would deal with them with the help of the formation. As a result, these youths were thrown into the valley in the center of the formation. Then, a dull drumming echoed out, and hundreds of thousands of arrows wrapped in black flames came whistling toward the youths from all directions, leaving trails of black smoke that stretched for miles behind. These bolts were the venomous flying centipede crossbows recorded in the myriad poisons formation provided by Wuxia. They were made by collecting all kinds of poisonous centipedes, collecting their venom and essence, and then refining them with ghost flame. Then, they were added with all kinds of vicious talismans and restrictive spells. With just a tiny bit of energy injected into the bolts, they could fly for days without falling. The flames on the arrows were poisonous centipede flames, and each wisp of them was equivalent to the venom of tens of thousands of poisonous centipedes. If the flames accidentally invaded one's body, even a gold immortal would have his or her limbs mutilated. On top of that, these crossbows were carefully crafted by the expert craftsmen provided by King Xianxia, using the top-notch forging technique used by the Yu's military majesty in crafting all kinds of armaments. They were made of 36 different alloys, which made them so sharp that they could pierce through the defenses of immortal artifacts. Coupled with all kinds of runes personally inscribed on them by Yu Gu-sun oracles to increase their speed and penetrative power. The power of these crossbows was simply amazing. The group of 20 youths watched helplessly as countless crossbows came flying at them from all directions. All they could do was scream in horror, unable to do anything. The arrows pierced through their bodies with shrill, whistling sounds. One arrow after another pierced through their bodies. The poison wreaked havoc in their bodies, and the flames burned in their bodies. Their skin gradually turned dark green. These young men let out shrill screams, and not long after, they died tragically under the barrage of crossbow bolts. The general who was in charge of controlling the formation flew up into the sky from behind a mountain, stepping on a poisonous cloud. Looking disdainfully at the youths who had died, he shook his head and said with a sneer, "How dare they come here to court death with myriad immortal alliance, when they don't even have the cultivation base of heaven immortals? Are these people out of their minds?" The poison on the crossbows was so vicious that the bodies of the youths began to rot and dissolve as soon as they touched the ground. Even their bones were quickly corroded by the venom, and only their teeth, the toughest part of their bodies, barely remained intact. No one cared about the lives of these youths, so no one noticed that the teeth left on their bodies did not look like those of humans, but were extremely long and sharp, like those of beasts. If an experienced oracle of the Yu were to examine these bodies, he would be surprised to find that their teeth were almost identical to those of divine beasts such as white tiger and black tortoise. There were even some youths who did not leave any trace. After they fell to the ground, their bodies quickly rotted and dissolved, and then wisps of pure energy began to flow out of their bodies. Crystal cores the size of fists began to disintegrate, and some runes that represented the laws of heaven and earth began to crack, turning into natural energy and returning to heaven and earth. No one cared about the lives of these youths with low cultivation bases, and naturally, no one could think of what it meant for them to die here. The various vicious ambushes and restrictive spells in the myriad poisons formation were activated at the same time. Coordinating with the formation, Xianxia and the others attacked from all directions, besieging the hundreds of gold immortals brought here by the sovereign. The power of the myriad poisons formation was so great that no matter how hard the gold immortals fought, they were faced with endless poisonous creatures and all kinds of unimaginably vicious restrictive spells. Their immortal energy was constantly being consumed, and their defensive immortal artifacts were gradually being eroded by all kinds of venomous liquids and gases, causing their strength to gradually decline. Wuxia had transformed into a 50-feet-tall dragon man and was running at top speed inside the formation, leading the sovereign and his chariot to the heart of the formation. Two lofty mountains stood at the entrance to the valley, one on the left and the other on the right. Huge flagpoles and flags could be seen fluttering on the peaks of the mountains. On the flagpole on the left, there were more than 30 ferocious and ugly crimson flame snakes coiled around it. On the flagpole on the right, there were thousands of thumb-sized turquoise coral sea spiders crawling on it. Over his shoulder, Wuxia beckoned to the sovereign, who was sitting in the chariot, and said with a loud laugh, "Come in if you have the guts, old Taoist." Laughing wildly, Wuxi's body flickered and plunged into the valley. The sovereign let out a strange laugh and drove the chariot into the valley. He did not care how the formation around him was changing, that the colorful poisonous smoke had sealed off the entire place, and did not even bother to look at the countless runes of various sizes that the smoke had condensed into. Laughing wildly, he drove the chariot straight into the valley, chasing after Wuxia. "Hand over my son and the two dragon pythons." The sovereign roared with laughter. With a flick of the horsetail whisk in his hand, countless green threads shot out and turned into a surging green torrent that swept toward Wuxia. Wuxi's body froze abruptly. When the sovereign's horsetail whisk swept out, the void around Wuxia suddenly froze. The void was sealed, and he could no longer move. In a moment of desperation, Wuxia threw his head back and let out a long roar. The Black Nine nether ghost flame around him soared hundreds of feet into the sky, while his body swelled once again and the black dragon scales on his body became thicker and thicker. Then, he raised both arms and swung them. Amidst a crisp, cracking sound, the void hundreds of feet around Wuxia was suddenly torn open with white cracks that could be seen with the naked eye. A blinding light burst out of the white cracks as Wuxia shook his body with all his might. A terrible force gradually shattered the void, and strange spatial energy poured out of the barrier, turning into countless dimensional blades that shot out in all directions. The green torrent unleashed by the sovereign was slashed by tens of thousands of dimensional blades. Countless green threads were cut off, turning into a rain of green light that rained down in all directions. In the sky, Yugu's supreme tower quietly appeared. Standing on the top of the tower, King Xianxia, Yugu, and Yu Qingcheng looked down at Wuxia, who was luring the enemy deep into the valley. King Yangqiu's face was filled with wild joy when he saw that Wuxia was able to shatter the void sealed by the sovereign. Yugu's brows were twitching as he kept counting how many beautiful daughters and granddaughters he had who were not married yet. Yu Qingcheng, on the other hand, stared fixedly at Wuxia with a cold gleam in his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, Wuxia walked step by step through the shattered void. The dimensional blades had torn his dragon scales, skin, muscles, and bones. But With the powerful effect of the true body of heaven and earth scripture and the dragon transformation script, Wuxi's wounds healed rapidly. Gritting his teeth, he strode forward. Suddenly, he threw his head back and roared, "Lend me a hand, Lei Ming." The pill cauldron perched on the lotus throne over the sovereign's head shot out a beam of purple smoke in the shape of a dragon and a tiger, grabbing toward Wuxi. Meanwhile, Yugu drove the supreme tower and smashed it down. In the sky, a 100-mile-wide area of space suddenly shattered. A dense thundercloud rushed out of it, and a 100-mile-tall, enormous hazy silhouette slowly emerged along with a muffled rumble of thunder. The hazy silhouette was covered in dazzling lightning bolts. Yu Qingsheng moved his finger slightly, and a jade slip broke at his fingertip. A treacherous gleam flashed across his eyes. Some of the tricks he had prepared beforehand were more than enough to make Wu Qi suffer. But Yu Qingsheng's smile suddenly froze. Unhindered by anything, the supreme tower smashed onto the sovereign's chariot and smashed it to pieces. Countless streams of poisonous gas whistled through the air and smoothly squeezed into the sovereign's 7 orifices. His body abruptly took on a colorful hue, making him look like a human-shaped serpent, which made him look very terrifying. Lei Ming, the ghost deity whom Wu Qi had summoned, spun and turned into a bolt of lightning as thick as a water tank, smashing down from above. The flame, the pill cauldron, and the little boy were all torn to pieces by the lightning bolt. The sovereign howled miserably as blood sprayed out of his body, which had turned a mixture of 7 colors. A cold gleam flashed in King Xianxia's eyes. All of a sudden, he leaped down from the sky and thrust his sword into the sovereign's forehead. The sovereign roared as his immortal body suddenly exploded, and a beam of spirit light, shrouded in purple smoke, soared into the sky from within. The sovereign's immortal body was destroyed, and his immortal soul was fleeing in panic. Chapter 707. Wu Qi stood rooted to the spot, allowing the blades to hack and slash at him, bringing up large chunks of flesh and blood. King Xianxia stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the immortal soul that soared into the sky with purple mist swirling around it. The sovereign of the myriad immortal alliance, Immortal Ding Jun of the Celestial Court, an important official who controlled half of the alchemy workshops of the Celestial Court, was killed so easily. Yugu was struck dumb as well. Even though the sovereign was severely wounded, and his immortal body and immortal soul were severely damaged, he was still a mighty primordial immortal. Even if he was on his last breath, he was not someone who could be easily dealt with. In order to guard against the sovereign's desperate attack, Yugu had taken out all his belongings, including the few secret treasures left behind by the ancestors of the Yu clan and Liangzhu. All he had to do now was to fight the sovereign to see who was stronger. But he was killed just like that. His immortal body had disintegrated, and only his immortal soul had escaped. All 3 of them were stunned, but Yu Qingsheng reacted quickly. He pointed at the sovereign's immortal soul and cried out. A beam of jade-colored light rushed out of the top of his head, transforming into 4 large hands that grabbed a huge net and flew toward the sovereign's immortal soul. Yu Qingsheng's mentality changed in an instant. In order to embarrass Wu Qi and make him fall out of favor with King Xianxia, he could not let Wu Qi complete the great merit of killing the sovereign. Therefore, he had prepared a lot of preemptive measures to ruin Wu Qi's plan. But it was one thing to set the sovereign free in advance, and it was another to kill him so easily with his immortal body shattered, leaving only his immortal soul to escape. By killing the sovereign's immortal body, which was only a wisp of his immortal soul, he had already accomplished most of the merit. A primordial immortal's immortal body could only be formed after countless eons of careful tempering and polishing. Unless the sovereign's immortal soul could find a primordial corpse to possess in a short period of time, there was no way he could cultivate his immortal soul again. The laws of the Great Path contained in his immortal soul were so powerful that ordinary bodies and spirit treasures could not contain his immortal soul. Therefore, when the sovereign's immortal body disintegrated, he had lost 80% of his cultivation base. Even though there was only a wisp of his immortal soul left, it could not stir up any great waves. In the future, he could only hide in some spirit cave where he could gather energy and cultivate bitterly, spending countless eons to rebuild his immortal body. But after countless eons, when he was lucky enough to recultivate his immortal body, it would be too late. By then, what use would he be as the sovereign of the myriad immortal alliance? Now that Wuxia had taken 80% of the credit, all of Xianxia's ambushes had become a joke, and Wuxia had firmly grasped the credit. In that case, Xianxia naturally had to put on a good show. By capturing the sovereign's immortal soul alive, he would be able to claim a great credit, wouldn't he? The net was shrouded in a faint black smoke and evil aura, with countless ghost heads dancing in it. It was the 9 Sons and Mother Yin's soul net, which Xianxia had refined by combining the magic of the immortal Tao and the divine ability of the ghost Tao of the Directorate of Celestials. It was especially good at restraining the souls and all spirit bodies of immortals. The net was extremely filthy, and if an immortal soul was caught in it, it would be like a puddle of water falling into a latrine pit, and its overall strength would be reduced by half. Xianxia alone could not refine the 9 Sons and Mother Yin's soul net to such a great extent. But, as a direct descendant of the Yu clan in Liangzhu, he also had a powerful elder as his backer. The net was a domineering magical artifact that 9 elders of the Yu clan had spent 49 years refining for him. It was so powerful that it posed a great threat to the sovereign's immortal soul. As soon as the gray net appeared, the heaven and earth darkened. Activate the formation. Don't let his soul escape. Xianxia shouted, gesticulating. At this point, everything Xianxia had arranged was useless against Wuxia, so he could only go with the flow and claim a share of the credit himself. Therefore, he was more proactive than anyone else, fearing that the sovereign's immortal soul would escape. If that happened, he would have nothing to gain. As soon as the 9 Sons and Mother Yin's soul net spread out, it expanded into a net that covered 1,000 miles in circumference and loomed over the sovereign. A foul stench filled the air, and from time to time, some unknown foul-smelling liquid dripped from the threads of the net. Coupled with the ghost heads and chilly winds that filled the sky, the net was truly a vicious magical artifact. When the sovereign's immortal soul, which was shrouded in purple mist, saw that the net was about to fall on him, he spun around and flew to the side. Wuxia gave a cold snort. With a violent shake of his body, he shattered the void around him, then transformed into a dragon-shaped beam of black light and soared into the sky. Sovereign, since you're already here, we might as well take things as they come. Leave your immortal soul here. We still have a lot of things to interrogate you about. With a strange laugh, Wuxia gritted his teeth and said, as the supervisor of the Celestial Court's pill workshops, you should at least leave me all the pill recipes of the Celestial Court that you remember. King Xianxia and Yu Gu's eyes gleamed coldly at the same time. Pill recipes of the Celestial Court? Both men cried out in unison and transformed into dazzling beams of light that towered into the sky. Pu Lao's beast soul flew out from the top of King Xianxia's head. As he let out a furious roar, the surrounding void vibrated, and the void within 100 miles exploded with a deafening boom. Countless spatial fragments shot out in all directions, forcing the sovereign's immortal soul to twist and struggle in the midst of the spatial fragments, lest it be sucked into the disintegrating void. Yu Gu, on the other hand, let out a long cry. His supreme tower soared into the sky, with countless runes flashing at the base of the tower at the same time. Countless wisps of black smoke shot out from the base of the tower like poisonous snakes, reaching out toward the sovereign's immortal soul in an overwhelming manner. For a moment, with the 9 Sons and Mother Yin's spirit net sealing off the sky, King Xianxia's roar shattering the void, Yu Gu's supreme tower emanating black smoke that filled the air, and Wuxia flying through the void like a dragon. The sovereign was forced into a dead end. With a furious roar, a plume of purple smoke suddenly sprayed out of the sovereign's hazy, immortal soul, which quickly transformed into a jade ruby scepter that measured tens of miles in length. Shrouded in a vast expanse of golden light, it smashed toward the 9 suns and Mother Ean's spirit net. It was a jade ruby scepter condensed from the essence power of the sovereign's immortal soul, and it was cast with the supreme divine ability of the immortal Tao, the pure yang mystic art. The golden light swirling around, it was 10,000 times hotter than the sun. As soon as the jade ruby scepter appeared, Wuxia, King Xianxia, and Yugu hurriedly retreated. Yu Qingqing's cultivation base was not very strong, so he could not control the 9 suns and Mother Ean's spirit net at will, a magical artifact whose power far exceeded his cultivation base. As a result, he could only send it out, but could not retract it. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wuxia and the others quickly dodged, but the 9 suns and Mother Ean's spirit net fell heavily and collided with the jade ruby scepter. Countless miserable howls echoed out as the jade ruby scepter transformed into plumes of purple mist and drifted away. Amidst Wuxia's gloating laughter, the 9-child Mother Ean's spirit net was burned with countless holes, turning into streams of stinking mucus that fell from the sky. The magical artifact, which Yu Qingqing had spent all his wealth and countless energy begging the elders of the Yu clan in Liangzhu to craft for him for 49 years, was turned into nothingness by the sovereign's desperate blow. Yu Qingqing trembled violently, and blood kept gushing out his mouth. Wuqi's laughter pounded on his heart like countless heavy hammers. Yu Qingqing felt both heartache and anger, and his vision darkened, and he nearly fainted. He pointed a finger at Wuxia in exasperation, wishing he could open his mouth and swallow Wuxia alive. The sovereign's immortal soul swayed a little, then slowly flew up into the sky. Laughing strangely, Wuxia came next to the sovereign's immortal soul with a blink of an eye and grabbed it with one hand. A loud noise rang out as the sovereign's immortal soul was enveloped in a pale green flame of extremely high temperature. The flame, which looked like colored glaze, began to burn the scale-covered palm, melting the scales and turning the flesh and bones into ashes. In just a blink of an eye, the palm was reduced to bones. However, Wuxia had forcibly inserted the great cosmic soul-locking seal, a vicious mystic art in the scroll of stealing, into the sovereign's immortal soul. Countless information flashed across Wuxi's spiritual ocean. Then he clenched his palm, which had been burned to the point where only 5 purple bones were left, and forcibly extracted all the memories related to alchemy and fire control from the sovereign's weakened immortal soul. At the same time, Wuxia compressed and released the chaotic energy in his body, and a wisp of the pale green flame wrapped around the sovereign's immortal soul was absorbed by the chaotic energy as well, turning it into a flame inside Wuxi's spiritual ocean, hovering together with the divine flame of order and the divine flame of heaven burning. This light green glazed flame was the great void peaceful glazed divine flame of the sky beyond heaven above the 9 heavens. It was the most powerful demon-subduing flame in the Tao sect. It had an extremely mystical effect when used to refine pills and weapons. In the past, Wuxia could only use the divine flame of order to refine artifacts. But now that he had the divine flame of great tranquility, the magical treasures crafted with the same materials and techniques would definitely be at least a few times stronger than those crafted with the divine flame of order. After all, the divine flame of order was only good at dealing with various fiends and evil spirits, while the divine flame of great tranquility was the real flame that specialized in refining artifacts and pills. After quickly and forcibly merging all the memories related to alchemy in the sovereign's body into his innate divine soul, Wuxia clenched his fist and extracted the innate pure yang universal scripture from the sovereign's immortal soul. After quickly merging the tens of millions of words of the innate pure yang universal scripture into his innate divine soul, Wuxia opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of blood, then staggered backward. Pointing a finger at the sovereign, he cried out, "Evil Taoist, what kind of ghost flame did you use to burn my palm?" Flustered and exasperated, Wuxia let out a long roar. He opened his mouth and shot out a crimson flame that carried the stench of water unique to dragons, smashing viciously onto the sovereign's immortal soul. The crimson flame was a mystic technique from the dragon kill, the true dragon soul refining flame. Fused with the essence of the natal core flame of dragons and the directorate of Celestial's ghost flame, it was extremely powerful and had a terrible lethality to the immortal souls of immortals. The sovereign's immortal soul, which was on the verge of disintegration, let out a bitter laugh as it shrank by more than 40% after being burned by Wuqi's true dragon soul refining flame. Just as Yu Gu and King Xianxia were about to rush forward to capture the sovereign's immortal soul and interrogate it, the sovereign heaved a long sigh and abruptly burst out of his immortal soul. Yu Gu gave a strange cry, grabbed King Xianxia and Wuqi, and fled as fast as he could. "Run for your lives! How could a mighty primordial immortal detonate his immortal soul? This is unreasonable," he bellowed furiously. Yu Gu's supreme tower flew up into the sky and rolled up all of King Xianxia's subordinates in the myriad poisons formation, then abruptly broke through the void and fled. Without making a sound, the sovereign's immortal soul disintegrated. A strong purple light swept across a radius of 10 billion miles, turning everything in its path into chaos. Immortal Dingjun of the Celestial Court, the sovereign of the myriad immortal alliance, had fallen. Chapter 708. Behind them was a vast grassland tens of millions of miles in circumference, surrounded by rolling mountains and dotted with countless lakes. Herds of beasts, numbering in the millions, were galloping happily across the grassland, kicking up clouds of dust and grass in their wake. In front of them was a vast wasteland, and in the distance, a sheet of purple light was slowly spreading toward them. Amidst the purple light, large tracts of mountains turned into nothingness. Gray, chaotic energy pervaded the air and was quickly absorbed by the land masses in the distance. After absorbing the chaotic energy, the mountains grew taller and taller, and some of them, which were already tens of thousands of miles high, suddenly became several times taller, piercing through several layers of clouds. When the purple light was still thousands of miles away from Wu Qi and his companions, it slowly dissipated, turning into countless transparent golden flowers that drifted down from the sky. A pale golden rain of flowers began to fall from the sky, covering an area of 10 billion miles in circumference. Heavenly music could be heard drifting slowly down from the sky, and the clouds as far as the eye could see had all turned pale gold. Strange light shone out from behind the clouds, shining beams of light onto the ground, and all the flowers, trees, and beasts that were touched by the beams of light grew rapidly. Just below the supreme tower where Wu Qi and his companions were standing, a grassland about 100 miles in circumference was illuminated by a bright beam of light, which made the flowers, trees, and trees look extraordinarily strong and lush. A small tree, which was only tens of feet tall, suddenly grew to thousands of feet tall, its tip almost touching the base of the supreme tower. The tree was covered with a faint layer of green energy, which made it look extremely beautiful. It had transformed from an ordinary tree into a rare spirit tree. Meanwhile, the few lions lurking in the grass threw their heads back and roared joyfully. Their bodies, which were already about 30 feet long, quickly expanded to hundreds of feet long, their muscles bulging, their fur shining like gold, and their feet shrouded in wind and fire. Clearly, they were no longer ordinary beasts. Gradually, 3 pale purple clouds drifted over their heads, from which a golden rain of light fell, turning into 3 golden torrents that poured into Wu Qi, King Xianxia, and Yu Gu's bodies. Wu Qi stared in horror at the purple clouds and the golden rain that poured into his body. What is this? This was the virtuous purple qi and what was being injected into his body was the legendary heavenly Tao merit. As if molten gold was flowing into his body, every cell in Wuxi's body was immersed in an astonishingly high temperature. However, such a high temperature didn't cause any harm to Wuxi. Instead, he enjoyed the descent of merit. His body was shaking, and his soul was laughing. Every strand of his hair was dancing rapidly in the golden rain of light. Wuxi narrowed his eyes. He suddenly sensed a mysterious aura from this golden rain of light. The calmness that had imprisoned Wuxi for a long time and prevented him from breaking through disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. Endless Pangu, sacred energy, rose from the ground, turned into purple waves, and rushed into Wuxi's body. Normally, even the divine sense of immortals could not detect this purple energy. But today, the purple energy that poured into Wuxi's body was too much and too strong. So much so that it had condensed into purple waves that could be seen by the naked eye. The torrents kept pouring into Wuxi's body with deep, muffled whistles. Some of them were absorbed by his fleshly body, and some were transformed into chaotic energy. The strength of his fleshly body broke through again and again. In the second Pangu heaven, he broke through the 1-star realm, the 2 stars realm, the 3 stars realm. In just a quarter of an hour, Wuxi's true body of heaven and earth scripture had broken through to the 7 stars realm. The 7 stars realm of the second Pangu heaven was a terrifying realm that was strong enough to fight against a 5th-tier gold immortal, a realm that could overturn rivers and seas, move mountains, and even destroy a small heavenly realm with just a wave of his hand. As the chaotic energy absorbed the purple energy, the Song of Gale, the dark Een water scripture, the Inferno hell fiend scripture, and the incomprehensible heavenly Tao and the innate pure yang universal scripture were quickly fused into Wuxi's innate divine soul under the push of the heavenly virtues. The heavenly Tao, which was originally difficult, bitter, and incomprehensible, became extremely simple at this moment, as if 1 + 1 = 2. Even the state of enlightenment that Wuxi often entered could not be compared to the speed of enlightenment that was being pushed by the heavenly virtues. In just a quarter of an hour, Wuxi's understanding of the heavenly Tao laws, especially the Song of Gale and the various secret techniques he cultivated, had broken through to the peak of the 1st-tier gold immortal realm. As his cultivation base improved, the chaotic energy in his body grew stronger and stronger, and his magic power rose steadily as well. The 18th-tier gold immortal, the 17th-tier gold immortal, the 16th-tier gold immortal. When a golden wheel of virtues took shape behind Wuxi's head, Wuxi's magic power had quickly risen to the 5th-tier gold immortal realm, which was exactly the same as the current realm of his fleshly body. But the heavenly virtues that fell from the sky were still endless. Wuxi clenched his teeth and prepared to take the opportunity to raise his magic power to the highest level of his cultivation base. Ao Buzan sighed into Wuxi's ear and cried out in a low voice, "Magic power is not the foundation, but the divine soul is. Absorb all the remaining heavenly virtues into your divine soul, which will allow you to form an innate divine soul of virtue, making it invincible to all magic and evils." TSK, I can't believe that killing a primordial immortal can bring me so many virtues. What have these immortals done over the years that the heaven and earth cannot tolerate? It seems that the heaven and earth hate them to the core. Wuxi was taken aback. What evil things had the sovereign done that the heaven and earth could not tolerate? How could he make the heaven hate him to such an extent? The amount of heavenly virtues that kept falling like rain was truly terrifying. But then, Wuxi ignored this problem. Who cared what the sovereign had done? Just as Ao Buzan said, his magic power and cultivation base were just nothingness, which could be slowly improved with time. But his divine soul was the foundation of everything. A strong divine soul could allow him to better control his power, better understand the profound principles of heaven and earth, and better master everything. The heavenly virtues that continued to fall from the sky quickly fused into Wuxi's innate divine soul. In his boundless spiritual ocean, the innate divine soul absorbed an immeasurable amount of heavenly virtues and quickly grew into a towering golden giant whose body glinted with a golden light. The golden wheel of virtues hovered behind the giant's head, almost encompassing his entire body. Heavenly flowers, golden rain, and countless runes swirled around the giant, filling him with an inviolable air of majesty. The pouring of heavenly virtues lasted for a full hour, and the benefits Wuxia had gained from it were simply indescribable. For him, it was basically the same as being reborn once again. When the purple clouds of heavenly virtues slowly dissipated, every strand of Wuxi's hair was filled with a faint golden light, revealing a profound and elusive truth. Standing next to Wuxia, King Xianxia's appearance did not change much, but his expression was extremely bizarre. Trembling, he looked at Wuxia, his eyes filled with the ecstasy that seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Grabbing Wuxia with one hand, he stammered, I've been rewarded by the heavenly Tao. By prolonging my life by 1 aeon. Wuxia shuddered, and his scalp went numb. No matter how high the cultivation base of the humans into you was, there was a limit to their lifespan. Ordinary people could only live for a little over 100 years, and those who practiced the true body of heaven and earth scripture and other cultivation techniques of the human race could live up to 100 years at most. But if one could absorb a powerful bee soul and fuse it with one's own soul, the source of one's soul would become stronger, and depending on the strength of the bee soul, one could live for thousands, tens of thousands, or even several periods. But even if the bee soul was the soul of a divine beast like the azure dragon or the white tiger, 12 periods was the limit. And if one wanted to prolong his life, he would have to take all kinds of rare spirit items of heaven and earth. But there were limited spirit items that could prolong one's life, and if one took too many of them, one's body would develop a resistance to them, making it impossible to prolong one's life after taking the same spirit item multiple times. So, even a human emperor of the Yu, even if he could sit on the throne for dozens of periods, would eventually die. But, as a reward of the heavenly Tao, King Xianxia's life was actually prolonged by 1 aeon. For members of the imperial clan of the Yu, what did 1 aeon of life mean? Perhaps, with his long life, he would have a chance to taste the throne of the human emperor. Sometimes, life was also a kind of capital, and an extremely important one. Wuxia looked at King Xianxia with a smile on his face. It was simply wonderful to have a backer who could prolong his life by 1 aeon. If King Xianxia could really become the human emperor in the future. The smile on Wuxi's face grew brighter as he bowed to King Xianxia sincerely and said, "Congratulations, Your Excellency. This is really good, really good." While King Xianxia was laughing like a fool, Yugu, who was standing next to him, burst out laughing as well. Yugu, who was so old and shriveled that he could die at any moment, had taken countless life-prolonging spirit herbs and was at the end of his life. But now, he had transformed from a shriveled old man to a middle-aged man in his 30s. A strong energy and a vast aura spread out of him. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that his life force had been completely restored. His lifespan had been greatly extended, and his cultivation base must have taken a big step forward as well. Killing a primordial immortal is like getting rid of a vermin for the heavenly Tao. Wonderful. Yugu stroked his beard and laughed. Killing a primordial immortal is so beneficial. What a pity. How can a primordial immortal be so easy to kill? Wuxia and King Xianxia exchanged a glance, then suddenly threw their heads back and laughed wildly at the same time. Yes, the heavenly Tao had bestowed such virtues upon them by killing a primordial immortal, which was really delightful. But how many primordial immortals were as unlucky as the sovereign? If primordial immortals were really prey that could be easily hunted, perhaps the Yu would have teamed up and hunted them to prolong his life and improve his cultivation base. It was already a blessing from the heavens that they were lucky enough to kill the sovereign, and they could not ask for anything more. Xianxia, on the other hand, had an unsightly expression on his face. Gnashing his teeth, he stared at Wuxia and clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into the flesh of his palms. He was roaring furiously in his mind. Why are there only 3 purple clouds of virtues? Why is even Wuxia rewarded by the heavenly Tao? Didn't I, Xianxia, do anything to kill the sovereign? Boundless malice rushed to his head, and Xianxia's hatred for Wuxia rose to a new height for no reason. He felt that if it were not for Wuxia, the virtues and credit should have been his. Wuxia turned to give Xianxia a cold look and sneered in his heart. There's no hurry. I'll deal with you and your disciples as soon as I get back. Chapter 709. With banners fluttering and drums ringing, King Xianxia, his face beaming with joy, slowly drifted down from the supreme tower and stepped onto the cloud platform of his army. Tens of thousands of soldiers, their armors polished to a bright shine, held their heads high and puffed out their chests as they looked at King Xianxia with fanaticism, shouting, "Long live your highness." Following closely behind King Xianxia, Wuxia drifted down from the sky with narrowed eyes and a smile on his face, feeling the enthusiasm and excitement of the soldiers down below. The news that King Xianxia had successfully killed the sovereign and captured his son, Li Qinghua, had spread through the army, and the official report had been sent to Liangzhu as fast as possible. With such a great contribution, as long as Liangzhu responded, King Xianxia would not only be promoted, but all the generals and soldiers under his command would also be rewarded handsomely. They would definitely be promoted and rich, and many of them would even be conferred titles of nobility. Once they were conferred titles of nobility, they would be entitled to a beast's soul and fuse with it. Not only would it greatly improve their overall strength, but it would also greatly prolong their lifespan. These were all real benefits. Even Yu Gu, who had always been shrouded in a ghostly aura, looked very different today. With a big smile on his face, he strolled triumphantly among the crowd, showing off his muscular body, which had regained its youthfulness. The enormous virtues of the heavenly Tao had brought him straight back to the age of 30, and with his current cultivation base, he could live for dozens of periods. The heavenly Tao had also recorded a great contribution for him, and his lifespan had been extended by a long time. The old fellow was so excited that his heart was about to explode. Those elders of the Yu clan in Liangzhu were about the same age as Yu Gu, and they did not have many years left to live. When those elders died, Yu Gu would be the oldest elder of the Yu clan in Liangzhu, the one with the highest status and the strongest cultivation base. At that time, it would be a piece of cake for him to support his descendants to become the clan master of the Yu clan in Liangzhu. At that time, he would be the spokesperson of the Yu clan in Liangzhu, and all the high positions in the imperial court you would be up to him to choose. Killing a primordial unity golden immortal in exchange for so many benefits was worth it. Yu Gu even felt his lower body begin to heat up, and his little brother, who had not moved for tens of thousands of years, seemed to sense the arrival of spring. Squinting at the young and beautiful girls who had come to greet King Xianxia, he wondered if he should quickly pick a few of the prettiest girls and take them to a remote tent to do something that only young people would do. Amidst the laughter, Xianxia's face was the most unsightly. With a straight face, he wished he could hack Wuxia to death with his sword. How could Wuxia be the one to benefit so much? How did he get so much merit? Why not me? Why not Xianxia? Why is it not the excellent, intelligent, wise, and brilliant Lord Yu who gets all these benefits? He, Xianxia, was an erudite scholar who knew everything about astronomy and geography, who could bring peace to a country with literature and rule a country with martial arts. He was simply an omnipotent man. But Xianxia's current cultivation base was only that of a 33rd tier heaven immortal, a nobody in the imperial court, and a military counselor who was often looked down upon by King Xianxia's side. How could he be wronged like this? Xianxia, How could you not use such a talented man? Instead, you put him in an important position. Gritting his teeth in exasperation, Xianxia looked gloomily at King Xianxia and occasionally glanced at Wuxia with resentment in his eyes. His heart was dripping with blood. At the same time, he was cursing the sovereign and his clan with great resentment. How could a primordial unity golden immortal be killed so easily? How could he be killed so easily? Couldn't he put up a fight? Couldn't he put up a fight with all his might? Couldn't he kill Wuxia first and then detonate his immortal soul? Resentment rushed straight to his head, and a scarlet blood vessel twisted and wriggled on his forehead like a viper. With the honor of killing the sovereign, King Xianxia returned to the headquarters of the army. After a grand celebration banquet, as King Xianxia mobilized the army of hundreds of thousands marched toward the formation constructed by Lord Wandering Immortal. On the ground, hundreds of thousands of soldiers marched forward with thunderous footsteps. In the air, a large group of feathermen soldiers were flying in the air. Their dark wings formed a dark cloud that almost covered the sky. In the sky, hundreds of flying ships were led by the jade-armored Mystic Turtle flying ship, rushing forward like a dark cloud. This time, King Xianxia had mobilized all his troops without reservation, including the 6 squads of soldiers he had hidden in the mountains thousands of miles away. Just now, during the celebration feast, Wuxia had reported to King Xianxia that because of the virtues of the heavenly Tao, his understanding of the Tao of formations had reached an extremely profound level, and that he could now break the formation constructed by the Lord of the Wandering Immortal Alliance with a wave of his hand. King Xianxia was overjoyed. He immediately mobilized all his troops, planning to wipe out the Lord of the Wandering Immortal Alliance and all the other immortals after killing the sovereign. Wuxia was telling the truth. The virtues of the heavenly Tao was an extremely magical power. After his divine soul had absorbed an enormous amount of virtues of the heavenly Tao and formed an innate divine soul of virtue, his understanding of the heavenly Tao seemed to have improved from the most primitive abacus to a giant calculator. In just an hour, he had thoroughly comprehended the essence of formations in the scroll of stealing, and had even derived endless mysteries from it. The formation, which had been tricky for Wuxia, now seemed to be full of loopholes. With his current cultivation base of the 5th-tier gold immortal realm, he could easily break it. But what good would it do to Wuxia just to crack it? What he wanted to do was not to crack it, but to plunder it. He wanted to take the whole formation for himself. Not to mention anything else. Just the tens of thousands of immortal artifacts forged according to the armaments used by the celestial lords were already an astronomical wealth. After being refined by Wuxia with the divine flame of great tranquility, and then laid out a brand new celestial formation with the essence of formations he had comprehended, it was powerful enough to kill any existence below the realm of primordial immortal. Standing at the forefront of the cloud platform with King Xianxia, Wuxia could not help but burst into laughter as he looked at the valley in the distance where the silvery light of stars towered into the sky. About 100 miles away, Wuxia took a deep breath and sprayed out a plume of 9 nether ghost flame. His body abruptly grew to about 30 feet tall, and his skin was once again covered with black dragon scales. Carefully, the 2 dragon pythons raised their heads from Wuxia's shoulder and quickly glanced at the murderous soldiers around them, then quickly shrunk their bodies to the size of earthworms and burrowed into Wuxia's ear like Audiobook. Audiobook hid in Wuxia's left ear, while the 2 dragon pythons hid in Wuxia's right ear. No one had any objection to Wuxia taking in the 2 dragon pythons. The warriors of you always liked to keep some strange beasts, birds, and poisonous insects. Although these 2 dragon pythons were a little rare, it was not as if no one kept similar species. Even King Xianxia knew a few members of the imperial clan who kept the ancient fierce beasts, the 9-headed serpents. So it was not a big deal. Exercising the dragon kill, Wuxia transformed his body into the form of a dragon man and raised both hands. A plume of black smoke shot out of his fingertips, and in the next moment, hundreds of mountains, each 100 miles tall, were lifted off the ground amidst a deafening rumble. The roots of the mountains were separated from the ground, causing countless boulders to crumble and dust to rise high into the sky. A gust of wind swept across the place, causing many soldiers to lose their balance and nearly be swept away by the flying mountains. A total of 360 mountains were uprooted into the sky by Wuxia with a mountain-shifting spell, a mystic technique of the Directorate of Celestials. Standing off to one side, Yugu could not help but nod and exclaim, "Cultivating both fleshly body and magic is amazing." Tanlang's mountain-moving incantation has already fully grasped its essence. It's too wonderful for words. Wuxia laughed and said, "You flatter me, Elder Yu." He put his palms together, and the mountains flew toward Wuxia. Then a plume of 9 nether ghost flame, black as ink, sprayed out his palms. Amidst a sizzling noise, the mountains shrank rapidly, and before long, the hundreds of miles tall mountains were reduced to 3 feet tall. Although they had shrunk in size, their weight did not change at all. Their density had been compressed to an extreme, so much so that they were comparable to the materials of the cores of the stars in outer heavenly realms, which had been tempered by all kinds of great natural forces day and night. Wuxia soared into the sky with both hands holding the small hills, then casually sprinkled them into a valley not far away. Accompanied by a loud, muffled boom, Wuxia threw the mountains into the formation constructed by Lord Wandering Immortal, sealing off the 360 most important energy circulation veins in the formation. Immediately, a deafening rumble rang out from the formation. Countless starlight towered into the sky, and the mountains inside the formation crumbled one after another. The immortals stationed on the mountains howled miserably as they were shredded to pieces by the violent star power. Wuxi's understanding of the essence of formations from the Scroll of Stealing had reached the state of Dao Heart illumination, and he could now comprehend 10,000 of them. Therefore, it did not take him much effort to crack the formation constructed by Lord Wandering Immortal. After blocking off the energy circulation veins of the formation collapsed immediately, and the army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers quickly surrounded the entire valley. A dark cloud rose into the sky. Xianxia, who was tied to a stone stake and bound by black metal chains like a rice dumpling, was howling in pain as he was escorted to the sky above the valley by dozens of burly executioners. Complacently, King Xianxia flew to the sky above the valley with his trusted subordinates. Smiling at the immortals who were running around in panic, he said, "Lord Wandering Immortal, the sovereign of the myriad immortal alliance has been beheaded, and I've captured Xianxia alive. Why don't you surrender now? Are you still going to put up a stubborn resistance?" Amidst Xianxia's hoarse howl, Lord Wandering Immortal and the other gold immortals of the alliance breathed a long sigh and committed suicide in front of everyone. They dispersed their immortal bodies and immortal souls and did not put up any resistance. Wuxia fished out 360 refined star beads from the pool in the valley. Now that he was King Xiao's trusted subordinate, who would dare to compete with him for these treasures? Each of these star beads was a top-grade gold immortal artifact that the sovereign had personally crafted with hundreds of millions of kilograms of materials. If all 360 star beads were used in unison, their power would be unparalleled. But now, they had benefited Wuxia. Over the next year, King Xianxia, Wuxia, and others escorted Xianxia to and fro to Yu. Wherever Xianxia went, as soon as the news of the sovereign's death was learned by the immortals of the alliance, all the immortals committed suicide, and no one dared to fight against the army of the Yu. In just 1 year, the myriad immortal alliance, which had once turned the whole of the Yu upside down, was completely pacified. For a time, the imperial court of the Yu was shaken, and the name of King Xianxia spread far and wide. Meanwhile, Tanlang, the pseudonym of Wuxia, the county governor of the East Sea of High Province and the military minister of High Province, had also caught the attention of the important ministers of the Yu. Chapter 710. King Xianxia's army was stationed in Greenwood Plain. The plain, which measured more than 100 million miles in both width and length, was covered with lush green grass. Thousands of wild beasts lurked amidst the grass, and countless wildflowers were in full bloom, their petals as big as water tanks. At first glance, the vast Greenwood Plain looked like a rainbow draped over the grassland. It was an indescribably beautiful scenery. There were no other plants on the vast plain, except for a towering shadowless green tree that stood 1,000 miles tall in the middle of the plain. Near the ground, the tree was tens of miles thick, and its bark was as smooth as a glass. A green light shone through it, illuminating thousands of miles away. From top to bottom, this shadowless green tree only had dozens of clean branches, decorated with thousands of giant leaves that were several miles in circumference. Whether it was the branches or the leaves, they all looked like they were carved from green jade, completely clear and without any impurities. Even at noon, when the sun was directly facing the shadowless green tree, it would not cast a shadow on the ground. Since the great Saint Pangu transformed into Panga continent, this divine tree had been growing quietly in Greenwood Plain, absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon day and night. It was the most famous ancient divine tree in the Yu's territory. Every day, the shadowless verdant would secrete about 1,000 drops of sticky, fragrant verdant wood divine elixir. Each drop of this verdant wood divine elixir weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. It had the miraculous effect of strengthening bones, strengthening internal organs, replenishing vitality, and stabilizing the soul. If a DU warrior, whose cultivation base had reached the peak of the 9 stars realm of the first Panga heaven, took a drop of green wood divine liquid, his cultivation base would be able to steadily break through to the second Pangu heaven overnight. If a warrior whose cultivation base had reached the second Panga heaven took a few drops of green wood divine liquid, the strength of his fleshly body would certainly break through the realm of 1-star realm. The green wood divine liquid was extremely precious, and only generals who had made rare military contributions were qualified to set up camp in Greenwood Plain. During the period when they were stationed, all the green wood divine liquid secreted by shadowless green tree would be distributed by the general who had made the meritorious service and could be rewarded to his subordinates at will. After making a great contribution, setting up camp in the Greenwood Plain, leading the army straight to Yuxiong Plain, and finally arriving in Liangzhu to receive the human emperor's reward. This was the grandest reward ceremony that the Diyu dynasty gave to the generals who had made great contributions. According to the amount of military service rendered, one could be stationed in Greenwood Plain for 3 days, 6 days, or even 9 days. But King Yangqiu's army had been stationed here for 36 days. The vast Greenwood Plain, which measured 100 million miles in circumference, had been cursed by a great oracle of the ancient Directorate of Celestials. Although it existed on Panga continent, it had been isolated into a separate space, and only generals who had rendered great meritorious services and their subordinates were allowed to set up camp in it. King Yangqiu's army had been stationed in Greenwood Plain for 36 days, which was the longest in the last eon. He had killed the sovereign of the myriad Immortal Alliance, captured Li Qinghua alive, and spent a year touring around the world with him. The collapse of the Alliance, countless immortals of the Alliance had committed suicide, and almost all the itinerant cultivator powers on Panga continent had been completely destroyed. Such an amazing contribution was worthy of King Yangqiu, setting up camp in Greenwood Plain for 36 days. Over King Yangqiu's military camp, Yugu's supreme tower was hovering on a cloud. The human emperor was overjoyed when he heard that Yugu had been rewarded by the virtue of the heavenly Tao for helping King Yangqiu kill the sovereign. When he returned to Liangzhu, he would definitely be rewarded handsomely, and he would certainly have more power in the Directorate of Celestials. Delighted, Yugu simply followed King Yangqiu's army on a tour around the world, working with Wuxia to break through countless strongholds of the Alliance and kill many immortals of the Alliance. At the moment, a feast was being held in the Supreme Tower. In one of the halls, King Xianxia and a group of close courtiers were having a wild time with a group of teenage girls. If they were in the main tent, King Xianxia, as the commander of the army, would not dare to be so unrestrained. But in Yugu's supreme tower, King Xianxia could let go of the restraint in his heart and enjoy everything he wanted. Naked teenage girls ran around the hall, screaming and screaming, while King Xianxia, Finbua, and other military officers, who were also nearly naked, chased after them, laughing and playing. If any teenage girls were caught by them, they would immediately engage in a hand-to-hand fight. In a corner of the hall, dozens of teenage mermaids were soaking in a pool, either playing musical instruments or singing the most enchanting music of the mermaids in a low voice to liven up the atmosphere. The hall was filled with the fragrance of ambergris, which Yugu had carefully concocted. It was gentle, smooth, and had a great aphrodisiac effect, which made King Xianxia and the others panting and entangled with the teenage girls. There was a small door in a corner of the hall, behind which was a dimly lit secret chamber. Yugu, a withered tree that had been revived, was excitedly having sex with dozens of teenage girls from various clans on a huge bed. Like an old wolf in heat, Yugu threw his head back and roared into the sky, twisting and turning with the teenage girls into a pile of flesh. He was too embarrassed to fool around with King Xianxia and the other juniors, but in this relatively closed secret chamber, he could unleash all the anger that he had been holding back for tens of thousands of years, and no one could stop him. But these erotic scenes had nothing to do with Wuxia. At the moment, Wuxia was in the secret chamber in the deepest part of the Supreme Tower, completely isolated from the outside world by sealing off the void with the ancient divine runes of the Book of Ancient God. It had taken King Xianxia a year to conquer the myriad Immortal Alliance, and during that time, Wuxia had spent most of his time refining various materials, in addition to helping King Xianxia break the defensive formations in the Alliance's strongholds. Now that he was the most popular man at King Xianxia's side, and one of the 3 men who were rewarded by the virtues of the heavenly Tao for killing the sovereign, Wuxi's power had become so great that no one would say anything when he took out a large number of rare materials from King Xianxia's armory at will. The secret chamber was originally only about 100 feet in length and width, but after Wuxia cast the ancient divine runes recorded in the Book of Ancient God into the surrounding walls, the space immediately expanded to 100 miles in both width and length, and about 10 miles in height. Now, there were countless materials piled up in the vast space. They were the rare materials Wuxia had taken out of the armory over the past year, and they had all been carefully refined by Wuxia with the divine flame of great tranquility, so all the impurities in them had been removed. Sitting cross-legged in the middle of the secret chamber, he glanced complacently at the countless materials placed around him. Then, he carefully scanned the surroundings with his innate divine will. After completely eliminating the possibility of being peeped at, he carefully spat out a hassock that emanated a towering cold air from his mouth. At the same time, he spat out the soul of the Darkeen hassock, the item spirit of the Darkeen hassock, the soul of the Darkeen hassock. After being nourished by the water element energy provided by Wuxia for so many years, the soul of the Darkeen hassock had grown to a height of about 30 feet, and its body was so condensed that it looked like a corporeal body. 49 waves of water were wheeling and dancing around it like white dragons, emanating a frighteningly mighty aura. After being dragged out from Wuxia's spiritual ocean, the Darkeen hassock lazily opened its eyes and woke up from its slumber. The soul of the Darkeen hassock, which looked like a seahorse and had 6 transparent wings on its back, smacked its lips and rubbed its wings against each other. Then, it gave Wuxia a look, then sprung to its feet abruptly and cried out in surprise. "How many years has it been? How come you already have the cultivation base of a gold immortal?" With a smile on his face, Wuxia looked at the hassock. He spat out the star shark blade and said coolly, "My luck is pretty good. After killing a primordial immortal, the virtues bestowed upon me by the heaven push my cultivation base to this level. Cut the nonsense. The promise you made back then is going to be fulfilled now. I'm going to craft a supreme tower, my prime magical artifact, and you have to be the item spirit of my supreme tower." When he met Wuxia years ago, he promised that once Wuxia reached the realm of Gold Immortal, he would be at Wuxia's beck and call. But now, Wuxia's cultivation base had reached the level of a 5th-tier Gold Immortal, which made him much stronger than his former master, Lady Dark Oldwater. Therefore, he naturally obeyed Wuxia's will. Now, Wuxia's cultivation base was not as strong as it was in the past. With just a finger, he shattered the Star Shark blade and allowed the dark hassock to devour it completely. Even the soul of the green dome shark was devoured by the hassock. After that, Wuxia smashed the dark hassock's true form with a palm strike, then shot out a stream of divine flame of great tranquility from his palm, burning the soul and the fragments of the dark hassock to his heart's content. A shrill cry came out of the hassock's mouth. It was a painful cry, but it was filled with excitement and joy. The divine flame of great tranquility kept purifying the impurities in Cattail Hassock's soul. At the same time, wisps of chaos energy kept flowing into Cattail Hassock's soul, making his soul purer and more condensed, transforming step by step from Hotian to Xianxia. The divine flame of great tranquility surged out of Wuxia's body like an ocean, melting all the materials that piled up like mountains around him. Under the control of Wuxia's powerful divine will, countless materials were perfectly mixed in the air according to a specific ratio. Countless streams of molten metal glowed with various colors in the air, colliding and fusing with each other, filling the air with dazzling sparks. In just a blink of an eye, a supreme pagoda, shaped like an Egyptian pyramid, appeared above his head. It was pitch black in color, standing about 1 mile tall at its highest point and about 1 mile long at its base. With his enormous divine will being sent into the pagoda, Wuxia poured all the magical ancient divine characters he found in the Book of Ancient God into the pagoda. Inside the pagoda, countless divine characters transformed into enormous and extremely complicated diagrams of divine characters, nested together into a perfect whole. One by one, Wuxia threw the 360 star pearls he took from the core of the star formation constructed by Hall Leader, Wandering Immortal, into the pagoda, forming a complete heavenly star-killing formation inside the pagoda. These star pearls were spirit items personally crafted by the sovereign, and each of them could affect the power of a star, possessing a very strong power. A green flame swept across everything. For this day, Wuxia had been preparing for it for a whole year. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and sprayed it onto the pagoda. With a flip of his hands, he threw the broken pieces of the dark hassock and the item spirit of the great ocean water dividing dragon into the pagoda, completely merging it with the star formation. A vast amount of cold air burst out of the pagoda, followed by a vast expanse of starlight that turned into a colorful aurora. The pitch-black pagoda did not have the slightest luster, but its exterior was filled with all the colors in the world, making it look very mysterious and magnificent. Wuxia nodded with satisfaction and smiled. With a casual wave of his hand, he sent the pagoda into his spiritual ocean and nourished it with his own energy. King Xianxia had mentioned to Wuxia that he intended to cultivate Wuxia into a supreme oracle, one who cultivated both fleshly body and magic. Every supreme oracle would have a supreme tower crafted by the used Directorate of Celestials, but Wuxia did not need their help. He could craft a supreme tower that suited him best. The Dark Celestial Tower was a supreme magical artifact Wuxia had crafted for himself. It was a freak that combined the artifact crafting techniques of the Immortals and the oracles of the Directorate of Celestials, as well as Wuxia's chaotic energy. In the future, it could even devour foreign objects to improve itself. As he sensed the energy tides triggered by the Dark Celestial Tower constantly devouring chaotic energy in his body, Wuxia's heart suddenly raced a few times. Suddenly, Wuxia began to calculate with his fingers, and a sinister smile suddenly appeared on his face. Chapter 711. Walking in the long, dark corridor of Wuxia's supreme tower, the shrill cries of countless venomous insects and beasts rang in his ears. From time to time, groups of oracles, maids, and guards walked past him like ghosts. All of them bowed deeply and respectfully in silence when he passed by, and no one dared to set their eyes on anything above Wuxia's belt. Du was a country with a strict hierarchy, and the Directorate of Celestials of Du was the oldest, most traditional, most conservative, and hardest piece of granite in Du, a country that was as boring as granite. As Wuxia walked along the corridor, some of the guards and oracles stationed at the sentry posts even held their breath, and even used mystic arts to temporarily stop their heartbeats, lest they should make the slightest sound and disturb Wuxia, King Xianxia's favorite man. Wuxia came to the hall, where King Xianxia and the others were having fun. Even the heavy bronze door could not drown out the subtle noises coming out of the hall. With a faint smile on his face, Wuxia counted on his fingers, then slowly walked out of the supreme tower along the corridor in front of the hall. These oracles of the Directorate of Celestials really had unfathomable divine abilities. From the outside, Yugu Supreme Tower seemed to be only about a mile in circumference, but its interior was extremely vast. It took Wuxia half a quarter of an hour to walk out of the secret chamber. Standing at the exit at the top of the Supreme Tower, he glanced at the scenery of Greenwood Plain. At the moment, the moon was hanging high in the sky, and its silvery white moonlight was sprinkling down on the shadowless greenwood. The magical ancient divine tree was emitting a faint green light, which was as warm as jade and spread for thousands of miles. Bathed in the light, the grassland looked exceptionally quiet and peaceful. Occasionally, the roars of wild beasts could be heard ringing out from the lake in the distance. It was the sound of nocturnal carnivores hunting at night. Glancing at the hundreds of oracles standing guard outside the Supreme Tower, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "I'm going to Greenwood Pass to take a look. If your highness asks, just give me this answer." The priests bowed silently, indicating that they had heard Wuxia's order. Under the silver moonlight, these priests, who were dressed in long black robes, and even their faces were covered by cloaks, bent over like black paper-cut figures, revealing a trace of coldness and mysteriousness. Even though Wuxia was used to the behavior of these priests, he still couldn't help but shiver at this moment, and goosebumps suddenly appeared on his back. Shaking his head, Wuxia jumped down from Tongtian Tower and landed on the ground. Wuxia quickly captured the energy fluctuation of a spirit vein. He casually took a step forward and activated the Quafu-chasing sun step. With a twist of his body, he arrived at the exit of Greenwood Plain, a long and narrow valley sandwiched between two tall mountains. This valley was 100 miles long and connected to the outside world, and was about 300 feet wide. The two tall mountains were densely covered with countless caves and plank roads. Inside these caves, 100,000 soldiers were stationed to guard the Greenwood Plain. Wuxia waved at the sentries standing on a mountaintop, and with a flash of his body, he arrived at the other end of the valley. After passing through a thick layer of air that was as thick as glue, the path ahead suddenly opened up. In the middle of the valley stood a majestic city, brightly lit, and the night breeze carried the laughter of women and the coarse shouts of men. This majestic city was Greenwood Pass. The outer wall of this city was entirely made of metal and was densely covered with countless talismans and restrictive spells. On the left and right sides of Greenwood Pass were tall mountains, and the 2 rows of high walls were built according to the terrain of the mountains. Inside the pass, all kinds of professions could be found, including wine, women, avarice, and temper. This Greenwood Pass was built for the soldiers stationed in Greenwood Plain. Every few days, soldiers would come out of Greenwood Plain to enjoy themselves in Greenwood Pass. Greenwood Plain was a vital area of the U, and the Greenwood divine liquid it produced was of great value. That was why an army of 100,000 was stationed here. These 100,000 soldiers were usually not allowed to leave the area within 100 miles of Greenwood Plain, and their various desires also needed to be satisfied. Greenwood Pass was built for this purpose. Originally, Greenwood Pass was purely a military town, But as time passed, because the barren mountains near Greenwood Pass produced all kinds of powerful demon beasts and spirit beasts, as well as all kinds of spirit herbs and rare ores, a large number of hunters and caravans gradually began to use Greenwood Pass as a distribution center. Today, Greenwood Pass had become the largest commercial center in this mountain range, and it was even more prosperous and lively than Zhongning City, the capital of Zhong Province. Wearing a black battle robe and a blood-red cloak, Wuxia slowly walked into Greenwood Pass with his hands clasped behind his back. On both sides of the spacious road, there were countless shops, restaurants, brothels, and casinos. Although Diyu was conservative and traditional, it seemed that brothels and casinos existed everywhere, no matter how conservative the place was. Greenwood Plain was garrisoned with an army of 100,000 soldiers, and they were paid very well. As a result, there were a lot of brothels and other places of entertainment in Greenwood Pass. King Xianxia's army had been stationed here for 36 days, and Wuxia had been busy refining Dark Yin Celestial Tower. This was the first time he had a chance to enjoy the scenery of Greenwood Pass. Even in the middle of the night, the place was still very lively and filled with a savage aura of life. Loud screams of women and the deep panting of men could be heard coming out of the brothels along the road. In the casinos, the sound of all kinds of gambling devices was deafening, and countless people were shouting and yelling at the top of their lungs. In a few restaurants, drunken men were fighting each other, while countless people were clapping and stamping their feet to cheer them on. The doors of the shops were wide open, and a few dim lights could be seen flickering inside. Some burly men, who moved stealthily like ghosts, snuck into these shops and showed their harvest to the shopkeepers, hoping to sell them for a sky-high price that would allow them to live a carefree life for the rest of their lives. The shops in Greenwood Pass always had better business at night than during the day, because if you sold your goods at a high price during the day, you were likely to be robbed on the street within a few steps. But at night, it was much more hidden and safer. From time to time, suppressed laughter could be heard coming from these shops. Clearly, someone had found something very valuable in the wilderness, and the shops were offering a high price beyond their imagination. Although these shops were protected by various restrictive spells, Wuxia's innate divine sense could enter and leave them at will. Smiling, Wuxia glanced at the goods with his divine sense, then shook his head gently. There were few good things, but Wuxia was not interested in them. Wuxia had already mastered the heavenly star divination technique he learned from Su Qin. Just now, on a whim, he sensed a strong killing intent coming at him, just like the omen he felt when someone tried to assassinate him with a bear-slaying arrow years ago. Those people are really persistent. It's been so long, and yet they're still following me? Over the past year or so, Wuxia had been aware that someone was following him. But, as he was in the midst of the army, those people dared not to break into King Xianxia's camp, for they would be courting death. So, he had a whole year to refine all kinds of materials in peace. But now that the Dark Yin Celestial Tower had been successfully refined, Wuxia was eager to let this treasure see some blood, and at the same time, he wanted to see who was so obsessed with him. Walking along the streets of Greenwood Pass, although the streets were bustling with people parted subconsciously wherever Wuxia passed. No one dared to get within 30 feet of Wuxia. The battle robe he was wearing showed his identity. Everyone in Greenwood Pass knew that one should never provoke the people of the Great Yu Army, or else one would be asking for trouble. There was an unspoken rule in Greenwood Pass. It was perfectly justified for the soldiers stationed in Greenwood Plain to kill people. There was a large, empty space around him, making him stand out like a sore thumb on the street. Patriarch Yuan Hua and Lu Buwei were squinting at Wuxia from a tall building on the side of the road. They breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Patriarch Yuan Hua shook his head and said with a sigh, "Finally, this boy is traveling alone. Otherwise, when would I be able to kill him? That is an immortal abode. No matter what, Patriarch of a mortal mansion wants it." Lu Buwei nodded. He gave the surroundings a glance and said with a cold grin, "There are many people who have their eyes on this boy. Now that myriad immortal alliance has been defeated, those itinerant cultivator clans are having a hard time. Every day, countless itinerant cultivators are dug out and killed. The temptation of a hidden immortal abode is too great. Master, if we want that immortal abode, we need to put in more effort. Patriarch Xianxia snorted disdainfully. A ferocious blood-red gleam shone in his eyes as he said in a low voice, "If that's the case, I'll just kill all these juniors. Over the past year, I've collected countless blood, essences, and souls. It's time for this natal magical treasure of mine to kill someone." A blood-red flag slowly rose from the top of Patriarch Xianxia's head. He controlled it so that it would not emit any light. Under the moonlight, the blood flag turned into a dark shadow, sticking close to the ground and flowing towards Wuxia. It looked like a puddle of dirty blood was flowing quickly on the ground. Countless shouts rang out at the same time. On the hundreds of buildings around Wuxia, at least 1,000 immortals and itinerant cultivators unleashed their flying swords and slashed them down toward Wuxia's head. The density of the flying swords was so great that when over 1,000 flying swords collided with each other, several hundred of them exploded in midair. Curses of shock and anger could be heard coming from afar, while all kinds of magical treasures and thunderbolts came flying toward Wuxia. "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! And we'll have an absolutely safe, immortal abode." The immortals and itinerant cultivators roared in unison. In just over a year, the situation on Panga continent had changed too fast. The living space of itinerant cultivators had been squeezed to the limit, and the attraction of an absolutely secret immortal abode in Gourd Immortal Market was more than 100 times greater than it was a year ago. With this immortal abode, they would have a chance to survive and the chance to continue their clans or sects on Panga continent. Therefore, Wuxia's attraction was even greater now. Not long after King Xianxia's army arrived in Greenwood Plain, more than 1,000 immortals and itinerant cultivators came here, hoping to kill Wuxia with a single blow. More immortals and itinerant cultivators followed King Xianxia's army and came here. But as the journey was too long, they could not make it in time. As countless magical treasures and thunderbolts came raining down on him, Wuxia laughed wildly, and the dark celestial tower, which he had just refined, flew out at top speed. The huge black tower hovered above Wuxia's head, enveloping him in a cold aurora. Many magical treasures were smashing onto the light barrier formed by the cold aurora, but they were immediately frozen and shattered by the frightening cold, or sliced into pieces by the extremely sharp aurora. Cries of alarm rang out from afar, and those immortals and itinerant cultivators who were eager to strike spat out blood and backed away. Wuxia snorted coldly and pointed a finger at the dark celestial tower. A great wave of water sprayed out from the base of the tower, which transformed into hundreds of huge white dragons and flew toward those immortals and itinerant cultivators. Accompanied by screams of horror, the immortals and itinerant cultivators were pulled into the tower by the dragons. A shrill alarm rang out, and the garrison army of Greenwood Pass was dispatched. Dull footsteps could be heard coming from all directions. A sheet of blood-red light rushed out from the front of Wuxia, and a blood-red flag came flying toward him with a pungent smell of blood. Chapter 712. A muffled thunderclap rang out, and the void within 100 miles around shattered. Lei Ming's huge projection squeezed out of the shattered void with great difficulty. Laughing merrily, he swooped down from the sky and grabbed the blood-red flag tightly in his hand. The flag emitted a blinding blood-red light, which transformed into countless blades, spears, swords, and halberds that flew toward Lei Ming's huge hand. However, countless bolts of lightning shot out of Lei Ming's hand like flood dragons, shattering all the weapons transformed from the blood-red light. But as soon as the 9 nether ghost flames sprayed out, the blood-red flag was immediately set ablaze. In just a few seconds, all the restrictive spells on the flag were burned away by the black ghost flame. Accompanied by a shrill roar, The ghost flame rushed into the sea of blood. Immediately, the boundless sea of blood burst into a towering fire. The blood was quickly evaporated, and the vengeful souls in it were turned into smoke by the black, sticky flame. Black, big girl, little girl, it's time for more food. Fresh meat, make yourself at home. These heavenly ghosts had sharp horns on their heads. Their bodies were covered with sticky, smooth skin, and long tails trailing behind them. They flew over the sea of blood like a gust of wind, and from time to time, they would disappear and travel through the void, appearing wherever they wanted. Their bodies were wrapped in a thick layer of blood, and their bodies were between shadow and corporeal. They were not real heavenly ghosts, but blood-draining fiends that Patriarch Yuanhua had refined with a fiend technique. A deafening boom rang out as the flag was blown to ashes by Lei Meng. Only a wisp of pale red spirit light was left hovering in Lei Meng's palm. It was a wisp of the original spirit of the flag, which contained all the information about it. Lei Meng generously threw the wisp of Yuan Ling into Wu Qi's spiritual ocean, then twisted his body and disappeared without a trace. The harvest this time was huge, and the amount of blood in the sea was very large. Lei Meng was in a hurry to go back and digest the blood essence and souls he had obtained this time. Hundreds of blood-draining fiends rushed madly at Wu Qi. But Wu Qi had refined Dark-Yin Celestial Tower with the mystic technique used by the Directorate of Celestials to craft Supreme Towers, and a method used by Immortals to craft gold immortal artifacts. As a result, the tower had the characteristics of both a Supreme Tower and an immortal artifact. The most common use of the Tower of Babel was to shatter the void and serve as a means of transportation for the high priests. Since he could shatter the void, he could naturally seal the void as well. But Wu Qi was protected by a thick layer of frigid aurora. As soon as those blood-draining demons touched the frigid aurora, they were instantly frozen and torn apart. Not a single one of them could touch Wu Qi's body. Those blood-draining fiends, who were rushing at Lei Meng, were even more miserable. Even when they were still far away from him, they were completely turned into wisps of smoke by the electric arcs. As the smell of blood wafted in his face, Wu Qi gave a cold snort and unleashed a plume of 9 nether ghost flame, which was as dark as ink, to quickly ignite the blood flag. The blood flag was sticky and filthy, and there was a vague image of a sea of blood roiling in it. Countless vengeful souls were tossing and turning in the sea of blood, their shrill howls shaking one's soul. There was an evil force hidden in the howls that could pull one's soul out and crush it, constantly attacking Wu Qi's divine soul. Wu Qi strode to the tall building where Lu Buwei was standing just now and sneered gloomily. The Dark-Yin Celestial Tower was spraying out a great sheet of frigid aurora, freezing the void above Greenwood Pass. Those blood-draining fiends were frantically exercising their innate divine abilities, trying to break through the void and get to Wu Qi's side. But they could not shake the reinforced space at all. All they could do was charge at Wu Qi with the escape art, spread their sharp claws and teeth, and tear at Wu Qi, tearing his body to pieces and shattering his soul, so that he would never be able to reincarnate. As the Blood-Sea Grand Magic had yet to be completed, he had only refined several hundred blood-draining fiends. However, these fiends could come and go without a trace, and they could travel through the void and hide themselves at will. On top of that, they were extremely strong, ferocious, and born with all kinds of innate divine abilities. As Patriarch Yuanhua let out a furious roar, hundreds of blood-draining fiends flew out of the sea of blood. Hundreds of beams of blood-red light wheeled rapidly over Greenwood Pass for a while, then sped toward Lei Meng and Wu Qi. Lu Buwei gave an angry glare at Wu Qi, who was striding toward him, then heaved a long sigh and transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing without a trace. Lei Meng was laughing as he frantically devoured the blood essence and souls in the blood flag. Before long, he had completely devoured the entire sea of blood. Holding the blood flag with both hands, he tried his best to pour a massive force of thunder into it. blood essence and souls were the nourishment needed by ghosts and deities from outer heavenly realms like Lei Meng. Even though he had been turned into a sea of blood and souls by Patriarch Yuan Hua with a vicious magic, Lei Meng was still able to absorb them. As long as they were blood and souls, his stomach could digest them and turn them into his own power. Cries of joy kept coming out of Lei Meng's mouth. As a huge amount of blood and souls continued to pour into his palms, his projection gradually became clearer. The Nine Nether Ghost Flame was a vicious mystic technique created by those supreme oracles from the used Directorate of Celestials, especially for geniuses who cultivated both fleshly body and magic. In terms of nature, if the Nine Nether Ghost Flame was dirty water, then the sea of blood in the blood flag was a clear spring. The Nine Nether Ghost Flame was too evil, too filthy, and too vicious. It was one of the trump cards of the Dragon Kill. Compared to it, Patriarch Yuan Hua's Blood Sea Grand Magic seemed to be more honorable and dignified. Die, evil spawn! Patriarch Yuan Hua's body was trembling violently. His instinct told him to leave this place as soon as possible, to get as far away from Wuxia as possible. But the part of Lord Blood Ocean's soul in his immortal soul kept telling him that he had to take back the blood flag from Lei Meng. The blood flag was Lord Blood Ocean's opportunity to prove his Tao. With it, he would have a boundless future waiting for him. Without it, he would never be able to glimpse the great Tao. He pointed a finger at the blood flag. The sea of blood in the flag immediately began to roll violently, and a huge, invisible vortex slowly emerged from within. Eerie ghost howls could be heard coming out of the vortex. Accompanied by the splashing of water, countless heavenly ghosts, each about 100 feet tall, leaped out of the vortex. With dark celestial tower hovering over his head, Wuxia pretended not to see the hundreds of blood-draining fiends. He flew up into the sky, his hands rapidly changing incantation gestures as he murmured various incantations. Strange energy ripples spread out from his fingertips, and in the blink of an eye, over 1,000 tiny needles of light shot out of his fingertips, shooting toward the immortals and itinerant cultivators who were swarming toward him with ear-piercing ghost howls. All the immortals and itinerant cultivators who came to assassinate Wuxia had been killed by Wuxia. Only Patriarch Yuan Hua and Lu Buwei were left standing in the distant skyscraper, glaring at Wuxia as if they had just seen a ghost. Nearly 1,000 immortals and itinerant cultivators were killed by Wuxia in just a few moves. It was a pity that Immortal Gourd of Gourd Immortal Market had given these immortals and itinerant cultivators wrong information. According to it, Wuxia's cultivation base was only a heaven immortal. But with the blessing of the heavenly Tao, Wuxia's cultivation base had reached the realm of a 5th-tier gold immortal. Whether it was his fleshly body or his magic power, both had reached a very high level among immortals. Now, he had the terrible power to destroy a heavenly realm with every move he made. In front of him, heaven immortals were like babies standing in front of a giant. They could not withstand a single blow, let alone those itinerant cultivators who came with him to take advantage of him. Wuxia laughed in a low voice. Ao Buzin poked half of his body out of his left ear, while the 2 dragon pythons poked half of their bodies out of his right ear. Abruptly, 3 huge mouths appeared around Wuxia, swallowing all the itinerant immortals and itinerant cultivators, the strongest of whom was only a 27th-tier heaven immortal. A terrible crunching noise rang out, and the hundreds of immortals and itinerant cultivators had turned into a plate of snacks for them. Amidst a long, shrill cry, Wuxia's body quickly grew to 50 feet tall. With his claws covered in dragon scales, he grabbed the blood flag, which had turned into a wave of blood and was trying to flee. Lei Meng, come out now and take your food, he cried out. This is your reward for helping me kill the sovereign that day. Standing next to Lu Buwei, Patriarch Yuan Hua's blood and energy were rocking violently. Having fused his nascent divinity with the blood flag, he coughed up a large amount of dirty blood at the same time, and there was a faint black flame burning all over his body. Lu Buwei was so frightened that he took a few steps back, staring at Patriarch Yuanhua in horror. He could not understand why the old man had suddenly become like this. Lu Buwei stealthily took a few steps back, staring at Wuxia in horror and cursing Immortal Gord's mother in a low voice. Patriarch Yuanhua howled in exasperation. The nine-nether ghost flame was burning his body, and his limbs were constantly being corroded and devoured by the ghost flame. Lei Meng had extracted the sea of blood from his blood flag, which had caused his overall strength to plummet. In just the space of a few breaths, his cultivation base had dropped by 3 tiers. With Patriarch Yuanhua's current overall strength, how could he withstand such a torment from Lei Meng? In desperation, Patriarch Yuanhua did not hesitate to strike out the strongest attack he had cultivated with the help of Lu Buwei's heavenly ghost grand magic, which had spent more than a year together with Lu Buwei. Light needles composed of complicated runes and spells tore through the void with long, thin halos, piercing accurately into the forehead of every attacking immortal and itinerant cultivator. Their immortal souls were instantly frozen, and so were the nascent divinities of the itinerant cultivators. Wuqi waved his huge palm, and the Chi-Chi immortals were sucked toward Wuqi while howling in pain. Their flying swords and magical treasures were drifting around them, but they had lost the power to control them. The blood flag shattered, and Patriarch Yuanhua howled miserably as his body transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. A few gold immortal items flew out of his body, transforming into beams of light that shot up into the sky and fled. Hundreds of blood-draining fiends were flying across the sea of blood, letting out shrill cries and launching crazy attacks at their own kind from time to time. These blood-draining fiends were summoned by Lu Buwei from Ghost Domain, and then refined by Patriarch Yuanhua with the blood essence of billions of living beings using a fiend technique. After gathering tens of thousands of blood-draining fiends, he let them fight and devour each other like poisonous bugs. The last 18 blood-draining fiends were the blood-draining fiends that Patriarch Yuanhua was going to cultivate with his life. Lei Meng was desperately plundering the blood essence and souls in the sea of blood, completely ignoring the hundreds of ferocious blood-draining fiends. The lightning around him grew denser and denser as countless bolts of lightning swirled around him, transforming into a thick armor that wrapped him up. Any external attack that wanted to touch him would have to penetrate the lightning armor that was about a mile thick. What a treasure! What treasure! It is at least an innate chaotic treasure. What a pity that it has been destroyed like this. Alas, the fragments that are left here are not even 1% of its original form. Lei Meng grabbed the blood flag with one hand. With his vast intelligence, he immediately sensed some obscure information hidden in it. He could not help but sigh with emotion. A huge vortex of lightning formed in his palm, and it began to frantically devour the blood and souls in the flag. Chapter 713. During the night raid in Greenwood Pass, Wuqi killed 795 Heaven Immortals and itinerant cultivators and captured 35 Heaven Immortals and 452 itinerant cultivators. Apart from Lu Buwei, who escaped with the help of the heavenly ghost grand magic, none of the attackers were spared. Apart from A.O. Buzin and the 2 dragon pythons, Wuqi's greatest harvest was the wisp of Yuan Ling's essence that Lei Meng had separated from the blood flag. The Blood Sea grand magic, a vicious and ferocious cultivation technique of the Fiend League, had been completely separated from the blood flag by Lei Meng with a mighty divine ability, and Wuqi had obtained the complete cultivation technique of Blood Sea grand magic. After spending a whole night studying the Blood Sea grand magic, Wuqi learned the reason why Patriarch Yuanhua had hooked up with Lu Buwei. The most powerful cultivation technique of Blood Sea grand magic was the 18 blood-draining celestial fiends, and the best materials to refine them were the powerful heavenly ghosts from the various ghost domains. After carefully studying the various vicious and ferocious mystic techniques and divine abilities recorded in the Blood Sea Grand Magic. Wuxia was delighted to find that they could all be fused with the Dragon Kill, which would greatly enhance his overall strength. Even Wuxia had the intention to cultivate the Blood Sea Grand Magic. Of course, he would not slaughter living beings to refine the Blood Sea Grand Magic like Patriarch Yuan Hua did. He had his own ways to obtain the endless blood, essence, and souls needed for the Blood Sea Grand Magic. In the Scroll of Stealing, there was a mystic technique that could open the Yellow Spring and communicate with the Nether Blood Sea, from which he could obtain an endless supply of blood. As those fiend immortals were used to using human souls to refine all kinds of vicious fiend artifacts, Wuxia only needed to kill them and seize their fiend artifacts. As for refining the 18 blood-draining celestial fiends, what materials could be cheaper than all 18 celestial fiend puppets that Wuxia had now? Over the years, these 18 celestial fiend puppets had consumed countless precious ores and materials from Wuxia, and their bodies had been strengthened to a level that even Wuxia was shocked. If he used the Blood Sea Grand Magic to fuse them with endless blood, essence, and souls, then added a wisp of his own nascent divinity and refined them into blood-draining celestial fiends with his natal true flame, he would possess a power 100 times greater than the heavenly ghost summoned by Lu Bue. As of now, the celestial fiend puppets were still tangible objects, and although they were invincible in a face-to-face fight, they were not strong enough to carry out some secret activities. When Wuxia refined them into blood-draining devil gods, they would transform from tangible objects into intangible and intangible devil gods. When they dispersed, they would become chi, and when they gathered, they would become devils. When they dispersed, they would be invisible, traceless, and silent. Naturally, their power would be stronger than now. This was what Wuxia had gained in the night raid. But his problem was that King Xianxia, who had regarded Wuxia as his future chief thug, had forbidden Wuxia from leaving the cloud platform. King Xianxia's reasoning was that the attackers this time were a group of immortals and itinerant cultivators with low cultivation bases. If the next attackers were gold immortals from Myriad Immortal Alliance, or even stronger existences, Wuxia's life would be in danger. Before Wuxia had the strength to protect himself, King Xianxia strictly forbade Wuxia from leaving the cloud platform, and the defense of the army had been strengthened tenfold. Yugu, who had been talking about marrying one of his daughters, granddaughters, or great-granddaughters to Wuxia, had been following Wuxia closely. Yugu had also seen the potential Wuxia had and the prospect of his future development. So he accompanied Wuxia day and night very attentively, and the only thing he lacked was to sleep with Wuxia. Amidst this meticulous protection, after King Xianxia's army had been stationed in Greenwood Plain for 36 days, at King Xianxia's order, the army broke camp and set off for Liangzhu on flying ships at the fastest speed. Nearly 1,000 flying ships formed a huge circular formation and hovered in midair. Together with Yugu's Supreme Tower, a total of 4 Supreme Towers formed a tetrahedron that wrapped around the formation. The 4 Supreme Towers shattered the void at the same time, bringing nearly 1,000 flying ships and hundreds of thousands of soldiers under King Xianxia's command to Liangzhu at the fastest speed possible. With the help of Yugu and the 3 Supreme Oracles sent by Liangzhu's Directorate of Celestials, it took only 3 days for Wuxia and the others to arrive at Yuxiong Plain from Greenwood Plain. Yuxiong Plain was the birthplace of Yuxiong clan, and the place where Xianyuan, the Yellow Emperor of the 5 great emperors of Panga continent, rose to power. In the past, when the human race was born, many tribes lived and multiplied on Panga continent. It was Xianyuan, the Yellow Emperor, who led the Yuxiong clan to Yuxiong Plain and spent 1,000 years to unite all the tribes into a complete tribal alliance. With the combined strength of all the tribes, the human race finally had the power to fight against the ancient gods and all the demons and fiends. Because of this achievement, Xianyuan was bestowed with immeasurable virtues and was honored as the sacred emperor by the human race. With the immeasurable virtues, Xianyuan was able to survive from the ancient times to the present. Together with Shinnong, the Yin Emperor, he was ranked among the 5 great emperors of Panga continent and became a supreme protector of the human race. Because of Xuanyuan's virtues, Yuxiong Plain had become the most fertile land on Panga continent, a blessed land with the richest natural energy. It was said that there were no energy veins in Yuxiong Plain because underneath it was a huge spirit cave that Wuxia had never heard of, seen, or even thought of. It was said that this spirit cave was derived from the heart of Pangu, the great saint, and was the largest spirit cave on Panga continent. The hundreds of millions of giant energy veins that stretched out from it were the source of all the energy veins on Panga continent. When the Supreme Tower broke through the void and appeared over Yuxiong Plain, Wu Qi, who was standing on the cloud platform, was shocked. He peeped into Yuxiong Plain with his chaotic divine eyes, and as far as his eyes could see, he saw a vast expanse of energy and purple mist. Underneath Yuxiong Plain was a huge spirit cave that shocked Wu Qi so much that his mind went blank. It was not clouds that drifted over Yuxiong Plain, but white clouds composed of natural energy and purple mist. Half of the raindrops that fell here were pure spirit liquid particles. Compared with the natural energy in Yuxiong Plain, all the blessed lands and immortal abodes in the outside world were nothing. Mount Picking Star, where Wu Qi had built his cave abode with 18 immortal veins, was also a blessed land with an extremely rich immortal energy. But the natural energy in any random pit in Yuxiong Plain was 1,000 times more than that in Wu Qi's cave abode. Spirit items that were rare and precious in the outside world could be found almost everywhere here. To be precise, the stones used by the common people to build their houses were supreme-grade immortal stones, and the materials they used to forge hoes and plows were ores that could be used to forge supreme-grade gold immortal artifacts in outer heavenly realms. At last, Wu Qi understood why the human emperor had forbidden immortals to come close to the land 10 billion miles around Yuxiong Plain. As long as any immortal dared to come close to Yuxiong Plain, the Diyu dynasty would do everything in its power to wipe them out. They had to be killed. Any immortal who was so poor that he did not even have a pair of pants to wear. As long as he sneaked into Yuxiong Plain, took some dirt and broken wood, and ran out, he would become a rich immortal among the immortals. While immortals in outer heavenly realms were fighting for energy stones or immortal stones, if an immortal could secretly cultivate in Yuxiong Plain for 1,000 years, he would be able to achieve a cultivation base that could not be achieved in the outside world for several eons. Therefore, except for the angels sent by the celestial court to the Yu dynasty, if any other immortal dared to come close to Yuxiong Plain, they would be killed with all their might, and their entire clan would be killed without any reason. They must not be allowed to bring the terrifying resources of Yuxiong Plain to the outside world so that the immortals could develop and grow stronger. The cultivation resources contained in any of the mountains here were enough to turn a small itinerant cultivator clan into a cultivation sect that was 100 times stronger than Green City in just 10,000 years. If the human emperor had not issued such a ban, Yuxiong Plain would have been dug 3,000 miles into the ground by the immortals, and not even a blade of grass could be found. What shocked Wu Qi was that as he moved from the edge of Yuxiong Plain to Liangzhu, the concentration of natural energy became higher the closer he got to the heart of Yuxiong Plain, and the ratio of the increase was exponentially higher. When King Yangqiu's army came to a place less than 100 miles from Liangzhu, the concentration of natural energy here made Wu Qi shake his head repeatedly. Apart from that, he could not think of anything else. Liangzhu was the capital city of the Yu dynasty, a city that had existed since the ancient times. Unlike the capital cities of the Yu dynasty, Liangzhu was a city with a more agricultural atmosphere. The main city of Liangzhu was just a rough-looking city made of earth, built along a river that was about 100 miles wide. The city wall measured about 300 miles from east to west and 180 miles from north to south. The shape of the city wall was irregular, and the highest part of the wall was only about 10 feet high. It was not as dignified and majestic as the capital cities of the Yu dynasty. Inside Liangzhu, The city was full of old, conservative palaces made of black stone that seemed to be covered with moss. Outside the city, along the river and the mountains, it was as if someone had picked up a handful of stones and thrown them into the sky. Farmland and villages were scattered all over the place, and they seemed to be in disrepair. Dirt roads, which were less than 20 feet wide at the widest part, connected Liangzhu with the countless villages and towns outside the city. In the vast Liangzhu city, no particularly tall or splendid buildings could be seen. All buildings seemed to be made from the same mold. The only difference was the size of the buildings. All the buildings gave off an extremely ancient and decrepit aura. From a distance, Liangzhu looked like an old man who had 1 foot in the grave, lying lazily by the river and dozing off. But when Wuxia carefully savored the aura of Liangzhu, he found that under the lazy appearance, there was a ferocious aura that made Wuxia's hair stand on end. It was as if this city could turn from an old man who was dying into a giant beast that could destroy everything at any time. Every ancient mark on every building in the city was giving off this unique, ferocious aura. This was Liangzhu, the ruling core of the Yu dynasty, a place where even a primordial immortal would be torn into pieces in an instant if he invaded. This was Liangzhu, the capital city of the Yu dynasty that was fighting against the division court of the Celestial Court. This was a magical city where countless myths and legends were hidden, and even more had drifted away with the wind and rain. This was Liangzhu, the place where Wuxia had finally arrived after spending a great deal of effort and energy and going through many trials and tribulations. A long, drawn-out sound of a horn could be heard coming from Liangzhu. A troop of people rose into the sky from the city and approached Wuxia. Chapter 714. A large group of people came out of Liangzhu to greet them. Rare birds and strange beasts were flying all over the sky, and 12 golden-tusked mammoths, each with 2 pairs of tusks protruding from their backs. These golden-tusked mammoths were also an extraordinary species of the primitive universe. They were born with intelligence and incredible strength, and were the strongest among all the divine beasts. Even the most famous divine beasts, the azure dragon and the white tiger, could not defeat them in strength. In outer heavenly realms, these golden-tusked mammoths were extinct, but in Yu, they were part of the guard of honor. Behind each mammoth, which was around 100 meters tall, was a throne carved out of black stone. On the throne sat an old man who was wearing a black, coarse linen robe and had his hair coiled into a bun with a thorny hairpin and had an ancient face. Looking at these old men, Wuxia felt that they looked exactly the same, about the same height, the same skin color, the same appearance, and even the same temperament and aura emanating from them. They looked stiff, cold and numb on the outside, but inside of them was a terrible power that could destroy everything. The power of these 12 old men was dark and profound, restrained like a black hole. There was no energy fluctuation around them, but anyone who saw them would instinctively sense danger. Compared with these old men, Yugu looked as harmless as a rabbit. Was this the power of the Yu? Standing next to King Xianxia, Wuxia bowed deeply together with him, then clenched his right fist and knocked on his chest, producing a crisp, metallic clang. Nearly 1,000 generals, more than 10,000 military officers, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers bowed at the same time. When their fists collided with their breastplates, a deafening boom rang out, as if a thunderclap had struck the ground. The Yu's official position was extremely strange and unique. In addition to the administrative departments directly under the human emperor, such as the military court and the Directorate of Celestials, there was also an organization similar to the Council of Elders of the Tribal Alliance. The Elder Council of the Tribal Alliance was headed by the elders of Yuxiong clan, and there were also elders from other clans that had existed since the ancient times, such as Gaochen clan and Yuqiong clan. They had the power to supervise the government of Great Yu, and even impeach and dismiss the human emperor. These 12 old men were the 12 great elders of the Council of Elders, and their status in Yu was very high. Although they had no real administrative power in the court, their status was much higher than that of King Xianxia's father, King Xiangshan. They were the kind of troublemakers that could be seen from afar, and if they offended them, they would be condemned by the people of the Yu. In Great Yu, those who offended the human emperor might only be exiled to the primitive land, but if they offended the great elders of the alliance of 12 tribes, it was very likely that the next day, countless formidable warriors and oracles from some tribe would flatten the unlucky man's clan, killing all his family members, and even setting the land on fire before they left, making it barren for hundreds of years to come. This was a group of people who were above the law, above all rules. The fact that they were able to send such existences out of the city to greet King Xianxia showed how much the people of the Yu reacted to King Xianxia's contribution. As Wuxia listened to Yu Gu's secret explanation of the identities of these old men through voice transmission, he could not help but feel wild with joy. Since all 12 great elders had come out of the city to greet King Xianxia at the same time, it was obvious that the Yu attached great importance to King Xianxia's contribution. Did that not mean that they would be rewarded handsomely? Behind the 12 golden-tusked mammoths came 108 black dragons, followed by 108 white dragons, 108 red dragons, 108 yellow dragons, and 108 green dragons. These flood dragons all had 4 claws and were shrouded in clouds. Clearly, they were all heaven dragons with profound cultivation bases. On the back of each dragon rode a heavily armored knight, each holding a specially made spear that was 60 feet long, and their bodies were shrouded in a purple mist that was invisible to the naked eye. The threatening aura they emanated made Wuxia feel as if there was a mountain pressing down on his heart. Ao Buzin lamented in Wuxia's ear. When did these dragons end up like this? They used to be royalty of the ancient times, and now they are here as mounts for others. I should have killed all of them when I killed their mothers, so that they wouldn't make a fool of themselves by giving birth to these disappointing descendants. I don't think any of your descendants are here, do I? Wuxia secretly sent a voice transmission to Ao Buzin with his divine sense. Ao Buzin sighed softly and murmured in a low voice, maybe not for the other 4, but among the black dragons. Lao Tzu, the most famous beauty of the black dragons, didn't let go of a single one of them. Alas, if I count the time, there might be a descendant of Lao Tzu among them now. Wuxia was speechless. He shut off the hearing in his left ear, too lazy to listen to Ao Buzin's self-pity. Behind the 5 squads of dragon riders came groups of knights riding on phoenixes, green lawns, peacocks, cheelants, white tigers, black tortoises, and other divine beasts. These knights were all warriors with extremely strong cultivation bases, and the aura emanating from them was not weaker than that of the Xianxia brothers. All of them were experts of the gold immortal realm. Wuxia's heart was racing. The Yu's hidden forces were too strong. Just the Guard of Honor alone had tens of thousands of experts whose cultivation bases were above the 2nd Pangu heaven. But it was not surprising. The natural energy and Pangu, sacred energy in Yuxiong Plain, were so abundant that one day of cultivation here was equivalent to several years of cultivation outside the plane. On top of that, there were countless spirit herbs here. If the Yu did not have such a strong foundation, he would be letting down this abnormal blessed land of Yuxiong Plain. The divine beasts galloped, leaving behind countless beams of auspicious light as they circled 9 times around King Xianxia's army. Casting their divine abilities, these divine beasts sprayed out plumes of auspicious light like fireworks, enveloping King Xianxia's army in a strong glow. Riding on golden-tusked mammoths, the 12 great elders came slowly in front of Wuxia and others. An old man in the middle glanced at Wuxia and others with his slightly cloudy eyes, then focused on King Xianxia and squeezed out an expression that could barely be considered a smile on his face. King Xianxia has made a great contribution by eradicating a malignant tumor for the Yu. By the order of the human emperor, we have come to welcome you. please bring the meritorious generals to Liangzhu with you to receive the conferment. The rest of you can camp outside the city, and we will send you rewards." The old man nodded slowly and said, "The whole imperial court is very happy with the destruction of Myriad Immortal Alliance, and all the rewards are 10 times the usual." King Xianxia bowed deeply again and cried out in a deep voice, "We are grateful for your majesty's grace." Hundreds of thousands of soldiers roared at the top of their lungs at the same time, chanting slogans like "Your Majesty" and "Long live your Majesty." The deafening sound waves pushed the clouds away in all directions, revealing a vast expanse of blue sky. Leaving the army outside the city, Wuxia followed King Xianxia and nearly 1,000 generals into Liangzhu, escorted and welcomed by the Guard of Honor on both sides of the street. Outside the city, the Guard of Honor had made such a grand scene, but when they entered Liangzhu, the streets were deserted. It was not the scene that Wuxia had imagined, where tens of thousands of people came out of the streets to feast on the jug of jug. Glancing around at the clean and spacious streets, Wuxia could not help but twitch his lips. It seemed that the people of Yu had some problems with their awareness. It was not until some time later that Wuxia learned that the people living in Liangzhu were all high-ranking officials and ministers of Yu, and those with a title lower than Marquis were too embarrassed to live in the city. King Xianxia had returned with great honors, and all the high-ranking officials and nobles in the city had gone to the imperial palace to attend the conferring ceremony. So, how could their servants and maids dare to come out and watch the fun? After walking along the clean and spacious streets for more than 100 miles, a vast garden came into sight. Countless towering ancient trees clustered around thousands of palaces of various sizes. Even though he was still far away from these palaces, he could already sense the faint spatial ripples coming from the void. Stealthily glancing at the palaces with his chaotic divine eyes, Wuxia could not help but lick his lips. The spatial restrictive spell here had reached the peak of perfection. If one looked at any of the thousands of palaces, they would be huge palaces that occupied a vast area, some of them measuring several miles in both length and width. But if one looked at it from the outside, the thousands of palaces were all squeezed into this garden, which was only about 10 miles in both width and length. But at first glance, one would not feel crowded or embarrassed. On the contrary, the space around these palaces was extremely spacious. When Wuxia saw through the layer of spatial restrictive spell with his chaotic divine eyes, he found that the garden was about 1,000 miles in both length and width, and there were mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars in it. It was like a small world of its own. But the sun, moon, and stars in the sky above the garden were echoing with the celestial bodies in the outside world, as if they were projections of the sun, moon, and stars in the outside world. It was a very exquisite spatial restrictive spell, and its mysteriousness was not inferior to the Buddhist kingdom in the palm of the Buddhist League or the interstitial world of the Taoist League. Escorted by the guards of honor and guided by the 12 great elders, Wuxia and his company walked slowly into the garden from between two giant statues that stood about 10,000 feet tall. The two statues were carved entirely from a single piece of black stone. They were the images of two warriors leaping into the air with a python hanging around their necks and a long sword and spear in their hands. The swords and spears held by the two statues were joined together like an arched door. It was between the two statues that Wuxia and his company walked. As they passed by the two statues, Wuxia sensed an obscure energy fluctuation. These two statues were two formidable stone puppets, just like the huge puppets that Feng Lingling used to attack Zhongning City. But these two puppets here were taller, and they should be stronger. After passing through a thick layer of spatial restrictive spell, Wuxia's eyes lit up, and a beautiful landscape appeared before Wuxia's eyes. The scenery here was 100 times better than that of Yuxiong Plain. It was as if the water here was crystal clear, the trees were crisp, the air was fresh, and the flowers and plants were blooming. The scenery here was so beautiful that it gave Wuxia the illusion that he was in a dream. Thousands of large and small palaces built from giant rocks stood between the mountains and rivers. In front of each palace, there was a row of giant stone pillars. Green pillars of fire rose into the sky from the braziers on the pillars, covering the mountains and rivers with a layer of cold and gloomy green light. Between the bright and beautiful mountains and rivers, there was a hidden aura that made people feel uneasy. There seemed to be some life-threatening danger under every plant. Walking in this landscape, Wuxia, who had a powerful divine sense and keen perception, felt as if someone was pressing against his body with a weapon, making him feel very uncomfortable. This was the imperial palace of the Yu, the residence of the human emperor, the Yu. Chapter 715. The guards of honor gradually dispersed, and in the end, only 12 great elders and 3,000 guards remained, escorting Wu Qi and his company along the main road. The Yu's imperial palace occupied a vast area. Apart from the main road in the middle, the rest of the palace was filled with barren mountains and rivers, and there was not even a path between the trees and flowers. It seemed that those who came and went from the palace had to fly in the air. The scenery along the way was wild and unsophisticated. Phoenixes had built their nests on huge trees that towered tens of thousands of feet high, and flood dragons were lurking in deep ponds along the road. Occasionally, groups of feathermen warriors would glide across the sky in groups of 3 to 5, their eyes fierce. Rare animals would come out of the bushes along the road, roaring at Wu Qi and his company without fear, then plunging back into the bushes and leaving. Occasionally, strange-looking guards could be seen stationed on the peaks along the road. Some of them were short and skinny like dwarves, but they had a pair of fist-sized eyes. Standing on the mountains, they glanced around, their eyes gleaming with a golden light that could reach tens of thousands of miles away. Everything within 10,000 miles was captured in their eyes. There were also some who were as tall as bamboo poles and extremely skinny. Their faces were like dates, but they had a pair of huge elephant-like ears. They were listening to the surroundings, and nothing within tens of thousands of miles could escape their ears. Wu Qi's pupils constricted as he gave them a quick glance. Those who had a pair of big eyes were considered a rare species on Panga continent. They were called the Heaven Eye tribe. They were born weak and had little fighting strength, but they were born with an extraordinary eyesight. Ordinary members of their tribe could see everything within 10,000 miles, and if their cultivation base reached a certain level, they could peer into the 9 heavens and the Yellow Spring. Ordinary escape arts and invisibility arts were just a joke in front of them. Those who had a pair of big ears belonged to the divine ear tribe. Like the Heaven Eye tribe, they were an extremely rare species. With just a shake of their ears, ordinary members of their tribe could hear the sound of a needle falling into water from tens of thousands of miles away, and those who had a certain level of cultivation base could even eavesdrop on the sounds of immortals lecturing in the 9 heavens, and the miserable howls of evil ghosts being punished in the 9 underworlds. When ordinary immortals used escape arts to pass through the ground, not even the slightest sound of friction could escape their ears. The Heaven Eye tribe and the God Ear tribe had people who had sought refuge with the Celestial Court. The Qianli Yin and the Clairaudian tribe, who had been patrolling the Heaven Palace of the Celestial Court, were their people. Whether it was in the Celestial Court or in Yu, these 2 tribes were strictly protected. In Yu, even a prince had no right to punish the people of these 2 tribes. Wu Qi nodded to himself. Along the way, there were at least thousands of people from these 2 clans patrolling the surroundings. This was the atmosphere that the Yu Palace should have. It was much more imposing than the 2 clairvoyant and clairaudient squatting in front of the Celestial Court. But it made sense. The headquarters of these 2 tribes were still in Yu, on Panga continent. As for those who had sought refuge with the Celestial Court, they were only a very small branch clan. Since their population was not large, the Celestial Court could not put on a show like the Imperial Palace of the Yu Palace. As they walked deeper into the palace, a strange-shaped mountain appeared in front of them, and the road under their feet led straight to the foot of the mountain. From a distance, The mountain looked like a huge dragon coiling on the ground. It was covered with craggy rocks, and a huge, square palace with a strange-shaped tower at its four corners was sitting on the head of the mountain like a monster. The sun and the moon shone together in the sky, and the light of the sun, moon, and stars turned into a vast expanse of silver light, mixed with a strong purple mist, and fell from the sky, all of which were sucked into the palace. As he gave the mountain a closer look, Wuxia kept feeling that there was something wrong with it. The mountain was 1,000 miles tall, and there was not a single blade of grass or tree on it. Its base was about 10,000 miles in diameter, and it was coiled up in circles, giving one the feeling that it was alive. As if he could see the doubt in Wuxia's mind, Yugu gently patted Wuxia on the shoulder and said in a low voice, "This is the Xiong Palace of the Yu Dynasty, the main palace where the Yu Dynasty discusses the important affairs of the dynasty. As for the thing under the palace, it is an ancient torch dragon." Wuxia stared at Yugu in astonishment. Was this thing that coiled up like a mountain, densely covered with countless rocks, an ancient torch dragon? Legend had it that the torch dragon was one of the ancient deities. His left eye was the sun, and his right eye was the moon. When he opened his eyes, the heaven and earth were illuminated, and when he closed his eyes, the sky was plunged into darkness. When he breathed, it was like the wind, and when he breathed, it was like thunder. He was the most famous deity in the ancient times. So, the thing holding up the huge palace under the Xiong Palace of the Yu Dynasty was an ancient torch dragon? A thick layer of rocks covered the body of the torch dragon, making it impossible to see what he looked like. According to Yugu, this torch dragon had been coiled up here ever since the Yu Dynasty was founded and Yu Xiong Palace was built, and had not moved for countless eons. He was still alive, and his body would wriggle occasionally. But for so many years, he had never communicated with the outside world. His body was gradually covered with dust, and then tempered by the power of the sun, the moon, and the stars, it gradually turned into a thick layer of rocks. No one knew why this torch dragon was willing to hold up Yuxiong Palace, and no one knew how strong he was now. But Yuxiong Palace could be said to be the core of Liangzhu and the entire Yuxiong Plain, the place with the highest concentration of natural energy, the essence of the sun and the moon, and Pangu's sacred energy in the whole Panga continent. Apart from a human emperor of the Yu Dynasty, who was qualified to cultivate in seclusion in Yuxiong Palace, only this torch dragon could enjoy the benefits of the endless natural energy here. The human emperor of the Yu Dynasty had changed countless generations, but this torch dragon had always been alive. Based on this alone, one could imagine the overall strength this torch dragon possessed today. He might be the last and strongest defense of the entire imperial palace of the Yu Dynasty. Following the torch dragon's coiled body, the skilled craftsmen of the Yu Dynasty had carved out a spiral-shaped mountain road. Step by step, the group of people walked up the mountain. There were many strange restrictive spells on the mountain road, which allowed Wuxia and his companions to travel tens of miles with every step they took. So, although the mountain was 1,000 miles high and the winding road was over 100,000 miles long, it took Wuxia and his companions less than the time to finish a pot of tea to reach the top. In contrast, the restrictive spells on the mountain road would be a nightmare for invading enemies. If one did not know the origin of the restrictive spells, the hundreds of thousands of miles long mountain road would become extremely long when an intruder invaded Yuxiong Palace. Even a primordial immortal would have to spend years, or even countless years, to walk from the foot of the mountain to the top. Yuxiong Palace was an extremely ancient palace, and its style was extremely ancient, tempered by the natural energy of heaven and earth, as well as the essence of the sun and the moon. The moss here had shown signs of turning into spirits. But how could the oracles of the Yu Dynasty tolerate the existence of these demons? The moss here had long been erased of their spirituality. Although the energy contained in each of them was comparable to that of the liquid of Ganoderma Immortal Wuxia had obtained in those years, they would never have the hope of transforming into human form. In front of the palace was a huge square that measured hundreds of miles in circumference. Numerous totem pillars carved with countless talismans and the heads of ghosts and deities could be seen towering in the square. Every stone pillar corresponded to the stars, forming a huge formation of stars. These totem pillars have been standing here for countless years. Their true forms should be huge stones randomly cut out from the mountains, but now that they had absorbed the natural energy of heaven and earth, as well as the essence of the sun and the moon, they had transformed from ordinary stones into gems that were countless times more lustrous and translucent than supreme-grade jade. Every part of them was filled with an enormous power. The energy ripples emanating from these totem pillars shocked Wuxia, making his heart twitch and making his face turn unsightly. Was this the power of the Yu dynasty? The energy stored in each of these totem pillars was 10,000 times stronger than all the immortal energy in the body of a peak-level gold immortal. What did this mean? It meant that once the formation was activated, just the enormous energy contained in these totem pillars alone was enough to turn a primordial immortal into ashes in a flash. This was the power of the Yu dynasty, the power of a powerful race that had lasted from the primordial times to the present. In particular, Wuxia sensed that near these totem pillars, the energies of earth, water, fire, and wind were all being annihilated into chaos. And then, through a complicated transformation, they turned into a brand new power that even Wuxia could not distinguish. This proved that these totem pillars possessed the power to destroy the laws of heaven in a small area, and destroying the laws was the publicly acknowledged sign of becoming a primordial immortal. There were a total of 36,000 such totem pillars on the square, which measured hundreds of miles in circumference. Wuxia quickly calculated the positions of these pillars and the stars they corresponded to in his mind, then combined them into dozens of very powerful formations in his mind. Then he added them to the power contained in these totem pillars. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out from his back. What a terrifying power! Wuxia could not describe the result of his calculation. It was a realm that he could not understand at the moment. Even though he had calculated the result, it was the same as the mysterious and unpredictable heavenly Tao. The result was right in his divine soul, but he could not let himself see it clearly. It was not a power that Wuxia could touch now. Taking a deep breath, Wuxia calmed his mind and followed King Xianxia through the square. Under each totem pillar stood a group of ministers of the Yu, clad in black robes and tall crowns. The territory of the Yu dynasty was almost boundless, and it required an extremely large bureaucratic system to manage such a vast territory. Today, hundreds of thousands of officials from Liangzhu were greeting Wuxia and his company in the square. From the highest-ranking princes and ministers to the officials of various palaces, departments, hundreds of thousands of officials stood quietly under the stone pillars, watching Wuxia and his company walk across the square. Far in the distance, someone was humming an ancient ballad. The tune was simple, and so were the lyrics. It was a song sung by a woman who stayed at home to miss her husband who had been killed in a war. Over and over again, the tune spread throughout the square. Although it was a simple tune, it filled this part of the world with an indescribable sense of sacredness. Led by the 12 great elders, Wuxia and his company came to the high steps in front of Yuxiong Palace, then knelt down on the mottled square. An old man with a tall, dignified face, clad in a gorgeous black robe embroidered with the patterns of mountains, rivers, and stars, and adorned with various jade ornaments, stood at the top of the steps, slowly unrolling a thick scroll with both hands. It was in this scroll that the Yu had conferred titles to Wuxia and his company. Chapter 716. By the human emperor's decree, King Xianxia, Gao, son of King Yangshan, has slain the demon immortal sovereign of the myriad immortal alliance and captured his son, Li Qinghua. For his meritorious service, he will be promoted to King Yufeng, and his fief will be expanded to 20 provinces. He may choose 4 sons to be conferred the title of 9th grade Marquis of Province. Yangxiu Fengbua, a subordinate of King Yangxiu, has captured the sovereign's son, Xianxia. For his meritorious service, he will be conferred the title of third-grade Marquis of Tang Province, and will be in charge of all the affairs in Tang Province. Tanlang, a subordinate of King Xianxia, has killed the demon immortal sovereign of the Myriad Immortal Alliance. For his meritorious service, he will be conferred the title of third-grade Marquis of East Province, and his territory, East Sea County, will be expanded to a third-grade East Province. Wuxia will be in charge of all the affairs in East Province, and will not be under the control of Zhong Province. Wuxia and the others knelt at the foot of the high stone steps, listening to the old man slowly read out the rewards on the scroll. King Xiao's face was flushed with excitement, and his fists were clenched so tightly that the veins on the back of his fists bulged. Xianxia Fengbua, on the other hand, was trembling with excitement. The Marquis of Tang Province, a third-grade Marquis of Tang Province. Their clan had been servants for generations, and now that he was conferred the title of Marquis, even though he was still nominally a servant of King Xiao's clan, he had formed his own clan, and his status and honor were completely different. Wuxia was delighted to be conferred the title of third-grade Marquis of East Sea Province. With this title, it would be much easier for him to do things. Besides, the current East Sea Province was a wasteland with a sparsely populated territory of only a few million people. It was not even comparable to a well-developed county in the Yu Province. Now that the human emperor had conferred him the title of third-grade Marquis of East Sea Province and expanded the East Sea County into a third-grade EC Province, at least the population problem in EC Province would be solved by the imperial court of the Yu Province for Wuxia, and large-scale immigration was just around the corner. As for Xianxia Fengbua's three brothers, as well as King Xiao's subordinates who had made meritorious contributions in the war, they were all conferred the titles of Marquis of County, ranging from 1st to 9th grade. These captains were equally excited. If they were not in Yuxiong Palace, they would have been cheering loudly. With the title of nobility, they didn't care about the money, beauties, horses, treasured swords, and so on. With the title of nobility, he would have a territory under his direct jurisdiction and great authority. Wouldn't he be able to get as many of these worldly possessions as he wanted? Gao, the former King Xianxia and now King Yufeng, had also given Yu Gu a great deal of credit. Because of Yu Gu's status and prowess as a supreme oracle, he was granted the position of Elder of the Yu's secret palace, which gave him great authority, and he could choose 2 of his descendants to be conferred with the title of 9th grade Marquis of Province. But Yu Qingsheng was the only one who was given the title of Marquis of County. King Yufeng was annoyed by Gao, so he only gave Yu Qingsheng a small share of the credit. What's more, he was rewarded with a meager amount of gold, silver, jewelry, beautiful women, and servants, as well as a fine manor outside Liangzhu and hundreds of thousands of acres of fertile land nearby. Apart from that, Yu Qingsheng did not get any other benefits. Yu Qingsheng's face turned black with anger when he saw that Wuxia had been conferred the title of Marquis of Province, and even a few of King Xiao's bodyguards had been conferred the title of Marquis of County, but Yu Qingsheng was still a nobody. The titles of King of the Yu dynasty were divided into 4 grades: Mountain, Water, Prefecture, and City. The titles of King of Mountain were further divided into 4 grades: Mountain, Peak, Qiu, and Ridge. The titles of King of Water were also divided into 4 grades: Sea, River, Lake, and River. The titles of King of Province were divided into 9 grades and 18 grades according to the 4 kinds of seals: jade, gold, silver, and copper, and the 5 colors of ribbons: purple, green, red, black, and white. Among the 3 grades of King of Mountain, Water, and Province, the titles of Mountain and Water were only conferred to the members of the imperial clan, while the titles of King of Province could be conferred to the members of the imperial clan, the sons of influential clans, and even the civil and military officials of civilian origin. The titles of King of City, on the other hand, were only conferred to the civil and military officials of civilian origin. Moreover, the titles of King of Mountain, Water, and Province were conferred to the descendants of the imperial clan, while the titles of king of province could be conferred to the members of the imperial clan, the sons of influential clans, and even the civil and military officials of civilian origin. If the descendants of the titles of king of city failed to make great contributions and defend the titles of king inherited by their ancestors, their titles would be reduced to the 9th grade marquis of county. In Diyu, it was easy for the sons of the imperial clan to be conferred the title of king, but the civil and military official from influential clans and civilian origin could not be conferred the title of king unless they had made great contributions. Below the title of king was the title of marquis. There were only 3 grades of marquis: province, city, and marquis. Each grade was divided into 9 grades. Similarly, seals made of different materials and ribbons of different colors were used to determine the level of status. A marquis of province could have the territory of a province, and the grade corresponded to the grade of the province he ruled. For example, the current prefecture magistrate of Zhong Prefecture, Bo Zhongfu, was a first-grade marquis of Zhong Prefecture. If a marquis of province wanted to raise the grade of his family, he could either work hard on government affairs and develop a 9th-grade province from a barren land into a prosperous place like a first-grade province, and his title of Marquis of Province would naturally rise. Or if a Marquis of Province could make enough contributions, the human emperor of Diyu would naturally raise his title of Marquis, allowing him to directly become an official in another province. This was also the only way to raise one's title of Marquis. A Marquis of City was also known as a Marquis of Province, and could have the territory of a province. According to the wealth and population of a province, the provinces of Diyu were also divided into 9 grades, and the 9 grades of Marquis of Province corresponded to the 9 grades of Marquis of Province. If a Marquis of Province wanted to raise his title of Marquis of Province, he could either work hard to develop the economy and population or work hard to make contributions. Apart from that, Marquis of Province and Marquis of Province also had a way to raise his title of Marquis of Province. If he had a good daughter in his family, if she was selected to enter the imperial palace and conferred as a concubine, his title of Marquis of Province would also be raised. Great Yu's 9th-grade marquis, like Xianxia, was actually a general who led an army stationed in various strategic locations. They were either stationed in some immortal pass or outer heavenly realm, and the grade of Marquis of Province was determined according to the importance of the area they were stationed in and the number of soldiers under their command. The Marquis of Diyu had their own fiefdoms, and they could decide everything in their fiefdoms at will, including all the people in the military court and the Directorate of Celestials, who were all their retainers. Even a marquis of the lowest status, who had the smallest fiefdoms, could do whatever they wanted in their fiefdoms, including building an army. As long as one could afford it, one could recruit an unlimited number of soldiers and buy horses. As long as one did not violate the various prohibitions and edicts issued by the human emperor, one could even issue his own decree at will. For example, the people in the fiefdom were only required to eat 1 meal a day or 10 meals a day, and those who violated the decree would have their entire families executed. No one would say a word about such absurd and unruly decrees. The Marquis of Diyu, on the other hand, only had their own fiefdoms. The Marquis of Province and Marquis of Province could inherit the right to rule a province or a county, but this province or county was directly under the jurisdiction of the human emperor. The imperial court of Diyu had the right to supervise the provinces and counties under their rule, and the imperial court of Diyu could also place a few officials in their fiefdoms from time to time, or send a few Marquis of Province and army to be stationed in their fiefdoms. The Marquis of Province and Marquis of Province must obey the laws of Diyu, and they must pay a huge amount of tribute to the imperial court of Diyu at fixed intervals. As for the Marquis of Province, they did not even have a fiefdom. The territory they controlled was the territory where their army was stationed. If they were sent to outer heavenly realms, they would have to suffer the wrath of the immortal officials of the celestial court and those powerful itinerant immortals. Every year, Diyu lost a large number of Marquis of Province, just like Xianxia, who was killed by Wuxia. Generally speaking, Yu could not retaliate for the deaths of these marquis. After all, outer heavenly realms were not Yu's territory. The vast system of marquis and king, as well as the fiefdoms and territories of various sizes, were like a huge spider web that covered the entire vast territory of Yu. King Xianxia was originally the third of the 4 grades of king, namely mountain, peak, hill, and ridge. Now that he had been promoted to the 2nd grade, in addition to the elevation of his status in the imperial clan and the increase of his right to speak, the most direct benefit for him was the expansion of his fiefdom. On top of that, he could now choose 4 of his sons to be conferred as 9th grade Marquis of Province, which was also a great reward. Among his trusted generals, Xianxia and Wuxia were conferred the title of Marquis of Province. More than 1,000 were conferred the title of Marquis of County, and more than 10,000 military officers were conferred the title of Marquis of Province. This was a great expansion for King Xianxia's power. Putting aside the fact that Wuxia and Xianxia held the power of 2 provinces, which allowed King Xianxia's hand to extend further and further, what did it mean to have over 10,000 Marquis of Province? Even the Marquis of Province with the fewest troops was in charge of at least an army. Even if only a few of these Marquis of Province could stay on Panga continent, the army under their command would be no small matter. How could their influence over the place be ordinary? When these Marquis of Province were sent to their respective military towns, immortal passes, and outer heavenly realms, and when they took control of the armies in their own territories, King Xianxia's influence into Yu's army would increase significantly. All in all, killing the sovereign and wiping out the alliance had brought King Xianxia great benefits. From one of the many mediocre princes of the Yu's imperial clan, he had become a rare star in the last tens of thousands of years, and both his power and influence had been greatly enhanced. On the high stone steps, the dignified old man slowly read out the rewards for GAO subordinates. Although he omitted the details of the rewards for more than 10,000 Marquis of Province, it took him more than 8 hours to read out the rewards for Wuxia and more than 1,000 military officers. Wuxia and his companions had entered Liangzhu early in the morning, but it was already dusk, and the rewards were only coming to an end. However, Yu's imperial palace was always illuminated by the sun and the moon, so there was no distinction between day and night here. With their strong, fleshly bodies, Wuxia and his companions did not feel tired no matter how long they knelt on the ground. After more than 8 hours, the rewards were finally over. Led by the 12 great elders, Wuxia and his companions walked slowly up the steps and into Yuxiong Palace. Next to Wuxia and his companions, the ministers of Yu who were qualified to enter Yuxiong Palace also lined up silently. The dark entrance of Yuxiong Palace was right in front of them. For some reason, Wuxia felt that it was the mouth of a monster. An extremely ancient aura slowly spread out of the great hall, and when Wuxia came to the entrance, he could not help but hold his breath. Taking a deep breath, Wuxia followed the crowd into the center of power of one of the 2 most powerful powers in the world, the land that ruled over Panga continent, this magical land. As soon as he entered Yuxiong Palace, Wuxia saw the man sitting on the throne at the end of the hall. Chapter 717. There were no spatial restrictive spells deployed in Yuxiong Palace. Measuring 3 miles wide from east to west and 1 mile deep from north to south, there were no pillars or beams in the Great Hall, which stood 1,000 feet tall and was almost transparent. The light of the sun, the moon, and the stars, mixed with a strong purple mist, poured down through the roof and converged into a silver-purple stream of light that looked like a dragon, enveloping the tall throne in the north of the Great Hall. The present human emperor of the Yu, Emperor Haozuan, sat upright on the throne that stood more than 100 feet tall, looking down at the crowd. It had been 3 periods since Emperor Haozuan ascended to the throne. During this period, he had neither expanded nor defended his territory well enough. Under his rule, the forces of itinerant cultivators and itinerant immortals had gradually infiltrated Panga continent, and the conservative forces into Yu had been very critical of him. Fortunately, he had taken advantage of the chaos in Myriad Immortal Alliance to carry out a great purge of the itinerant cultivator powers in Great U, and even the sovereign of the Myriad Immortal Alliance, a primordial immortal, was killed. This was the only political achievement Emperor Haozuan had made in the past 3 periods, so he had rewarded King Xianxia, Wuxia, and the others. Emperor Haozuan had a delicate face, fair skin, and 3 strands of long beard growing under his chin that reached his chest. He was clad in a simple white linen robe, with a pale green ribbon made of some unknown fine silk tied around his waist. Shrouded in the silver-purple light, Emperor Haozuan, who was tall and slim, with his eyes slightly narrowed, still had the demeanor of an emperor. With Wuqi's ability to judge people, he could tell from his appearance that Emperor Haozuan seemed to be a little indecisive. But how could a man of 3 periods be indecisive when he was able to sit on the throne of the human emperor, and when he was under the attack of the conservative forces into you? How could he be a simple and benevolent person? In particular, Emperor Haozuan's cultivation technique shocked Wuqi even more. Emperor Haozuan's skin was fair and delicate, and it gave off a very thin, almost translucent feeling. Through his skin, one could see a thumb-sized silver vortex spinning rapidly in each of the 360 most important acupuncture points on his body, flickering like stars. Yuxiong Plain was the heart of Panga continent, where the concentration of natural energy was more than 1,000 times that of other places. Liangzhu was the heart of Yuxiong Plain, where the concentration of natural energy was more than 10,000 times that of other places. And Diyu's imperial palace was the heart of Liangzhu, where the concentration of natural energy had reached an incredible level. On the other hand, Yuxiong Palace was the absolute core of the imperial palace, the control hub of all the formations in the palace. 30% of the essence of the sun, moon, and stars that shone in the sky above the palace was poured directly into it. But in Yuxiong Palace, apart from the throne where Emperor Haozuan sat, there was not even a wisp of natural energy. All the natural energy, Pangu, sacred energy, and the essence of the sun, moon, and stars were absorbed into Emperor Haozuan's body. The 360 silver vortexes under his skin rapidly devoured the spiritual energy from the outside world. They devoured as much as they came, without the slightest pause. Emitting a faint, mysterious, and majestic silver light, the vortexes transformed into a silver halo that enveloped Emperor Haozuan. Set off by the silver halo, Emperor Haozuan, who looked as elegant as an immortal, looked as lofty as a deity, and naturally exuded a mighty aura that no one dared to look directly at. Wuqi only stole a glance at Emperor Haozuan, then immediately looked away. Emperor Haozuan's cultivation base had reached a realm that Wuqi could not fathom at the moment. Just by looking at him, Wuqi's divine soul felt a pressure as heavy as a mountain. Overwhelmed, his divine soul groaned. He was afraid that if he looked at Emperor Haozuan for too long, his divine soul would be severely injured. The fearsome Emperor Haozuan, the fearsome body-tempering technique of the Yu's imperial clan. With just a quick glance, Wuqi had determined the essence of Emperor Haozuan's cultivation technique. Using Pangu, sacred energy, as the foundation to forge an extremely strong fleshly body like the true body of heaven and earth scripture, and using the essence of the sun, moon, and stars as the foundation to cultivate all kinds of divine abilities and mystic arts. The essence of the sun was the purest of yang, and the essence of the moon was the purest of yin. The combination of yin and yang, with the essence of billions of stars as the foundation, gave rise to countless changes. It was a complicated and mysterious supreme divine ability. Obviously, Emperor Haozuan also had the aptitude to cultivate both fleshly body and magic. It was very likely that the prerequisite for him to become the human emperor was to cultivate both fleshly body and magic. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to cultivate this miraculous cultivation technique. Of course, It was also possible that the imperial clan of the Yu had other secret cultivation techniques that did not require the aptitude to cultivate both fleshly body and magic. Naturally, there would be other cultivation techniques for the human emperor to choose from. Wuxia did a quick calculation and found that the amount of natural energy that poured into Xiong Palace every day was equal to the total amount of immortal energy in a large immortal energy vein. It had been 3 periods since Emperor Haozuan became the human emperor. If he had spent 1/3 of his time cultivating in Xiong Palace, the magic power he possessed would be an astonishing number. Perhaps in terms of magic power alone, even an ordinary primordial immortal was not as strong as Emperor Haozuan. Perhaps this was the privilege that the human emperor should enjoy. In Wuqi's opinion, even if a wild boar was placed on Emperor Haozuan's throne and was tempered by the essence of heaven for 3 periods, its cultivation base should be pretty good. Although it might not be comparable to a primordial immortal, it should at least be no different from a peak-level gold immortal. Led by the 12 great elders, Wuqi and the others who had just been conferred the title slowly stepped forward and bowed to Emperor Haozuan in front of the throne. Although the etiquette of the Yu was conservative and old-fashioned, it had one advantage. Apart from kowtowing when offering sacrifices to heaven and earth, ghosts, deities, and ancestors, and kneeling during some important ceremonies, such as conferring titles, even when meeting the human emperor, he only bowed slightly or cupped his fist. After all, Yu had inherited the tradition of the ancient tribal alliance, and the human emperor's predecessor was only the leader of the alliance. Wuqi liked these etiquettes of the Yu very much. Otherwise, if he had to kneel and salute every time he saw a superior, how would he have the interest to mingle in the imperial court of the Yu? Hundreds of courtiers who were qualified to enter Xiong Palace walked slowly into the Great Hall and bowed to Emperor Haozuan. The Great Hall was quiet, and only the old man who had just read the conferring document walked up to the throne and completed the last step of the ceremony. Emperor Haozuan's fingers moved slightly, and the conferring scroll flew back into his hand. Then, many eunuchs in black came out of the back of the hall with small steps, carrying black lacquer plates on which were placed many seals, ribbons, medallions, and official documents. At the old man's order, these eunuchs came quickly to Wuqi and his companions, then put the seals, ribbons, medallions, and official documents on them. This was also part of the old-fashioned tradition of the Yu. Before Wuqi and his companions received their rewards, they were just ordinary generals who were not qualified to enter Xiong Palace, let alone meet Emperor Haozuan. So, they received their rewards of the stone steps outside the Great Hall. Only when they were at least conferred the title of Marquis did they enter the Great Hall, accompanied by many elders and ministers, to meet the human emperor and formally receive their seals, ribbons, and other official documents. For most of the newly conferred marquises present, this was probably the only chance they had in their lives to meet the human emperor. In the future, unless they made new contributions and were promoted to the title of nobility or became a king and qualified to meet the human emperor, they would never have the chance to enter the imperial palace of the Yu again. Every time the eunuchs helped a person put on a ribbon, seal, and a medallion that represented their status, Emperor Haozuan, sitting on the throne, would say a faint word of encouragement, then point a finger at the person and send a beam of light into the person's body. The beam of light contained extremely powerful Pangu, sacred energy, and the essence of stars. Pangu's sacred energy could strengthen the cultivation base of the fleshly body, and the essence of the stars could strengthen the soul. Pangu, sacred energy, could strengthen the fleshly body, and none of the generals around Wuqi was weak. But strengthening the soul was equivalent to prolonging the lifespan of these generals, which was also the reward the newly conferred marquises deserved. Without saying a word, Wuqi digested the beam of light that entered his body, while the essence of the stars was fused into Dark Een, Celestial Tower. The essence of the stars refined in Xiong Palace was extraordinarily pure, and with it as a supplement, the power of the 360 star pearls in Dark Een celestial tower skyrocketed, giving the tower a great advantage. After another round of work, everyone had completed the last step of the conferring ceremony. According to the normal procedure, the human emperor would grant them a banquet, then they would thank him and leave Wuxia Palace. After that, they would have a feast, and then they would leave the imperial palace immediately. But today, Emperor Haozuan had disrupted the procedure. Just as the old man, who was giving orders from the side, was about to announce the end of the conferring ceremony and ask everyone to thank him and leave Wuxia Palace for the banquet, Emperor Haozuan raised his hand slightly. His slightly narrowed eyes opened, and two beams of silver light fell abruptly on Wuxia. Tanlang, the Marquis of East Sea Province, the aptitude to cultivate both fleshly body and magic. All the ministers of the Yu in the Great Hall looked at Emperor Haozuan in astonishment, but the emperor ignored their astonishment and said slowly, "I know it was you who laid out the formation, lured immortal Ding Jun into it, and killed him. Go to the Directorate of Celestials and pick a supreme tower. Then go to the secret palace of Yin Tian Palace and make 3 copies of the secret manuals of the Tao formations and take them away." Wuxia was taken aback. Emperor Haozuan had actually given him such a great benefit for no reason. Before Wuxia could recover from his shock, the emperor turned to Gao, nodded, and said, "Gao, the son of King Yangshan. Good, very good. You do have some of your father's spirit. You have made a great contribution this time, which has boosted the Yu's prestige and taught those immortals who are getting bolder and bolder a lesson. Very well. From now on, you will follow the imperial court and assist in military affairs. I will leave the right army of Yu Xiong in Liangzhu to you for the time being, and see if you can be put in an important position." Gao, the former King Xianxia, who was now King Yufeng, blushed abruptly. He hurriedly took a few steps forward, bowed deeply to Emperor Haozuan, and said with a loud voice, "I understand. I will do my best and not let your majesty down." Emperor Haozuan smiled faintly and waved his hand. Immediately, all the courtiers bowed to him, then slowly left Wuxia Palace. Suddenly, Wuxia felt 2 malicious gazes coming at him from the crowd. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the gazes, and saw King Xianxia turn his head away as if nothing had happened. Wuxia smiled. "So this is my new enemy?" Chapter 718. In short, the dishes served into Yu's banquet were the same as how the ancient ancestors ate. Wuxia saw a black-robed old man sitting opposite him. He must be a high-ranking oracle from the Directorate of Celestials, who had a very high status. In front of him was a large jade basin, in which were 3 large cabbages that had been boiled in water. The cabbages were not uprooted or chopped, but were simply cooked and served. Frowning, Wuxia cut off a piece of meat that looked like the skin of an old cow with a jade knife that was not very sharp. Then he stuffed the meat, which was still stained with blood, into his mouth. An indescribable stench rushed up from his mouth, and Wuxia was so disgusted that he almost threw up. But this was the banquet given by the human emperor, and no one dared to be rude. Wuxia could only gnash his teeth and chew the tough meat. The friction between his teeth and the old tendons in the meat produced a loud, creaking noise. The young man was just a civil official, and he had neither cultivated his fleshly body nor magic. He was just an ordinary man. How could he endure so much horrible food? Without delicious food, there was naturally no good wine. The wine here was brewed according to the oldest winemaking recipe. It was the most primitive low-alcohol wine brewed by the ancient ancestors with clay pots, and even the lees were not removed. It had a pungent, sour smell, as unpleasant as over-fermented vinegar. If he were to drink it in his mouth, he really could not describe the feeling. It was sour, floating, and strange, as if it was about to explode in his mouth. Also, when he swallowed the wine with his neck stretched, the feeling was as slow as a razor scraping his throat. It was a wonderful feeling. This was perhaps the most tasteless meal Wuxia had had since he came to Panga Continent. While stuffing wine and meat into his mouth, he tilted his head sideways and glanced at the important ministers and nobles of the Yu, laughing in his heart. Turning his head to look at Xiong Palace, who was lying on the stone steps like a monster, Wuxia cursed in his mind. No wonder Emperor Haozuan refused to move from his throne and did not attend the banquet. Perhaps he is afraid of this terrible banquet? Slowly swallowing a piece of stinking meat, Wuxia breathed a suppressed sigh. Although there was no good wine or delicious food, the banquet given by Dayu was still entertained by musicians and singers. However, when the ancestors of the ancient times gathered to drink and feast, it was also a time for them to remember their ancestors and their dead brothers and sisters. Generally speaking, unless it was an important sacrificial ceremony, the ancient ancestors would not gather together to enjoy precious good wine and feast on meat for no reason. Amidst the green flame, countless men clad in black robes were seen sitting silently under the huge, gloomy totem poles, chewing on bloody meat, big potatoes, cabbages, and all sorts of strange and bizarre foods happily. Next to them was a large group of female singers clad in white robes, singing all sorts of ghostly ballads in a grief-stricken manner. The scene made Wu Qi want to burst into laughter, but at the same time, he wanted to cry at the same time. While chewing the meat, Gao whispered to Wu Qi, "Eat slowly, eat slowly." The etiquette of the banquet is based on the sacrificial ceremony of the ancient times. When the food in front of you is finished, you will have another serving immediately, so eat slowly as much as possible. But before the banquet is about to end, you must eat all the food in front of you, or you will be charged with great disrespect, and your title will be stripped. Emperor Haozuan's banquet was not delicious. In a huge square under the 36,000 huge totem poles, under the green light, countless courtiers of the Yu were tearing at the bloody meat with a straight face, their mouths filled with loud, cracking noises of beast tendons being torn off. Among them, a large group of sanctimonious oracles and civil officials were holding half-cooked potatoes the size of a human head and whole cabbages with gloomy faces, munching on them. For some reason, Wu Qi felt that the scene was creepy, bizarre, and filled with a sense of absurdity and hilarity. His other sons were killed in battle decades ago, said Gao in a flat voice. Wu Qi gave the young man a pitying look, then lowered his head and began to cut the meat in front of him that weighed more than 10 kilograms. Among those who were enjoying the banquet, apart from Wu Qi and his men, who had strong fleshly bodies and strong teeth, most of them were oracles or civil servants of the court, who had weak fleshly bodies. It was impossible for these people to deal with the meat of these demonic beasts, so their food was boiled potatoes, vegetables, and the like. Furthermore, the potatoes were not peeled, and the vegetables were not rooted. All the dishes were boiled in water, sprinkled with a bit of salt, and served neatly on the plate. With the Yu's policy of encouraging fertility, and the fact that the High Oracle was an important minister of the court, he must have at least hundreds of concubines. How could he have only one son? Slowly swallowing the fishy meat in his mouth, Wu Qi turned his eyes to a short and shriveled oracle, who was picking up a few boiled carrots from a jade basin with a frown and slowly chewing on them. Wu Qi nearly burst out laughing. A stream of half-congealed demon blood sprayed out from the corner of Wu Qi's mouth and landed on Gao's armor. However, Gao did not show any reaction. Numbly, he raised the coarse jade knife, clenched his jaws, and shoved the meat into his mouth with the grief of a warrior who would never return. Wu Qi turned his head and saw a few eunuchs carrying a basin full of boiled potatoes and placing them in front of a pale-faced young man with a smile on their faces. The young man's face was stained with the smell of potatoes. With difficulty, he took a look at the potatoes in front of him, his body trembling slightly. So, this was the human emperor's feast after the conferring ceremony of the Yu? No wonder Xianxia Fengbo and the others were so excited when they talked about being conferred the title of Marquis, but when they talked about the feast after the conferring ceremony, their expressions became even weirder. Only son, Wu Qi stared at Gao in astonishment. The old man was the great oracle of the Yu, who was in charge of the preparation and operation of all the important ceremonies of Diyu. It was said that every great oracle of Diyu was selected from the elders of the wealthy and noble clans by drawing lots, and none of the great oracle's daughters could get married, and none of the sons could get married. Presumably, this had something to do with the feast of Diyu. Gao burped with a foul breath and murmured in a low voice, "So, eat slowly, TSK, TSK. It's obvious that this is the first time for that fool to attend the feast, and no one has taught him this trick. Everyone just wants to see someone suffer misfortune." Speechless, Wuxia cut off a piece of meat, which was still bright red, and slowly stuffed it into his mouth. Just by looking at the great oracle's twisted face, and then at the angry gazes of all the courtiers and generals present, Wuxia knew how offensive the position of great oracle was. The problem was there was a complete set of etiquette for the feast of Diyu. Before the etiquette was completed, even the most powerful king under the human emperor was not allowed to leave his seat. Looking at the sun slowly setting in the west, Wuxia felt like weeping but had no tears. It was only dusk now, and the feast could only be completed at midnight. Heavens above and Lady of Earth below, how many kilograms of this uncooked demonic beast meat would he eat today? Crunch, crunch. Like eating machines, the courtiers of Diyu moved their big teeth in unison, slowly digesting the food in front of them. These demon beasts who provided the meat had gained sentience and cultivated into human forms. They were carnivorous demon beasts, specially raised by the Yu dynasty. Most of the beast-born monsters didn't have much magical powers, but their fleshly bodies were extremely powerful. Since these demon beasts could cultivate into human forms, they must have cultivated for at least 1,000 years, and their muscles were even stronger than steel ingots. If it were not for the fact that Wuqi's fleshly body was stronger, someone with a slightly weaker cultivation base would have his teeth torn off by the meat. Even the generals who liked to drink to their heart's content had turned into gentlemen at the feast of the human emperor. They would never drink unless it was absolutely necessary. But the old man who presided over the feast, the one who read the letter of conferment to Wuxia and the others, would raise his wine cup and toast to everyone every 10 minutes, and everyone present would have to raise their wine cups and drink with him. It was simply the greatest torture in the world. Xianxia, who was standing off to one side, burped and murmured in a low voice. When His Highness attended the feast for the first time, he didn't know what was going on, so he ordered a plate of meat and ate it. In the end, he ate the meat and guts of 7 one-horned flaming bulls and was scolded by Master Lao Wang when he returned to the mansion. Gao gave Wuxia a look, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a sigh, "Every subject of Diyu hopes to be conferred a title of nobility by making meritorious contributions, and everyone who is conferred a title of nobility hopes to have their title elevated. But the feast after the ceremony." Shaking his head, Gao said in a cold voice, "It is said that the only son of the current High Oracle is serving in the right army of Yuxiong. I'll assign him a mission that will cost him his life." The feast of the human emperor of Diyu had always followed the tradition of the ancient times. The ancient people struggled in the wilderness, so naturally, they were not particular about food. Therefore, the food and wine served at the feast left everyone speechless. The source of the meat was excellent. All the meat was chosen from the fattest parts of the demonic beasts that had matured. All the meat was of the highest quality. However, no matter how high the quality of the ingredients was, it was only stewed in plain water with a little bit of salt. There were still traces of blood on the surface of the meat, and there were even drops of blood dripping down. This was definitely not a good meal. If Emperor Haozuan had to attend every feast in person, the subjects of Diyu might only attend a few banquets in their entire lives. But even if Emperor Haozuan only conferred a title to his subjects every 100 years, how many times would he have to attend such a dreadful feast in the span of 3 periods? But according to the ancient etiquette, the feast must last until midnight. Therefore, these musicians and singers were performing the requiem, funeral song, soul summoning song, song of remembrance, and so on, which the ancient ancestors used to commemorate their ancestors and their fallen clansmen during sacrificial ceremonies. The tunes of these songs were gloomy and sorrowful, and the lyrics were eerie and ghostly. In particular, the singers they chose were all the best singers with faces as white as snow and did not have any good looks. Only their voices were sharp and thin. Chapter 719. Walking with stiff legs and staring blankly, Wuxia slowly followed a group of senior ministers of the down the mountain formed by torch dragons' coiled body. From time to time, deep, powerful, and long burps could be heard amidst the long stream of people, filling the air with the pungent smell of urine and blood. From time to time, weak oracles and civil officials could be heard groaning, as their stomachs were too full. As he walked, Wuxia looked back at Xianxia Palace, which was crouching on the top of the mountain like a monster. The banquet given by the human emperor of the Yu looked like a joke, absurd and absurd to the extreme. But such an absurd banquet had been going on since ancient times. None of the civil and military officials in the imperial court, even the elders of the allied tribes, princes, and members of the imperial clan had commented on the banquet. Generations of the Yu officials had been gnawing on half-cooked meat and whole cabbages, continuing the tradition to this day. Terrible traditions and stubborn customs. After this banquet, Wuxia suddenly felt that the Yu was a solid rock that had stubbornly maintained its original style. No matter how time went by, no matter how the world changed, it would always be the same. Wuxia secretly glanced at the civil and military officials around him. Except for Gao and his generals, although the others did not feel well in their stomachs, they all wore the same indifferent expressions. One could even use the word indifferent to describe their expressions. For them, although the taste of the banquet was a little unpleasant, it was a tradition, and they had to abide by it. Just like how humans needed to breathe and fish could not live without water, these ministers of the Yu could not live without these traditions. What a terrible kingdom, and what a terrible man. Wuxia sighed inwardly. When a tradition became a habit, it was the most terrible force in the world. As the long stream of people slowly walked down the mountain, a few oracles in black cloaks suddenly appeared on the side of the road. They stopped in front of Wuxia and murmured in a low voice, "Tan Lang, Marquis of East Sea Province, come with us. The human emperor has decreed that you may enter the secret palace of Yin Tian." Narrowing his eyes abruptly, Gao grabbed Wuxia's wrist and whispered into his ear, "The secret palace has countless mystic arts and divine abilities, all of which are extremely powerful. The most profound divine abilities of the Yu are not in the Directorate of Celestials, but in the secret palace of the Imperial Palace. There are countless immortal formation diagrams and the secrets of mighty Yu formation in the Yintian Palace. You must choose carefully." Gao and Wuxia only exchanged a few words with each other, and under the gloomy gazes of the few oracles, he had no choice but to follow the group and leave. The secret palace had a very high status in Yu. It was mysterious and terrifying, and it was the place where all supreme oracles ended their lives. It was responsible for sorting out and safekeeping all the books and records of the Yu, and bore the heavy responsibility of continuing the dynasty of the Yu. Therefore, even the Council of Elders of the Tribal Alliance was in awe of the secret palace, and dared not to show the slightest disrespect to it. Perhaps any old man who walked out of the secret palace could be the lineal ancestor of the current clan leader of some powerful clan in the Yu, or the Grand Magus of some powerful clans several generations ago, who were the spiritual leaders of these clans. With such a background, the status of the oracles of the secret palace was so honorable that even a king of the imperial clan, like Gao, dared not offend them. Under the guidance of the few oracles, Wuxia followed them and left the only avenue in the imperial palace, heading deep into the woods. After parting the dense weeds and trudging through the dense forest full of poisonous insects for 2 hours, they came to a clearing in the woods, where a dozen oracles in white robes were waiting quietly in a circle. It was the first time Wuxia saw oracles of the Yu dressed in white robes, and he could not help but give them a few more glances. These oracles looked young, in their 20s at most, but their sleeves were embroidered with patterns of suns, which showed that they were all sun oracles, which meant that they all had the overall strength to fight against gold immortals. But, judging from their expressions, their ignorance and immaturity, their ages were definitely not beyond Wuxi's estimation. Was this the background of the secret palace? Sun oracles in their early 20s? Wuxia grinned. An immortal had to start his cultivation from the stage of immortal, from gold core, nascent soul, nascent divinity, and then heaven immortal, breaking through tier by tier, all the way until he became a gold immortal. Even a genius like Lady Dark Goldwater had to spend a very long period of time that could be counted in Yuan Wei before she could achieve this. But how old were these young oracles of the Yu's secret palace? Yet, they already possessed the strength equivalent to a gold immortal who had spent eons of time cultivating. What a terrifying background. But, even in the secret palace, there shouldn't be too many freakish oracles like these, right? Led by a few black-robed oracles, Wuxia walked into the circle formed by these white-robed oracles. The white-robed oracles cried out at the same time. Their fingers moved rapidly in the air, leaving a large sheet of phosphorescent light in the air. At the same time, they chanted a strange incantation, causing countless runes to pour out of their bodies along with thick smoke, forming a rune formation around Wuxia with 18 layers of runes. Suddenly, the void twisted. Accompanied by a muffled, cracking noise that sounded like thunder, Wuxia was surrounded by darkness as a strong pressure came pressing at him from all directions. When he could see the light again, he was already in front of a valley. A terrible storm was blowing out of the valley, and the wind was as sharp as blades, slashing and splashing sparks on the rocky ground in front of the valley. A few white-robed oracles pointed out their fingers and cast a thick layer of restrictive runes on Wuxi's body. An invisible wave enveloped Wuxi's body, and any gust of wind that came near him would be dissipated by the wave. Wuxia stared in surprise at the pale black storm that was blowing at his face. The wind here should be half natural and half artificially processed, or it could not be so terrible. Judging from the speed at which the few wind blades sliced past Wuxia and the degree of condensation, perhaps even an ordinary heaven immortal could not withstand them. Wuxia looked back over his shoulder. On the distant horizon, he could see the great mountain formed by the coiling torch dragon in Yuxiong Palace, which was shrouded in a strong beam of light. They should still be in the garden of the Yu's imperial palace, but there should be many restrictive spells lying in ambush along the way. That was why these white-robed oracles had guided Wuxia directly to the entrance of the valley by breaking the void with a mystic technique. Following behind these oracles, Wuxia walked slowly against the strong wind. The terrible storm raged in his ears as the company gradually entered the valley. It was 100 miles high and only about 30 feet wide, with a tall and narrow entrance that looked like a black line. They walked along the dimly lit valley for a long time. Along the way, the white-robed oracles had used all kinds of restrictive spells, and they had spent countless tricks before they finally brought Wuxia out of the valley. A bright light shone in front of them, and the view suddenly became clear. A pitch-black cliff, about 100 miles high, appeared in front of Wuxia, tens of miles away from Wuxia. On both sides of the cliff were steep cliffs, and behind him, apart from the narrow valley, was another precipitous cliff. Gusts of strong wind rose out of the surrounding cliff walls, compressed by invisible restrictive spells, and turned into countless pitch-black wind blades that thrust into the valley. After being compressed and accelerated by layers of restrictive spells in the valley, they turned into powerful windstorms and rushed out of the mountain. The cliff wall in front of them was about 100 miles high and 200 miles wide. Countless statues of celestial fiends were carved on it, with the shortest being about a mile tall. These celestial fiends were fighting each other, and there were also countless statues of primordial beasts involved in the battle. The statues were so lifelike that Wuxia could even hear the shrill howls and cries of the celestial fiends and beasts. Between the two largest celestial fiends in the middle, there was a square-shaped entrance, about 10 feet wide and 30 feet high, on the cliff wall. The entrance was about 30 miles above the ground, and from about a mile in front of Wuxia to the entrance was a very long stone staircase. The stone staircase was only about 10 feet wide and about 100 miles long, reaching straight to the entrance. Every single step was carved with countless complicated patterns and innumerable ancient and mysterious spells. When Wuxia cast his eyes on the stone staircase, he could vaguely hear a shrill, strange laughter. A few black-robed oracles bowed slightly to Wuxia, then walked to a cliff wall on the left. There was another entrance under the cliff wall, and they walked into it and disappeared. Meanwhile, the white-robed oracles escorted Wuxia up the stone staircase, slowly walking towards the entrance on the cliff wall. As they walked higher and higher, the wind around them grew stronger and stronger. Even the restrictive spells cast on Wuxia by the white-robed oracles began to fail to withstand the attack of the wind. The invisible energy waves began to tremble, and strong gusts of wind brushed against Wuxia's body. Walking tens of miles above the ground, feeling the strong wind blowing against his body, Wuxia had an illusion that he was about to float up into the sky. After walking for less than an hour, the white-robed oracles secretly released all kinds of incantation gestures to temporarily remove the vicious restrictive spells on the stone steps. Wuxia silently memorized their incantation gestures, as well as the energy fluctuations they emanated. To use Secret Palace. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely pay a visit. It was said that the Secret Palace only stored all the ancient books and documents of Diyu, but who knew if there were any secret treasures or powerful weapons in it? When he came to the entrance at the end of the stone staircase, a few middle-aged oracles in white robes with black stripes on their sleeves suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stood in front of Wuxia in a straight line. The middle-aged oracle in the middle smiled and held out his hand to Wuxia. Marquis of East Sea Province, please hand over the 3 animals you have. They are not allowed to enter the secret palace. The dragon python sisters, who had been following Wuxia for more than a year and had been following him since he was in the valley, crept out of Wuxia's ear, lay on Wuxia's shoulder, and turned to look at Wuxia. Ao Buzin, on the other hand, dashed out furiously. With a sway of his body, he grew to more than 30 feet long and as thick as a bowl. Pointing his finger at the oracle's nose, he cursed, "You are the animal. Your whole family are animals." Lao Tzu. With one hand, Wuxia grabbed Ao Buzin's mouth and gave him a hard yank, turning his body from as thick as a bowl to as thin as a strand of hair. After that, he tied a very complicated bow over his mouth with his slender body, then handed Ao Buzin and the dragon python sisters to the middle-aged oracle. Looking deeply into the oracle's eyes, Wuxia smiled and said, "Thank you. Tan Lang doesn't want them to be hurt." The middle-aged shaman smiled, nodded, and moved aside to make way for them. Chapter 720. He carefully told the middle-aged oracle not to let Ao Buzin and the dragon python sisters get hurt, then told Ao Buzin and the 2 dragon pythons not to cause any trouble when he was not around. After saying a lot of nonsense, Wuxia was led into the secret palace by a few white-robed oracles. Just like the feeling that Yugu's Supreme Tower gave Wuxia, the atmosphere inside the Yu's secret palace was gloomy, dark, and suffocating. Walking along the long tunnel, every step he took felt like he was treading on the history, and every step he took felt like he was treading on the torrent of time. Wuxia could not describe his feelings. He only felt that everything was like a dream, not real. The walls along the way were carved with countless patterns, many of which were stories that Wuxia was familiar with. When the white-robed oracles saw that Wuxia was interested in the stories carved on the walls, they excitedly explained them to him in detail. From Panga's creation of the world, to the Wahuang clan's creation of human beings, to Great Yu's control of the flood and killing of all the demons in the world, Wuxia was very familiar with all kinds of stories. But the stories told by these patterns were different from what Wuxia knew, and there were many details that were worth considering. According to the stories that Wuxia knew, Pangu was the first living being between heaven and earth, and he created the world because he was lonely. But the carvings of Pangu's creation of the world puzzled Wuxia. Pangu was standing in a hazy mist, holding a great axe and standing on a huge lotus throne. But in the mist in the distance, Wuxia could vaguely see countless people who seemed to be watching the spectacular scene of Pangu creating the world. The story of the Huang clan's creation of human beings was even more different. What Wuxia knew was that Goddess Nviwa had molded him into the shape of a human using the living soil and innate water according to his own appearance. But in this place, the ancient great sages used the quintessence blood of countless mythological beasts as materials, and used their boundless magic power to fuse the quintessence blood of countless mythological beasts and mythological birds into one. Then, using the living soil as the foundation, they fused the living soil with the quintessence blood and took human form. What the Huang clan did was to take out countless spiritual essences from a strange-shaped cauldron and fuse them into her body. The ancient great sage created the human body, and the Huang clan injected the human soul. Vaguely, Wuxia felt that the story was in line with some of the records found in some ancient books on Earth. In those records, it was also said that Goddess Nuwa created the human race through the 72 transformations and joined hands with some ancient gods to create the human race. As for the story of Yu the Great controlling the flood, it made Wuxia even more conflicted. In the historical records on Earth, Yu is the ancestor of the Xia dynasty. But here, Yu the Great was one of the 18 ancient sacred emperors of the Yu dynasty. The flood he controlled was not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster caused by some powerful existences from outer heavenly realms who invaded this world created by the great sage Pangu. Yu the Great's achievement was to lead the fledgling Yu dynasty, reorganize its armaments, and join hands with the immortals who had just matured to kill those foreign existences. After that, in order to suppress some powerful creatures that he could not kill, Yu the Great extracted 9 dragon veins from Pangu continent, which were said to be transformed from the spine of the great sage Pangu, and used them to forge 9 cauldrons to suppress those terrible creatures. Along the way, Wuxia was struck dumb by what he heard. He vaguely felt that these stories, which were very different from the myths and legends he knew, might be the truth of history. Since the ancient times, the dynasty of Yu had lasted for a long time. All kinds of ancient records were well preserved, and there was an organization like the Secret Palace that was responsible for passing down the history. So, what these white-robed oracles were telling him should be the real history. Sighing softly, Wuxia followed the white-robed oracles down the tunnel. There were countless forks along the way, each of which was of the same height, length, and brightness, and there were also countless bewitching restrictive spells and spatial barriers. Even with his current cultivation base and divine sense, Wuxia could not remember the path these white-robed oracles had taken him through. In short, after walking for more than 4 hours, and with the strength of Wuxia and his companions, as well as the various strange formations and teleportation formations along the way, they must have traveled tens of thousands of miles. Wuxia was not even sure if he was still in the mountain behind the entrance, because there were dozens of teleportation formations, which gave him a feeling that he had broken through the void and traveled a very long distance. He had no idea where exactly he was. After struggling for a long time, a bright light suddenly shone from a pearl in front of them. Wuxia and his company walked out of the dark and oppressive tunnel and came before an ancient, dark yellow copper door. The gate was surrounded by thick and heavy rocks, and thousands of fist-sized luminous pearls were mounted on the top of the 1-mile-tall rock ceiling, brightly illuminating the small square in front of the gate, which was dozens of acres in circumference. Countless patterns of stars were carved on the surface of the huge bronze gate, and in front of it, dozens of oracles, whose sleeves were embroidered with black patterns, were sitting cross-legged on the ground like Chi-Chi. These oracles were not breathing like zombies. and Wuxia could not hear the sound of their heartbeat or blood flow. They should be living people, but they had fallen into some kind of deep sleep with some magic, which made them look no different from zombies in coffins. Walking past these oracles, Jihao came to the huge bronze gate. A white-robed oracle who led the way reached out his hand and pressed a few stars on the gate. Slowly, the 1,000 meters tall and 100 meters wide bronze gate began to rise. A gust of cold air came flowing out from behind the copper door, bringing with it a faint fragrance. Wuxia recognized that it was the aroma of the blue-striped 1,000 leaves, which was used to preserve bamboo slips and wood slips, preventing them from rotting. Raising his head and looking at the slowly rising bronze gate, Wuxia couldn't help but click his tongue. The gate was 1,000 meters tall, 100 meters wide, and 10 miles thick. How was this a door? It was clearly a copper pillar that was placed horizontally. Moreover, it was densely covered in countless talisman markings and embedded with a large amount of tortoise shells, precious pearls, crystals, jades, and so on. Obviously, all of them had their own uses. The few white-robed oracles opened the gate, but they did not go in. Instead, they signaled Wuxia to go in alone. On the other side of the gate, an old man clad in a white robe was already waiting. The old man stood over 9 feet tall and thin like a bamboo pole. 6 tiny supreme towers were embroidered on the sleeves of his white robe with black silk threads, while a large number of stars were embroidered on his chest with pale silver silk threads. The 6 supreme towers represented the overall strength of a supreme oracle, and his cultivation base was strong enough to fight against a 4th-tier primordial immortal. On the other hand, the star pattern on his chest indicated that the old man's major cultivation base was the heavenly star transformation, as well as the secrets of various formations, and that he was a member of the secret palace, Xianxia Palace. Among the star patterns on the old man's chest, the North Star near the Big Dipper was a pale golden color. Wuxia's pupils constricted when he saw the pattern. The North Star was an extremely important star in the universe, and this pale, golden pattern clearly represented the old man's position in Xianxia Palace. "This is Lord Yuchen, the first master of Xianxia Palace," a white-robed oracle said in a low voice. "Lord Yuchen, the first master of Xianxia Palace? A member of the Yu clan? A member of the Yu clan in Liangzhu?" Yumu's face instinctively flashed across Wuxia's mind. He nodded to the few white-robed oracles around him, then came in front of Yu Chun in a flash. Yu Chun, who was a head taller than Wuxia, looked down at Wuxia, who was cupping his fist and bowing to him, and said coolly, "Yu Mu is my grandson, Yu Huai is my grandson, and Yu Mu is my grandson. Are you Tan Lang?" Wuxia stared blankly at Yu Chun. Yu Mu, the current head of the Yu clan in Zhong province, was Yu Chen's grandson. Yu Chun, the son of Yu Chun, then the grandson, the great-grandson, the great-grandson, the great-grandson, the great-grandson, the great-grandson, the great-grandson, and the great-grandson. Should Wuxia marvel at Yu Chen's seniority, or should he grieve for Yu Mu's seniority? For Wuxia, Yu Mu was already an old monster, but Wuxia was Yu Chen's grandson. The seniority of Yu Mu was simply too shocking. Bowing respectfully to Yu Chun, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "Junior Tan Lang offers greeting, Master Yu." A faint smile emerged on Yu Chen's face as he pointed a finger at the bronze door behind Wuxia. The huge door fell silently to the ground. Then, he turned around and said in a low voice, "Come with me. His Majesty is being too stingy by asking you to pick 3 ancient books of formations at will. If you can really comprehend the Tao of formations, I'll make a copy of all the ancient books in Xianxia Palace for you." He snorted coldly, clasped his hand behind his back, and said proudly, "If you are an idiot who can't even pass my test, you won't get anything from Xianxia Palace, even with His Majesty's decree. Yu Chun wants to test my cultivation base in the Tao of formations." With a faint smile on his face, Wuxia said in a slightly reserved and cautious manner, "As you wish, Master Yu." Following Yu Chun, Wuxia walked down the tunnel for hundreds of miles, and soon came to a vast underground space. Countless palaces of Chi-Chi were built in this space, which was over 1,000 miles in circumference and tens of miles in height. All of the palaces looked the same. They floated in the air according to the constellations in the sky, and they moved slowly in the air according to the changes in the starry sky. All the palaces were the same in size and appearance. If an outsider came here, he or she would not be able to tell which of these palaces was the key place of Yin Tian Palace. On the rock walls surrounding this space were countless small caves that could barely fit one's body. White-robed oracles of different ages were seen sitting cross-legged in some of these caves, holding calculating rods and some other calculating tools in their hands. There was not the slightest noise in this spacious space. Occasionally, the calculating rods in the hands of some oracles would collide with each other, or some other tools, such as tortoise shell or jade tablets, thrown around by these oracles. In addition to these oracles who were meditating in seclusion on the rock walls, there was a large group of oracles huddled together on the flat ground beneath the floating palaces, drawing something on the ground with jade carving knives. As far as the eye could see, there were countless white-robed oracles sketching all kinds of spell formations and astrology diagrams on the ground within a radius of 1,000 miles. Yu Chun turned to look at Wuxia. With a strange smile on his face, he said in a deep voice, "I'll find you 3 opponents. They are all apprentice formation masters of Yin Tian Palace. If you can defeat them in the Tao of Formations, I'll personally make a copy of all the books in Yin Tian Palace and give it to you." With a strange laugh, Yu Chun tilted his head and snorted coldly. "If you lose, I'll kick you all the way out of this place. Do you think you can waste my time?" Wuxia paused for a moment, then said with a smile, "As you wish, master you." If he could not even defeat apprentices of Yin Tian Palace, Wuxia would be too ashamed to live. Chapter 721. Wuxia was struck dumb. Who were these old oracles? Just now, those oracles had created a hemispherical space with a diameter of about 1 mile, but with just a few dozens of lower-grade energy stones, they were able to extend the space by several hundred times. It was not a matter of their cultivation base, but that their understanding of formations had reached the realm of Deva beings. The 6-directional formation had abandoned the use of the power of the stars and relied entirely on the energy of the earth veins. The 6 formation cores extracted the evil energy from the tiny energy veins underneath, and combined with the Yin energy condensed from the 6 banners, it formed a pure Yin killing formation. In just a quarter of an hour, the 3 brothers, Gao Chen Yin, Gao Chen Hui, and Gao Chen Yu, had each constructed a small formation on the ground. It was obvious that Elder Gao Chen had the intention of making a name for them by picking the 3 young men from his clan. In front of the tens of thousands of oracles, the 3 brothers neatly constructed their respective formations. All the runes and patterns were in perfect order. Obviously, they had their own way of doing formations. Yu Chun gently clapped his hands. The old man stopped drawing the formation, slowly straightened his back, and squinted at Yu Chun. Wuxia gave the 3 formation diagrams a glance, smiled faintly, then casually took out a lower-grade energy stone and crushed it into countless bean-sized energy stones. With a light flick of his finger, the first wave of 12 spirit stones shot out. 6 spirit stones blocked the formation, either the 6-way formation used to extract the spirit energy from the earth veins. Then, it cut off the transmission of spirit energy between the 6 formation eyes. The Yin energy rebounded and smashed the 6-way formation into pieces. A deep gleam flashed across Elder Gao Chen's cloudy eyes as he stared at Wuxia and began to chuckle strangely. Nodding slowly, he said, "The apprentice with the weakest cultivation base? Gao Chen Yin, Gao Chen Hui, and Gao Chen Yu, you 3 brothers will play with the Marquis of East Sea Province." Yu Chen chuckled. A few silver threads rushed out from under his feet, forming a simple teleportation rune on the ground. Wuxia felt his body lighten. Yu Chun had already brought him to the center of the square. An old man with messy hair and beard was holding a black jade dagger in his hand, sketching a complicated formation on the floor. About 100 white-robed oracles were either standing beside him or floating in the air, all of them focused on the patterns the old man was sketching with the tip of his dagger. Stunned, Wuxia took a step back in fright. What were these people in the secret palace thinking? For a moment, tens of thousands of white-robed oracles from Yintian Palace, Chi-Chi, held their breaths and turned to look at Elder Gauchen at the same time. Following Elder Gauchen's words, 3 young men dressed in white priest robes strode out. As for the third wave of spirit stone grains, there were only 3 of them. One was used to stabilize the formation, and one was used to disrupt it. The third spirit stone grain directly blasted into the most obscure and weakest flaw in the formation, completely destroying the formation that had already lost its vitality. Wuxia was rendered speechless, and he looked at Yu Chun helplessly. 3 feet underground, countless twisting and winding veins that were as thin as hair could be seen, with faint natural energy flowing in them, forming a complicated network of man-made energy veins, together with the faint star power emanating from the countless palaces above them. The apprentices of Yin Tian Palace were able to use these 2 systems to construct a detailed formation. It was only when the 3 brothers were constructing the formation that Wuxia discovered that this huge underground space in the depths of Yin Tian Palace had its own unique secrets. Everything here was constructed for the purpose of studying the art of formations and imparting the Tao of formations to the apprentices. Countless palaces hovered above his head, following the changes of the stars in the sky. Faint waves of star power could be sensed from each of the palaces. Clearly, this was a simulated miniature celestial phenomenon map. Underneath the square, which had a circumference of 1,000 miles, were simulated miniature spirit veins. Although his cultivation base was very low, his attainment in the Tao of formations was extremely profound. Wuxia could not help but feel a deep sense of respect as he looked at this old man, who had an old face and a wrinkled robe. Then, he turned to look at the over 100 young white-robed oracles standing around him, and found that 7 or 8 of them had golden sun patterns embroidered on their sleeves. Although this old man was only a moon oracle, he actually had a sun oracle among his apprentices. Shaking his head, which was unusually large compared to his skinny body, Elder Gauchen turned to Wuxia and said, "It has been less than half a year since these 3 boys joined Yin Tian Palace. If I ask those experienced apprentices to compete with you, I'll be bullying you. If you can't defeat these 3 little guys who have just joined the sect, you can just do whatever you want to do." As for the 8 trigrams formation, it abandoned the power of the stars and the power of the earth. Instead, it relied on the small pieces of lower-grade energy stones in the 8 formation cores to draw the natural energy from the surroundings, using the 8 trigrams to generate the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. At the same time, it divided into the 8 gates of life and death, which contained 1,024 miraculous transformations. If one made a mistake in one of the gates, or made a mistake in one of the transformations, the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind would explode at the same time, turning one's opponent into nothingness. As for the 9 palaces formation, it only used the power of the stars and 9 miniature altars to draw the essence star power of the 9 stars in the sky, transforming them into all kinds of strange beasts and killing people in the formation. This formation did not have many transformations, and it relied on pure power to kill people. Eventually, as more and more people arrived, the oracles at the back could no longer see what was happening in front of them. Therefore, a few old oracles simply threw out dozens of lower-grade energy stones and formed a very simple green leaf hollow formation. A subtle energy fluctuation spread out as the formation, which was formed with dozens of lower-grade energy stones, expanded the surrounding space by hundreds of times, leaving a large space around each white-robed oracle. What a wonderful idea! The 3 teenagers looked to be only 15 or 16 years old, but the sleeves of their robes were embroidered with an exquisite pattern of a silver moon. Apparently, they were already moon oracles. Judging from their facial features, They were 70% similar, and it seemed that they were very close brothers of the same clan. Unlike the other oracles in Yu, who specialized in all kinds of divine abilities and mystic techniques and liked to oppress others with force, the eyes of these three teenagers flickered with the gleam of wisdom, or, as the saying goes, they kept rolling their eyeballs, which made them look very smart. After driving the three juniors of his clan away, Elder Gaochen came before Wuxia and grabbed Wuxia's wrist with a smile on his face. With a hint of fanaticism in his eyes, Elder Gaochen laughed and said, "Marquis of East Sea Province, do you want a wise and mighty master who is unparalleled in the art of formations? Do you want an elder of Xianxia Palace to be your backer?" Wuxia glanced at the great hall hovering over his head, then glanced down at the smooth square under his feet. He could not help but praise, "What a wonderful idea! This is wonderful." In this way, whether it is teaching formations or fighting with apprentices, it will be as easy and straightforward as looking at the patterns on your palm. Yu Chun, on the other hand, was staring at Wuxia with a mysterious expression on his face. Narrowing his eyes, he said with a smile, "It suddenly occurred to me that my new wife has just given birth to a daughter. Why don't you arrange a marriage with my youngest daughter, Marquis of East Sea Province? 16 years later, she will marry you. What do you think?" These few old oracles did not possess a strong cultivation base, only at the level of 8-moon oracles and 9-moon oracles, and they did not have any cultivation base. However, their mastery of formations in space was simply amazing. They were able to operate the formations with the least amount of energy and bring out the greatest power with the simplest formation. Was this the power possessed by these old oracles of Xianxia Palace? Elder Gaochen chuckled, nodded, and said, "Marquis of East Sea Province, have you also seen through the secret of this place? Why don't you break the formation, Marquis of East Sea Province?" With his hands clasped behind his back, Yu Chen looked at the three young men from the Gaochen clan and said with a smile, "You have just joined Xianxia Palace, and I have no idea what you have learned in the past 6 months. Just use the strongest formation you have now. Marquis of East Sea Province has trapped and killed a primordial immortal with a formation." Yu Chan chuckled, bowed slightly to the old man, and said, "Elder Gaochen, please choose 3 apprentices with the weakest cultivation base to fight with Marquis of East Sea Province." After saying that out loud, Yu Chen's lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. Clearly, he was whispering something to Elder Gaochen. The formation the 3 Gaochen brothers had constructed was the 6-direction formation, the 8 trigrams formation, and the 9 palaces formation. The second wave of 64 spirit stones shot out, also cutting off the formation eye of the 8 trigrams formation that extracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then, they rearranged a small reverse 8 gates formation inside the formation, making a mess of the spiritual energy inside the formation. The water, fire, and wind inside the small formation map turned into countless small flood dragons that soared into the sky, completely destroying the formation. The old man's cultivation base was very low, and he had 4 exquisite crescent moons embroidered on his sleeve. As a 4-moons oracle, his cultivation base was equivalent to that of a mid-grade heaven immortal. In a place like the Secret Palace, where high-grade oracles could be found everywhere, his overall strength was at the bottom. But when Wuxia looked at the formation he had drawn on the ground, he was taken aback. It was not complicated, but it was extremely exquisite. Wuxia felt that every stroke and rune in this formation, which was only about 10 feet in circumference, could be described as bloody. The 3 little fellows of the North Chin clan stared at Wuxia with bright eyes, their noses raised high and proud, as if they were not convinced. They gave Wuxia a death stare, then spread out. The nearby white-robed oracles flew up into the sky as well. Hundreds of white-robed oracles had their hands tucked under their sleeves, looking down at Wuxia, Gaochen, and the others. The Gaochen elder stared blankly at the 3 small formations that Wuxia had easily destroyed. Suddenly, he sprung to his feet and kicked the 3 Gauchen brothers away. Then he bellowed, "What a disgrace! Go and copy all 3,600 volumes of the formation scroll of unending heaven from beginning to end." It took the 3 Gauchen brothers a quarter of an hour to construct the formation, but it only took Wuxia 3 seconds to destroy it. When the oracles of Xianxia Palace, who were studying the variations of the formation in the distance, heard that someone was fighting the Gauchen brothers, more and more oracles rushed over. Perhaps it was because the people of Xianxia Palace had been studying the art of formations for many years and were extremely bored, but before long, tens of thousands of oracles had swarmed over, blotting out the sky above Wuxia's head. Wuxia did not like Yuchen's words. What did he mean by he had trapped a primordial immortal with a formation? He quickly explained, "Master Yu, the sovereign's immortal body and immortal soul had been severely injured, so he was killed before Tanlang's formation could work." That was the case with the 3 Gauchen brothers' formation. Their array diagrams all relied on these 2 sets of spiritual power systems, and the largest of the 3 array diagrams was only 3 meters in radius. But if they were expanded to correspond to real stars and underground energy veins, they would be at least tens of thousands of times larger, covering hundreds of miles, and turning into a powerful killing formation. Yuchen waved his hand and said coolly, "What is there to explain? You are the one who killed the sovereign with the formation, aren't you?" Chapter 722. In the Yantian Palace of the Yu's secret palace, Wuxia was surrounded by a few old oracles who held high positions in Yantian Palace and was being bombarded by their words. Yu Chun and Elder Go Chunmi, were among these old oracles. A group of old fellows, whose ages combined could turn a log buried underground into coal, were surrounding Wuxia, trying to persuade Wuxia to give up his position as the Marquis of East Sea Province and join Yantian Palace wholeheartedly, so that he could contribute to the development of the Tao of formations and contribute his youth and life to the Yu's Yantian Palace. According to Go Chunmi, it would be better for Wuxia to contribute his youth and his children, so that his children and grandchildren, as long as they had an aptitude in the Tao of formations, would have to join Yantian Palace and become a part of it. With a bitter face, Wuxia accepted the bombardment of these old fellows, holding a cup of tea in his hand and drinking it nonstop. It was not until now that he realized that these masters and elders of the secret palace were all mad scientists, and they did not even know much about the ways of the world. They were the outliers in the conservative and closed nation of the Yu. All their minds were immersed in the endless knowledge they were interested in, and their life was to live for the things they were interested in. They were a group of very pure people. For example, these old fellows from Yantian Palace lived for the sake of the Tao of formations, and they burned their lives for the sake of the Tao of formations. Apart from the Tao of formations, they knew nothing else. Any novel formation would cheer them up, and any talented newcomer who appeared in front of them would do everything in their power to recruit him into the Yantian Palace. Take Wuxia, for example. These old fellows wondered why a genius like him, who could break 3 formations in such a short time, would want to be the Marquis of East Sea Province. If Wuxia were to join Yantian Palace, they could immediately make Wuxia their imperial oracle, which would be a very noble position in the imperial court of the Yu, and would be even more honorable than those princes. Go Chunmi grabbed Wuxia's hand and kept talking to Wuxia about the significance of joining Yantian Palace. Yu Chun, on the other hand, was holding Wuxia's hand and telling Wuxia how beautiful the wife he had taken in at the behest of the Yu clan in Liangzhu was, and how beautiful and lovely the daughter she had given birth to was. He promised that as long as Wuxia joined Yantian Palace, he would immediately marry his daughter to Wuxia. Although his daughter was still suckling at the moment, as long as Wuxia waited patiently for 16 years, or 11 or 12 years, he would be able to have a beautiful wife. Yu Chun was enthusiastically discussing with the elders around him how likely it was that the child born to Wu Qi and his daughter would have an excellent aptitude in the field of formations. These elders of Yin Tian Palace firmly believe that the aptitude in the field of formations, like all other aptitudes, could be inherited through bloodline. As the first master of Yin Tian Palace, Yu Chen's aptitude in the field of formations went without saying. As a genius who could break 3 formations in such a short time, Wu Qi's bloodline was excellent as well. With such excellent bloodlines, he would definitely be able to give birth to more excellent offspring, and in that way, Yin Tian Palace would have more excellent new blood. One of the old oracles grinned, revealing his gums, which were missing a few teeth, and said, "It's just like breeding livestock. As long as both the father and mother are good, they will be able to give birth to good livestock." "That's a great idea, master." With a loud crack, Wu Qi bit off a piece of his cup. If he did not know that these old oracles were pure academic lunatics, he would have thought that they were mocking him on purpose. How could they talk like that? Wasn't it just to make him join Yin Tian Palace? Yu Chun had even listed out his own daughter as a condition. Poor heavens, his daughter was only a month old. Clenching his teeth, Wu Qi shook his head firmly, determined not to agree to these old oracles' request to join Yin Tian Palace. Was he going to give up his family and friends, his territory, and all his plans just to join Yin Tian Palace? Was he going to spend the rest of his life studying the art of formations in this dark place? Was Wu Qi out of his mind or an idiot? Wu Qi did not want to become as crazy as Yu Chun, Go Chun Mi, and the other old fellows. After wasting several hours of saliva, Wu Qi finally managed to escape unscathed under the bombardment of these crazy old fellows. Seeing that Wu Qi was determined not to join Yin Tian Palace, Yu Chun and the other old oracles gave up on the idea. Go Chun and the other elders and great oracles sighed helplessly, staring at Wu Qi from head to toe for a full quarter of an hour with a look that seemed to say, "Why would a beautiful man become a thief?" Only then did they rise to their feet and return excitedly to their apprentices, where they began to teach them the secrets of various formations. Yu Chun stared at Wu Qi for a while with a very strange and resentful look in his eyes. Finally, he sighed, grabbed the teacup from Wu Qi's hand, and threw it to the ground. Then he picked up Wu Qi and said in a deep voice, forget it. What else do I have to say for you to waste God's gift and abandon yourself? Now come with me." With his hands clasped behind his back, Yu Chun led Wu Qi through the square where Yin Tian Palace studied formations with a gloomy face. They went around a thick rock wall and came to the front of a pitch-black hall at the back of the square. The hall was carved out of mountain and was surrounded by a vast open space. A faint mist hovered a few inches above the ground, making the hall look very mysterious. Looking at the hall, Wu Qi felt that its length, width, and height, as well as the patterns on its surface, were all in accordance with the mysteries of the heavens, including the height and diameter of the 36 stone pillars standing in front of the door and the seemingly natural spots on them. Everything formed a perfect organic whole. This hall was like a living being that was in deep slumber. It lay there silently, yet contained an extremely great aura of danger. This is the place where Yin Tian Palace keeps all the books of formations. Yu Chun looked at the hall and sighed. Why don't you think about it carefully? The Marquis of East Sea Province is just a title. How can it compare to the happiness brought by studying the Tao of formations? You can ask your loyal and reliable subordinates to take care of everything in your territory, and all you have to do is to stay in Yin Tian Palace and study the mysteries of formations with all your heart. Wu Qi did not say a word. He just looked at Yu Chun with a smile. Yu Chun heaved a long sigh and said, "You, Tan Lang, were born in the wilderness, and you're just an ordinary man. But you've obtained the diagrams of formations left by the immortals, and you're able to comprehend all kinds of profound formations from them. You have an amazing talent, and Gao Chen and his 2 brothers have been wholeheartedly trained by the Gao Chen clan since they were young. Half a year ago, they joined Yin Tian Palace, and they're the most talented disciples we've recruited over the years. Yu Chun turned to look at Wu Qi and said in a soft voice, "Although they are young, they have been immersed in the Tao of formations for 10 years, and they have extraordinary insight and experience. I can't believe that the formations they constructed with all their heart and soul were destroyed by you with just a flick of your finger. With your talent and perception, it will be a pity if you don't join Yin Tian Palace." Wu Qi still did not say a word. He was not interested in being an old pedant. Although he was interested in the various profound mysteries of formations in Yin Tian Palace, he had absolutely no interest in becoming a member of Yin Tian Palace. Although they were already standing before the door of countless ancient books, Yu Chun did not bring Wu Qi into the hall. He just stood in front of the door and kept murmuring, repeating the words of those old oracles over and over again. He was basically saying that if Wu Qi did not join Yin Tian Palace, it would be a waste of his talent, and he would be irresponsible for his own talents. But to be honest, although Yu Chun and the others had unfathomable cultivation bases, their eloquence was too weak. Their feeble words could never convince Wu Qi. Wu Qi breathed out a long sigh as he watched Yu Chun waste his saliva. "Old man Yu, there are countless secrets of the Tao of formations in Yin Tian Palace. But why was King Gao unable to find a way to deal with the formations constructed by those immortals when he attacked Myriad Immortal Alliance? Is it because there are no experts in formations into you?" Yu Chun was rendered speechless. He blinked and said with a frown, "Yin Tian Palace is only responsible for studying the Tao of formations. But these..." Yu Chun pursed his lips and did not say a word. Did Gao have the face to ask these great oracles of Yin Tian Palace who were obsessed with the Tao of formations to fight for Gao's army? The secret palace was independent of the Yu. Apart from these noble oracles of Yin Tian Palace, who else in the outside world could obtain the research results of Yin Tian Palace? Who would dare to ask the human emperor for the secret manuals of formations in Yin Tian Palace? Wu Qi gave a cold snort and said sarcastically, "Yin Tian Palace studies the Tao of formations, but even though they have come up with countless essences of formations, no one has put them into practice. Who knows if these formations are really effective? Are they really perfect? Are all kinds of fantastic ideas really appropriate? If there is no practical way to verify them, even if Tan Lang joins Yin Tian Palace, what benefit can he bring to Yin Tian Palace?" Yu Chun frowned and looked thoughtfully at Wu Qi. No one had ever said these words to him. Wu Qi looked at Yu Chun with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "I, Tan Lang, am so bold as to ask Master to give me all the secrets of Yin Tian Palace. I'll definitely try them one by one and make up for the flaws of Yin Tian Palace." With a sudden thought, Wu Qi plagiarized a saying in a very serious and solemn manner. "Master, as the saying goes, practice is the only criterion to test the truth." Yu Chun shook his head, and his deep eyes shone with a bright gleam. He stared at Wu Qi in surprise, then suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Wonderful! You've revealed the secrets of heaven with just a few words. No wonder I've been feeling that Yin Tian Palace has come to an end all these years, and that the Tao of formations can no longer make any progress. It turns out that..." After pondering for a long while with narrowed eyes, Yu Chun pulled Wu Qi and walked into the great hall. "Tan Lang, I'll give you all the secrets of this palace. Feel free to use them, but remember not to let them fall into the hands of outsiders. I'll make an exception and promise you that if you make any new discoveries in the Tao of formations in the future, you can come to Yin Tian Palace and discuss them with me. What do you think?" It was one thing for Yu Chun to give Wu Qi all the secrets of Yin Tian Palace, but he also promised that if Wu Qi had any new discoveries in the Tao of formations, he could come to Yin Tian Palace and discuss them with him. Wu Qi's eyes lit up. Perhaps Yu Chun just wanted to find another way to make Wu Qi a member of Yin Tian Palace. But how many extra benefits did he bring to Wu Qi? He had really made a fortune. Chapter 723. At the entrance of the secret palace, The oracle who stopped Wuxia from taking Ao Buzin and the Dragon Python sisters was sitting cross-legged under a stone pillar outside the secret palace. The Dragon Python sisters were quietly coiled up together. Their bodies had shrunk to only a foot long, and they were cautiously glancing left and right, full of curiosity about everything in the secret palace. Ao Buzin, on the other hand, was lying on his stomach on the ground, cursing the oracle's ancestors at the top of his voice. Just now, Wuxia had tied Ao Buzin's mouth with his own body, but it didn't take Ao Buzin much effort to untie the complicated bow knot on his mouth. After that, he began to get restless. He would either criticize the few female oracles who occasionally went in and out of the secret palace, or he would always try to sneak into the secret palace to find some benefits. The oracle in charge of keeping Ao Buzin and the other two oracles was annoyed by Ao Buzin. Although most of the oracles in the secret palace had a bad temper, even a clay bodhisattva would get angry when provoked. When Ao Buzin tried to sneak into the secret palace for the 37th time, using an escape technique and an illusion technique, the oracle took out a talisman and pressed it on Ao Buzin's body, firmly suppressing him. Lying straight on the ground, Ao Buzin could only move his mouth and eyes, but he could not move his body at all. He could not even lift his claws. Furious, Ao Buzin began to curse the oracle's ancestors, but the oracle just sat cross-legged under the stone pillar and turned a deaf ear to Ao Buzin. Just as Ao Buzin kept cursing, an incomparably old great oracle came to the entrance of the secret palace along the long stone steps, with dozens of white-robed oracles. When the old oracle heard Ao Buzin's cursing, he glanced over in the direction of the voice. Abruptly, he came to an abrupt halt, stared at Ao Buzin with gleaming eyes, and said with a smile, "Black Dragon, five-clawed Black Dragon." Looking at the shape of his scales, he seemed to be a pure-blooded descendant of the primordial five-clawed Black Dragon God King. Strange. Is there still a black dragon with such a pure bloodline? He smacked his lips and looked at the Dragon Python sisters. He clapped his hands and praised, "Wonderful! Dragon Pythons, and the most ferocious among the Dragon Pythons, the soaring Dragon Pythons of fire and ice. Oh my! Legend has it that the internal organs and blood of Dragon Pythons of fire and ice can be used to make supreme-grade spiritual medicines, and their bones, scales, and skin can be used to craft supreme-grade magical artifacts. Wow, how wonderful!" The old oracle and the dozens of oracles behind him were all clad in the standard white robe of the secret palace. However, a ferocious pattern was embroidered on his chest with blood-red threads, which was very different from the star pattern on Yuchen's chest. The pattern on his chest was that of a strange-shaped bone spike pierced into the skull of a fiend god with 6 horns and a twisting blood-red vine growing out of the skull's mouth. The long vine coiled around the bone spike a few times, then bloomed into a gorgeous blood-red flower near the handle of the bone spike, with a ferocious, twisted face of a fiend god in the pistil, laughing evilly. He was Xianxia, the first master of the 1,000-Spirit Palace, one of the branches of the Secret Palace, and an elder of the Wuchang clan of the Diyu Directorate of Celestials. The Wuchang clan was now the holder of the right oracle of the Diyu Directorate of Celestials, and had a very high prestige in the system of the Diyu Directorate of Celestials, or rather, the oracles of Diyu. It was an important clan that held real power. Today, the Baiwang clan of Diyu held the position of the Grand Oracle, and together with the Gaochen clan and the Wuchang clan, they were known as the 3 great divine Magus clans of Diyu. The Wuchang clan ranked 3rd among the 3 clans, and its members were particularly fond of studying some evil spells and mystic arts of the Ghost Dao. The 1,000-Spirit Palace, which was presided by Wuchang, was one such palace that specialized in all kinds of evil mystic arts. The oracles of the 1,000-Spirit Palace liked to play all kinds of grafting tricks. For example, they would chop off the head of an azure dragon and place it on the neck of a black tortoise to see if the newborn azure dragon or black tortoise could possess both the mighty magic power of the azure dragon and the bloodline magic of the black tortoise. Or They would place the heads of a fire phoenix and an ice phoenix on the neck of a blue luan to see if the newborn strange creature could possess both the elements of ice and fire, and if it could control the power of wind while breathing fire and ice. Or they would force the people of Longbow Kingdom to copulate with the Feathermen and take all kinds of mystic medicines while they were having sex to see if they could give birth to a brand new race with wings and huge bodies. They had also forced all kinds of demons who had cultivated their human forms to copulate with each other, hoping to breed some powerful and fresh demons. As for ethics and principles, they had no such concept. For veteran oracles like Xianxia, the happiest thing for them was to find some strange experimental subjects, especially those bloodlines that had gone extinct in the ancient times, which were rare and precious treasures that they could only dream of. Whenever they found a rare experimental subject, they would never listen to the opinions of the subject. Instead, they would bring the subject into the Thousand Spirit Palace with threats, promises, and even violence, and then, most of the time, the experimental subjects that were brought into the Thousand Spirit Palace never showed up again. Once, when an apprentice oracle of the Thousand Spirit Palace was chatting with an apprentice from a branch palace, he accidentally mentioned that the stewed dragon tendon was very chewy, and the honeyed phoenix wings were very sweet and delicious. When Xianxia saw Ao Buzin, he almost drooled, and when he saw the dragon python sisters, his body began to tremble violently. The pure-blooded descendants of the supreme royal clan of the ancient black dragons, the descendants of the extinct dragon pythons of fire and ice. How precious these three experimental subjects were, and how excellent the food was. Xianxia patted his belly and thought, let's not talk about the food first. I should bring these three experimental subjects back first, pull out their tendons and skin them. Or I can force them to copulate with each other. According to the legends, the bloodline of dragon pythons was extremely strong, and the offspring born from the copulation of any flood dragon and a dragon python would be the descendant of the dragon python. So, what would the offspring of the royal bloodline of the ancient black dragons be? Black dragons of fire and ice? At the thought of the endless possibilities, Xianxia felt his cold blood suddenly burning, and his dead heart suddenly became extremely feverish. In his long life, he had killed all the living creatures that could be found on Panga continent, but now he had suddenly found a new target. Ancient black dragons, dragon pythons of fire and ice. He decided that he would slowly train these three experimental subjects this time, and he would have to cook them for at least 10,000 years. Laughing strangely, Xianxia, who was only about 4 feet tall, skinny as a stick, and had 2 hands that looked like chicken claws, swaggered over to Xianxia. Shaking his huge head, he laughed strangely and said, "Come, come. Hee-hee, what a cute little black dragon you are. Hee-hee, come, raise your buttocks, and let me see if you are a male or a female." Ao Buzin, who was cursing the oracle next to him, shouted angrily, "Is it a male or a female? Old fool, do you think Lao Tzu is a female dragon? You bastard, your parents must have tied you up in the wrong direction when they gave birth to you, and fed you with your buttocks instead of your head. Otherwise, why would you ask if Lao Tzu is a male or a female?" Xianxia laughed shrilly, waving his hands and feet excitedly as he said, You are so energetic. This little guy is so lively. How fresh. TSK, how long is your true form? Later, I'll cut a few kilograms of your black dragon meat and fry in a wok of oil. You are the royal descendant of the ancient black dragon clan. The taste is really. The middle-aged oracle who was in charge of keeping Ao Buzin and his companions opened his eyes abruptly and jumped to his feet. As soon as he saw Xianxia, his pupils constricted to the size of a needle tip, and he screamed in horror as cold sweat broke out from his forehead. Grabbing Ao Buzin and the dragon python sisters, the oracle cried out sternly, "Patriarch Wuchang, this is a flood dragon and 2 dragon pythons, they are." Xianxia's body swayed, and before anyone could see his movement clearly, The middle-aged oracle was thrown flying backward while coughing up a mouthful of blood. Falling from the top of the tens of miles high stone steps leading to the entrance of the secret palace, the middle-aged oracle was thrown tens of miles deep into the air. While still in midair, he was knocked unconscious and fell heavily to the ground, with at least 80% of his bones broken. After knocking away the unlucky fellow who got in his way with a punch, Xianxia grabbed Ao Buzin by the neck and intimately stuck out his pale green tongue to lick Ao Buzin's face. His stinking saliva was smeared all over Ao Buzin's face, and Xianxia cried out in ecstasy, "What a pure aura of a black dragon! TSK, TSK! Those hybrid black dragons nowadays are nothing compared to him. What a fresh and sweet taste!" It had always been Ao Buzin who ate others, and when had he ever been licked by someone like a food ingredient? Ao Buzin trembled with rage and roared furiously. But the talisman on his back was too powerful, and he could not move at all, let alone resist any of Xianxia's actions. After licking Ao Buzin's face a few times, Xianxia cast a furtive glance at the dragon python sisters, who were still clutched in the middle of their bodies. Laughing evilly, Xianxia stuck out his tongue and tried to lick the sisters. But suddenly, the sisters, whose bodies had shrunk to only a foot long, let out unpleasant dragon roars at the same time. Then, their bodies expanded rapidly, and in just a blink of an eye, they had transformed into two gigantic dragon pythons, each measuring a few miles long and hundreds of feet thick. Accompanied by the deafening dragon roars, one of the sisters opened her mouth and held Ao Buzin in it, while the other opened her mouth and shot out a silver torrent that enveloped Xianxia and all the oracles of the thousand-spirit palace around him. Since the beginning of time, ever since the secret palace of Dayu was founded, not even during the Cultivation tribulation, not even when the celestial emperor of the celestial court and the human emperor of Dayu fell. But no fight had ever taken place in front of Dayu's secret palace. But today, the ferocious dragon python sisters had struck. A silver torrent shot out and knocked Xianxia and the dozens of disciples behind him flying away, while countless Xian beings sprayed out of the silver light and crumbled the cliffs around the secret palace, destroying a large number of the exquisitely carved statues. A muffled alarm rang out as the alarm system of the secret palace was activated. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.